Hey, Antonia. Yeah, no, not much. Welcome to Sea Monster Live number 58. Celebrating the big one. Well, it's 20th anniversary, at least. The Long Kong. This is, in my opinion, the second best King Kong movie and the absolute best version of both Kong and Nandero. Their relationship is so wholesome. Yeah, it's definitely either my definitely my favorite version as well. As far as like the best, I mean, yeah, I could say it's the best version. Um, the best second best Kong movie. It's funny. It's fun. Oh boy. Yeah, you know what's funny? Like I'm probably gonna end up having somewhat of a controversial take about this film as far as where it ranks in terms of Kong movies, but not in the way that I think it where it's like, oh, I think the movie's bad. I'm like, no. If anything, quite the opposite. But yeah, yeah. Needless to say, Peter Jackson's King Kong from 2005. I definitely have a lot of nostalgia for the film, and even upon recently rewatching it, I still just adore it. I did also watch the original 1933 King Kong. Um, just the night before watching Congo Five, just so I could see how they stack together, more or less. Um, and as we will go into pretty soon, we'll see whether or not these two, which one of the two will beat out the other ultimately. Oh, but first we got a guest here. We got Lau.
Hi.
Hey, what? Is
Oh,
it
sorry.
me or did I just hear a fart?
What about now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Ah,
Yeah, I
okay.
can
Yeah.
hear you.
Hi. How are you?
Pretty good. Pretty good. How about you?
I'm fine. I'm sick as fuck. Honestly,
Ah,
so everything hurts, but fine enough.
yeah.
Well, fine probably.
All right. Okay. So, yeah, pretty much have just started. Waiting for some people to come in. Oh,
Yeah.
and speaking of people coming in, we got Hoshi here.
Hi, Jose.
Good evening or good night to all of you guys. How are you all doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. I mean, I did just kind of I did get out of work like about an hour ago. So, but I'm doing pretty good.
Sweet. So, today we're finally discussing the big one, the 20th anniversary of the King Kong movie that I have the most fond memories with.
Guys,
Yeah.
did they do anything for the 20th anniversary? Any
Sadly,
release
no.
on Blu-ray?
They didn't
No,
even,
but we're going to.
the
Okay.
sad part is they didn't even remake the game that came for the movie.
Yeah, that's probably even the biggest sin out of all of that. It's like you can't even you won't even give us the re-release of the Congo 5 game, which is
With better
which is
graphics and more extended lore.
yeah. Honestly, I think it would have been fine with. I would have been really cool. It would have been really cool if they had like they did extend that game by including like a boss fight, either based on like some of the extent, at least like a couple of the extended edition scenes, like have a Farrakouis show up as a one time boss battle or something like that. That would have like you think that would have been it like would have been pretty easy to do actually.
But at
Or
the same
just if
time,
they fixed like some of the mechanics because like they were clunky when you were like, for example, moving around as Kong near the
Yeah.
end.
Yeah, I will
Yeah.
say there's like a section where like I think it was like during the I want to say, oh yeah, like there's like a section, a moment during one of the Kong levels where I think it's like when you're trying to like rescue Anne and you're like jumping like between like walls, but then there's like a couple like bats like that just kind of fly in, and when they tackle and when you get hit by them, you pretty much you like when you're in the middle of like jumping towards the other wall, the game like sort of registers that as like Kong getting hurt, and so you just fall. He falls to his death. Like
but
that's
also in the game, it also does the crime of killing off most of the characters besides Jack, Carl, and Mr. Hayes and Jimmy. No, the characters like Lumpty and Preston, they all died by the V-Rex. You know.
yeah, that's kind of weird that they kill Preston off when he doesn't even die in the movie at all. But I mean, I guess it's mainly just to reduce, like I guess like reduce like the cast of like human NPCs. I suppose.
Yep.
But we got another person coming up here. We got
Sup,
Doug Mika.
boys?
Yo.
What up, Nico? What up?
Nothing much. Just thought I'd show up to discuss
Yeah.
the one and only, the greatest remake ever, in my opinion.
Yep.
Of
Yeah.
all others.
Yeah, I mean, like I'd say like Nosferatu 2024 is a pretty close second, but yeah, I can
To
definitely.
me,
And
the
what-
top
And
three,
even
the top three remakes, in my opinion, are this, the '80s thing, and Nosferatu. And also,
And
Yeah.
less said about the Disney
I would add-
remakes, the better.
Well, we
Well,
I
don't.
would add The
Jungle
Fly
Book is
too.
good. Jungle Book is the best one, in my opinion, of the remakes.
Yeah, and actually, it's funny because we got two different versions of the Jungle Book. We got the Jungle Book, and we also got the Mowgli. If you wanted like a darker, more fucked up version, so we
Yeah,
got
that's
those
kind of
really
a shame
close.
about the. Yeah, it's a shame about the Jungle Book 2016. It's like it actually is the best of the Disney remakes, but unfortunately, because of the stigma that is attached to them, to the remakes, like it still gets lost in the shuffle, despite it being a cut above the rest.
And then you get mouth breathers like Nostalgia Critic saying bad things about it, even though he doesn't know what a damn thing he ever says. But that's just
And one more thing will be that was old enough that maybe millennials didn't necessarily grow up with it, so they didn't really take their kids because they grew up with the Lion King and shit like that from the Renaissance period,
Yeah.
and Jungle
Yeah.
Book is from before that. So
And that's-
you lose that demographic.
And speaking of, John Favreau pretty much even did the Jungle Book 2016. So it just makes you wonder, like, what the fuck happened when he did the line?
Yeah, like what happened? Like he really needs to be studied. But that's like
Yeah.
a whole other discussion for another.
Hey,
Yeah,
hey,
Another
at least
Yeah.
he redeemed himself with Prehistoric Planet.
Just like Kuru said, like if him making the shitty live action Lion King movie was the reason why he got Prehistoric Planet, that it was a necessary sacrifice.
Ugh.
Hey,
No.
actually, I never thought of it, right? Because it's kind of like the basis for how realistic can you make dinosaurs for a documentary. You can try it with the Lion King. I guess you could see that connection maybe somehow. I still think it's wishful thinking. But anyway, what I wanted to say is that I think that another one of the best remakes will be The Fly.
Oh
I
yeah,
mentioned
that one.
The Fly.
Yeah, that
I
was
remember being
The Fly.
grossed out by it when I first saw it for the first time, but I still liked it.
I'm probably one of the few people on the planet who has never watched the Fly movies, both the original and the remake.
You're literally one of the thousands of millions of people. Like, I think most people don't watch old movies, sadly.
I actually saw
Everyone
the
wants to
original
watch.
first. I saw the original
Brother,
version
Well,
first.
I watched the Seven Samurais and Harakiri. I know what an old film is. Heck, I even went back and watched
Yeah, but
the
I'm saying that
original.
normies, like normal people, sadly, like a bunch of people like from our age and below, like they see something that looks from the 90s and they say, "Oh, it looks old." I know a lot of people like that.
I'll do you one better. Like they'll look at any black and white movie and dismiss it because it's stupid and old.
Which is
That
funny
too.
because the fly isn't even in black and white; it's in color.
No,
was
it
only
is
the
in color,
sequels
but it
to the
clearly
original
looks
Fly
like
that were
it's
black
from
and
the
white.
70s, So people see it and they're like, oh, it's cheesy and old.
Yeah. Yep. And well, we got well, I met. Hopefully, we got another person coming on. We'll be talking about Kong '05 in a bit. A bit back on topic, but we have another '05.
Oh boy, here
Yeah.
we go.
Oh no.
To piss off Zimzilla, this is the best Kong movie since the original Kong film, and no other Kong film will come close to it. Okay, my okay is
Kong
gone.
Skull
It's
Island.
not a hot
That's
take,
actually.
actually.
Yeah,
not
no,
hot
that's
take.
super
Kong Skull
common.
Island.
Yeah.
comes
That's a
first.
very cool take, actually.
And I don't even think that Sim will be against it. I think that he will also say that, like this is like the second best. Even if he doesn't really like it, because here's the thing, like Kong Skull Island is like a different story.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, sure, but like if you
It's
have
more of a
to compare
reboot
them to the
rather than a
classics,
remake.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
like it's a different thing, but I still love the movie nonetheless.
Yeah, me too.
Also, speaking of Skull Island, we went back and finally, for the first time, watched the 1976 version.
Oh yeah, you did mention that. It's been years since I seen it, but I remember not being into it since it was so freaking long. Which
Yeah,
is
I
ironic
never-
Is that the
which
one?
is ironic considering King Kong 05 is longer.
Yeah, there was
Is the
some.
70s one the movie that has like the stupid ass snake, and that's like
Yes.
it? Is
Yeah, the
Yes.
snake
ew,
and
disgusting.
yeah,
And then of course you
I
have
mean,
Kong climbing the
yeah,
Twin
I've always
Towers.
struggled with that one, with the '76 film. Not in terms of like the length, but just something about the film, that movie that was me go.
I mean, it's boring as hell. Like I was a little kid when I watched it. I had watched the 2005 version, right? So
Yeah.
I went and I rented this one, thinking, "Oh, that's the one. It's King Kong." Then I see him like on the Twin Towers. Sorry, fuck. Because do you remember, guys, that the poster had Kong on the Twin Towers?
Well,
Yes.
yes, because
Yeah.
the Empire State Building
That-
was no longer the tallest building
It
in New
feels
York at the
so
time.
like
And
Exactly,
plus,
yeah.
they was
It-
trying to be more contemporary to that time period versus
And it's funny enough that also you had Godzilla and Megalon doing the same shit, but for completely random reasons. Anyway, the
Yeah.
thing
what
is, I saw
Godzilla?
the cover.
Wait, what Godzilla?
Godzilla
versus Megalon.
Godzilla versus Megalon cover.
There's a
for
poster
US.
for
Yeah.
Godzilla versus Megalon
Oh,
that was
yeah,
for the
that's right.
U.S. Yeah.
Nine up the
Talk
Twin
about false
Towers.
advertising right there, because there's
Yeah.
no New York scene.
Yeah.
At least I can say that the villain of the 1976 version was entertaining as hell. Unlike
Yeah.
yeah.
Even if he
I'm
was
still
kind
willing
of
to give it a rewatch, though. I'm willing to get my hands on the Blu-ray and actually watching the extended cut.
yeah. The 1976 version is fun. It's a guilty pleasure of mine. I wish there were more animals on it, but it's a decent movie. It's a decent movie.
Yeah.
As
I
for
mean,
Kong '05, it feels special to be born in the same year as a King Kong movie. Even though I wished I was born in the year a Godzilla movie came out, I would gladly take 2005 being the year when the best Kong movie was, since the best remake and possibly for many years to come, to be as the same age as me.
You're also as old as Chicken Little, so there's that
Oh,
too.
that.
And I'm as old as
This was my
Jurassic Park
first
3
kaiju
and
movie I've
Shrek.
ever seen. Even
I
though
was-
Kong isn't technically a kaiju, but just a prehistoric
He's a
animal.
kaiju in our hearts.
Yep.
He's
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
bigger
because
than a
Showa
kinda.
era
man.
and Monsterverse.
He is
that's
bigger
for
than
sure.
a man, so he qualifies.
The only
bigger
Kong
than a
movie
man, so
we
that's-
released in the Millennium era.
Cool.
Like the funny thing is that I also like the fact that I was like 5 to 6 at that time, because it means that when normally you have like those memories that your parents tell you about, and it's like, you were there too, and it's like, I was 3, I don't remember shit. This was cool as hell, and I don't remember it. Like that sucks. But at least when you're like 5 to 6, it's like, yeah, I remember that, because I still remember going to the cinema. I still remember the fucking smell. I remember that the trailers for King Kong 2005 were, and I promise that this could be misremembering, but also they did weird shit like that sometimes. It was on Cartoon Network. They had like teasers
That's
for
Yeah.
Kong.
Teasers
insane.
on Cartoon Network.
I know,
Whoa.
right? Because so here's the thing: in Cartoon Network, at least for my country or my continent, because I understand that maybe in some places it's different. They even show the live-action Star Wars movies, like the
Well,
first trilogy.
like here in the States, like Cartoon Network has also had a history of putting out live action. Here's a fun fact: they actually aired Jurassic Park 3 once, like the entire film.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've
They even
also
like
aired
edited
many,
down some
many
of the
anime.
scenes. Like they cut down they trimmed down a bit of the T-Rex and Spinosaurus fight.
Wow.
Mhm.
They also aired many anime, but that's a different topic for another day.
Well, that's Toonami, but yeah.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
Toonami
Yeah.
at 5.
So
That's like
before
a,
we, I was
I'm
just gonna
related.
say, before we begin, are we going to talk about the production of the film, or i.e. they were talking about the 1996 version of the movie before we got here?
I think we're just going to be talking about the stuff that happened in the
Whoa, 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 whoa,
movie.
I mean
It's
that's a
not your
very valid
screen,
point
guys.
that needs to
That's
be
up
made.
to Sea Monster to decide.
Yeah, we're mainly just going to talk about the movie, really,
Mhm.
not so
No.
much the production history. Like,
Unless there's like some like interesting tidbits about it.
Okay.
I'm assuming.
Anyways, tell that to V-Rex's broken jaw.
What?
Okay.
okay,
Okay.
It's a jab at Chris Duckman's "Tell That to Zod's Snapped Neck," but
I
in the
mean, I don't
comic
really watch
context.
Chris Stuckman, so that
I think that no. Who watches him? Like
I
for
don't.
real?
That's for
Like
sure.
he's so. Yeah,
I mean,
exactly. So
apparently
no
a
one
lot
really
of people,
gets it.
apparently still a decent amount of people, but he's certainly fallen off in the last couple of years.
Especially with his
Yeah,
new
it's
movie.
just that he has become like very. You cannot count on him to save your money, right?
Yeah,
Like if he's not
Yeah.
gonna tell you whether the movie's bad or boring.
yeah,
then-
yeah. Needless to say, like even at, like compared to how he was like 10 years ago to how he is now, it's just kind of staggering in terms of like his presentation. In fact, funny
Yeah.
thing enough, my first Sea Monster live stream where I responded to videos was devoted to Chris Stuckman's like reviews on the MonsterVerse films, and you
Oh,
could
boy.
you in chronological order you could just tell like how we just like went from like a man who at least
Oh,
had
yeah.
some level of passion for what he's talking about to a guy who sounds like he just wants to
Now, to be fair, the guy did have twins as a first-time parent. That must be draining as hell.
No, I mean that's
That's part of it, I think, but at the same time, yeah, no, there's something weird. Like, there's
Yeah.
something really weird that we don't know. Like,
I mean it's
I
kind
think
of
that
yeah, I mean even that has nothing to do with well that doesn't necessarily have to do with like him just being like I don't want to bash films anymore.
But what
He
about
probably,
Jeremy Johns?
the way I see it, is probably he sees it more as like a means of like a paycheck now, since he has to like take responsibilities now.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
Yeah.
That's like what AVGN like gone through, since he's like a father too.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
he still manages
Wait,
to
but
like have.
what about people like Jeremy Johns?
well,
we
Jeremy
don't talk
Johns
about
is
him.
kind of like a different tier entirely. Like because Jeremy Johns isn't that interested in making films. He's interested in talking
yeah,
about
he-
films.
he just
reviewer.
likes talking about movies. Yeah, it's his hobby.
Yeah,
You
he
can
actually
tell that.
enjoys. He still enjoys talking about movies even to this day. Like even if he has some weird takes, on occasion, like he at least is willing to at least when he sees a movie that he considers to be terrible that he hates, he'll at least tell you that's terrible.
Okay, guys.
Yeah,
Imagine a Chef Productions Peter Jackson movie ranking.
Oh God,
No.
please.
I don't know Jafar Productions. Like, I don't know who that is. I recognize the name a little bit, but I don't know.
He's the
who-
funny crab man that I like to call him funny crab man. He's the one who thinks that
Disney's
the one who
Dinosaur
thinks
is
that,
the worst dinosaur. Is the worst Disney movie according to him.
yeah, he thinks that Disney's Dinosaur is the worst Disney movie ever made. Like above others.
Yeah.
I want to
I
punch
will
him in
say
the face
this,
so
though.
bad for that opinion.
Yeah, I will say this though, he was at least allowing people to make many responses to his Disney movie ranking and tell him why he was wrong. At least he does respect people's opinions, that's for sure. And isn't all snarky about it.
Unless you're a bad
Yeah.
guy fan.
Kind of like the guy who did the thing with -1. Actually, I think right today he made a video explaining that he got things wrong.
Oh yeah, that's right, I sent it cinema.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
we'll see how that's looking. Hey, on Minecraft.
Hey, Minecraft.
Well, he just kind of showed.
Minecraft.
Well, yeah. I mean, it was a comment from. But anyways, let's. Yeah, I guess we'll just kind of get into talk about the film. I will say it's not. It doesn't. This doesn't necessarily need to be a play-by-play. Like I have some. I have some notes of stuff that I want to discuss, but talk about whoever just. But if anyone wants to bring something up about the movie, go right ahead.
I was just gonna say, are we going to talk about the setting of the film, i.e., the Great Depression? The 1930s of New York.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can talk about that. I
It's
definitely really like how the movie does kind of illustrate, through visuals, as well as like just through montage, just kind of showcasing the setting. That obviously that's not just like a callback to the original film. Obviously, I mean it is, but it's
And-
mainly just to set up like why Ann Darrow's going to end up in the situation that she's in.
And it's kind of funny how both Kong 05 and Godzilla -1 take place during their respective original films time periods. Kong 05 takes place during Great Depression of New York, and -1 takes place in post World War II Japan.
Well, the original did too, but
Yeah.
it happened sooner.
I mean, true.
Well, I mean, the general idea is like Congo 5 took place in the Great Depression, like the original, and -1 came out during took place in post-war Japan, like
just like Gojira.
Yeah, that's kind of what I think. That's what 05 was trying to say.
Yep.
Oh, and we got. Speaking of, the world of Minecraft. Here he is.
Hello,
Chicken
hello,
Jockey.
hello,
Jockey.
What's up?
Jockey.
hello, Minecraft.
It's the
Hello.
birthday boy.
Oh, it's your birthday today?
Hey!
No, my birthday's tomorrow.
Happy birthday. I'm sorry for not
No,
remembering.
no, my birthday is going to be tomorrow.
Oh, well, happy
I have a
birthday.
question for you.
Okay,
Happy
okay, so Nico will forget tomorrow.
Shit.
Shut up,
Minecraft
wow.
World. What's your favorite Kong movie, MC?
Kong Skull Island. It's
All
the
right.
film. It was my first kaiju movie theatrically, and one of the films that helped me get into the wider genre. So
All right, that's fair. But
yeah.
it's Kong
I
05
also-
that's my
Hey.
favorite Kong movie because it was my first kaiju film I've ever seen. I know I said it before.
Oh, really?
Just wanted to say that to you, MC. This was my
Nice.
first kaiju movie ever seeing, and coincidentally enough, it was made in the same year I was born.
Same.
Great.
In fact, it released December 6th is when it released, right?
Yeah, today, 20 years ago.
Well, actually, I think it was. Let me
December
see.
14th.
December 14th, actually.
Okay,
but
well, at least close to it.
So it released a week after my birthday. Hilarious.
A week after you were born, Minecraft.
Wow.
It was destiny.
Although I'm
At that
definitely
time, I
much
was
older than this
4.
film.
That's crazy to think about. I was 4 at the time.
I was only, let me do the math. I think I was only 10 months old when this movie was released.
I was either 2 or 3 years when this movie came out.
Damn.
Yeah.
I was 11 when the film came out, and I saw it in theater when it was in theaters.
Wow,
So
you're
I'm
much
old.
older than us.
Yeah. So basically, and let me just put it this way: like the experience that I had watching it, it was kind of like what I imagined what people had when they saw the original Jurassic Park in theaters. Like it was just like a wow.
Oh my God,
This-
I envy my
See-
older
see,
brother
Monster.
so
Me.
much.
For
because
me,
of-
that's
You're
like,
old.
Yeah.
I know.
For me,
I
It
got
means you're
his
gonna
several
die soon.
Masters and Unk. He's a certified Unk.
And I
I-
might as well be the second
I
Unk.
think Congo 5 for me was the second King Kong movie I watched. The first one I watched was the original King Kong versus Godzilla, and I remember I first watched the extended cut. I've seen this movie a total of 4 times. Um, twi- the extended cut 3 times in the original version once. I remember when I first watched the original version, I saw that some of the scenes from the extended cut were missing. I was really confused. Like, wait, where are the scenes that I had? And then I looked into it, and oh, there's 2 versions.
Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah.
yeah. It's like
Yep.
it's the Pew Jack way of
I
like
think
having
it's funny how both the remakes of King Kong have extended cuts. It's very funny to think about
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Well, for me,
Oh,
I grew up being introduced to the original King Kong and then the 2005 remake. So I managed to grow up with both films, and I consider both of them to be one of my favorite movies of all time.
Yes,
Yeah.
I
I
Yeah.
didn't like ever watch 1933, but I knew about it because I like Jurassic Park, right? And
Yes.
there
yeah
was a documentary that they recorded on TV for me. Remember when VHSs could record TV? That was nice.
Yeah.
So someone recorded one of those, and they were talking about the special
yeah.
effects, and they of course started talking about King Kong, right?
Well,
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I always
because
knew that this thing existed, but I never. Well, first of all, I
Yeah.
couldn't watch it even if I wanted to because I lived on a fucking island forgotten by God. But also because they probably
honestly,
didn't
that
even have it in Spanish.
honestly, the fact that you were living on an island, on a quote island forgotten by God, is kind of poetic in relation to
Yeah.
King
As
Kong.
oh
for
my
me,
god,
so
Anyway,
have you
yeah,
seen
so
And
Kong
look at my
now?
guys,
profile picture.
How is he? How is he doing?
so
And look at my
so
profile picture.
Yeah.
do you guys want to know
Maybe.
my his? I was
Oh
just
What are
yeah,
gonna
you
yeah.
gonna
say,
say?
you guys
Oh,
want to know my history with this movie?
yeah.
sure.
Go
So
ahead.
I'm probably one of the minority of people who has not watched this movie in theaters because I was a kid from kindergarten, and because that
I mean,
I
I
was
didn't
young
see
at
it
that.
theatrically either, but
Yeah,
Me
yeah.
neither.
That's so. Yeah. So my first real time I saw a glimpse of this movie was the fight between Kong and the V-Rex when it was on the old YouTube platform, and because that I was so enthusiastic about this movie. Uh, m for those of you who don't know, my first kaiju movie wasn't King Kong. It was the remake of the Mighty Joe Young movie from the 90s, and because
ooh,
that
Hmm.
was I kind of viewed this movie, who I didn't know was the remake of the original 1943 film, as like this some kind of a new version of My Joe Young, and because that I
Yeah.
wanted to see what this movie was about, and lo and behold, the movie was gonna come out, was start airing on TV in my place. This was like a huge event for my family because me, my sis, my dad, my mom, we all got together and we basically had popcorns in our living room and watched the movie and we were both excited, laughing, horrified for our existence, scared, but also saddened by what happened at the end of the movie. It was
Yeah.
genuinely an event film in our family, you know?
Yeah, it's like a canon event if you watch this as a fucking kid because I was in the cinema and like this movie made me racist. Okay?
What?
Like
wait,
this movie like the beginning
Also,
of this
what?
movie made me
What?
racist for a couple of years. Yeah, I was so
also,
scared. I was so
also,
scared by the islanders that I was like, no, no. Also, I was living in the
yeah,
Antarctic, so I had never seen a black person in my life. So you
yeah.
can
Oh my
understand that
I was,
god.
my first
I was just
exposure.
God.
Yeah,
Oh
I
Uh,
my
was going to say right
god.
now, the movie, the second time I watched it, it genuinely, undeniably traumatized me as a kid.
See, for
Be-
me,
The thing,
oh
no, I was just gonna say, the movie traumatized me both the Naeus and the infamous book scene. That's
Oh yeah,
yeah,
we'll get to
alone.
that. We will
yeah.
get to
Oh
that.
I
oh
yeah.
was
yeah,
just
we'll
about
get
to
to that.
say,
We'll
like
we'll get to that when we get to there.
every time I would watch this movie, I would always, except for my most recent rewatch, I would always skip over the bug sequence
Ah.
Really?
because
Oh
of
wait,
As
wait,
for
Yeah.
wait.
me,
oh
I
god.
forgot. I
as
forgot.
for me, I'm someone that usually prefers dinosaurs over primates because primates aren't really the type of animals that I obsess over. But the moment I
Yeah.
saw the Kong fighting dinosaurs, which is something I absolutely adore, I of course was hooked into it as a little kid. I just remember just seeing Kong fighting the dinosaurs and then Kong getting captured from the island. And yeah, I definitely did not. As I grew older, of course, I eventually got to the bug scenes, and as someone who is annoyed by bugs but does isn't afraid by most of them, I wasn't bothered by that scene. I was completely okay, unlike most of you guys.
Yep.
Well, let's see.
Well,
Well, you seem to have
excuse
more
me,
guts than any of
Princess.
us.
Well, I'm not. I mean, I wasn't Trump. I guess I wouldn't say traumatized by the bug scene, but it's definitely like
Yeah.
pretty much one of the more brutal sequences in the film
Yeah,
because of just how hopeless the whole
Also,
situation is. But we'll get.
yeah.
yeah,
But
like
anyways, let's
how
get to that
Well, yeah,
because
we'll get to there. We'll get to there.
we were
Yeah,
talking we were talking about
before-
the movie being set in the 30s and how
Yeah.
the film establishes that fact.
Before we get into the film itself, I would like to shout out Unnatural History Channel's video on the World of Kong History of Skull Island.
Yes.
He did a really good breakdown on that book. Sadly, the book is out of print, but if you want a history on like the world building and the island itself, I highly recommend checking out his video. It is amazing. It is
Yeah.
absolutely amazing.
Not gonna lie, a part of me wishes that he would do like a follow-up video discussing about the Monster versus version of Skull Island.
Ah, God, the MonsterVerse would be a lot of things.
No, I'm sorry. No disrespect to MC and Nico, but
Oh
even
boy, here we
even
go.
though the MonsterVerse Skull Island, don't worry, I'm not trying to be
No,
sarcastic.
I get it. No, like, because the MonsterVerse's like whole world building and
Is a-
history,
is a
the
lot
biology
more.
is probably the easiest thing to get, and even then it's out, and even then what goes where is all over the place. Things are being classified as titans,
Okay,
left, right, and center.
Okay,
I
back
will
to
say
what I was
one
saying.
more thing on the matter. I still hate that they retconned the Triceratops. Like,
Yeah,
I'll
it's-
never get over that.
It's a tricera worm. Anyways,
Don't
No,
remind me.
Okay,
here's
wait.
the thing. They say that they retcon it and they can do whatever, but the thing is,
Okay.
until that's on film, you can ignore the shit out of them because it's so stupid.
Okay, as I was
Fair
saying,
enough. It's still a Triceratops to me.
Let's continue.
Yeah.
As I was saying, MonsterVerse Skull Island, theoretically should be a lot more scarier. Since they're much bigger the the other fauna and the other Skull Islands, and yet there's not a single scene in Kong Skull Island that I would say is as terrifying as aside from the Iwi intro.
I don't
Where
think
they,
it's supposed to be scarier
I know.
because
I
they're
think
bigger.
Kong Skull Island is supposed to be a much more lighthearted movie.
Yeah,
No, it's not even
still-
lighthearted. It's
That's not
just,
even.
I mean,
And the
yeah,
skull
it's
crawlers,
not even.
the skull
I
crawlers,
would compare it. I
they're
would compare it a lot to.
the only
I compare it a lot to the Mummy remake, where
yeah.
yeah, it's more lighthearted, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have horrific moments. Hell, I would say the Skullcrawler is just as intense or terrifying in how in like what its implications are in comparison to something like the V-Rex.
I respectfully disagree. The only thing that you
We've
could
got
say
at
is
length
kind of
we've got at length
somewhat.
about how you feel about the Skullcrawlers, so
Yeah,
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm just
well,
giving you
and
my
let's,
opinion.
and I don't want to, and we pretty much
Yeah, let's
should.
not derail it too much.
Yeah.
Let's not
All
derail
right.
it too much.
Yeah, I mean,
Just
even
gonna
though it is
say-
Kong related, let's just kind of,
Yeah.
let's kind of like,
All right.
stay
Anyways,
on.
just want to say 05 Skull Island is much scarier. Okay, let's move on.
I mean, I can agree with that, sure, but not as a disparagement to 2017 Skull Island. But anyways, all right. So yeah, so we just I guess started talking about like the setting and how the movie kind of like it essentially does really well at sort of showcasing why like how Ann Darrow's going to end up being in the place that she's at with her vaudeville gig being shut down, and how that kind of facilitates the the rest of her story going forward. because of the Great Depression going on and how everything is kind of shit,
Woohoo!
except
We're
for
out.
people who can afford to, like the guy she was trying to meet up, trying to talk to, after her vaudeville place got shut down.
Yeah, actually, it shows why everyone will be so desperate as to go into like whatever island that they don't really know about.
Yeah, or even a whorehouse, like
Yeah.
like the guy tries to send Anne to, but she's all like, no.
Yeah, that was.
Nah, I'd
that
rather
was
starve
funny.
than deprave myself.
Mhm.
At this point, you had better chances on the streets than like doing that.
So I have a question about Carl Down's introduction to the movie and his talk with the film producers on his talk with the film. My question is, how did he manage to find the map of Skull Island?
I think he.
I don't think that's. Oh yeah, you first.
I believe he mentioned this like later on, like he found it somewhere, or like he found it from like a shipwrecked person who like actually been there and was like washed up somewhere, like in Asia, like like specifically around that kind of like territory, since it's supposed to take place in the Pacific.
Yep.
Like he says that later on.
Yeah,
It's in
yeah.
the
It's
South
yeah,
Pacific.
he says something about it, like that. I definitely remember the original kind of establishing that he found it from someone who got a ship who was kind of like from a shipwreck. Like shortly the following day, he got the map from that guy. But like the remake, I think he may have got it from somewhere. There could be a line there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm ready to comment from Vic. It says King Kong too long.
King
GSK
Kong
too short.
Ah, ha, ha.
Haha.
Yeah. I will say, like, there is like the scene where Anne. I mean, just to kind of like backtrack a little bit, we'll get back to the introductory scene of Denim. Yeah, I will say, like the last conversation that Anne has with the old gentleman who's pretty much she pretty much says like you're all I've got. When he says like I'm moving back to Chicago, right afterwards he kind of like starts telling her like, oh, ever since you've been small, everybody's been letting you down. And when you thought things are going well, fate comes along and snatches it away, but not this time. It's a bit. I will say I do think it's a bit clunky in terms of like trying to like establish like Anne's like a kind of girl who who kind of had who's had it tough, like not just during the Great Depression but even before that. Like she's always been struggling. I wish there was like a better way to present that fact than just to kind of have like laid it out on us, by a character who pretty much him telling her that would just be like, well, she would be like, yeah, I kind of figured that, but
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, that's one of those things where it's like, how else could you do that? Like if that's so important, to establish that. Like it will take some time for you to do it organically, so it's like, might as well just make it quick.
yeah. Just saying it could have been a little better, but anyways, the Denim introduction. As far now, I pretty much know that Zim is not a fan of this movie.
What?
especially-
He doesn't
why.
like this either?
Yeah.
Well,
What?
he's
That's
I don't know
especially,
why.
Jesus.
from what I understand, he's especially not a fan of like how this movie does Carl Denham, from what I recall, because like it's very different from the original. Like
I
he's
mean,
Yeah,
Carl,
there was
I
an
think Carl
entire-
So,
Denham-
so he already doesn't like two of the best remakes ever made: King Kong 2005 and Godzilla 98.
Oh, come
How?
on. Why?
oh my god!
Wow.
Wow.
No,
Wow.
never. I am
98
Wow.
is
Team
not a
Anti-Godzilla
remake.
1998 forever. I am on Zinzilla's side on Anti-Godzilla 1998. That's for sure.
Bros.
But
I mean, you
wow.
don't.
Wow. Buddy. Wow. What do you
You
mean
are
that
I'm sorry, but I
Wow.
could at least understand why he doesn't like
You are
98, but
a
he has no
fucking
excuse
heretic.
for Congo 5. He has
Yeah,
Actually,
no-
exactly.
What the
Actually, I would
hell?
say some of his criticisms are incredibly valid. But that's besides the point. I'm going off memory here, so
But
pardon
wow.
if I don't say much.
Well, my guy, what do you mean that 98 is a remake of 1954?
I know that was the joke.
What?
That was the joke.
It's a joke.
Yeah.
I
It's
mean,
a
if you
joke,
want to,
boy. You
if
missed
you
it.
want to get down
Flew
to
right
it,
over you.
technically he is right.
What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
kind of. It's more
Microphone,
like a
be
reboot
glad that you're in a
thing.
different continent. Otherwise, I will come for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this time, I'm not
Uh,
bailing you out of jail, Lau. You're gonna stay there
Actually,
forever.
first of all, I own the jail, okay? So I leave whenever the hell I want, and when I go in, they give me the VIP suite, okay? So, second of all, I wanted to ask you guys something because here's the thing: like, I always heard people complaining about Jack Black in this movie.
Yeah.
I never really thought that he was a problem. I don't really care if he's different from the original. I still think it works here.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
was
he's
gonna
still a
say
piece of shit.
he does a
Yeah.
pretty good job in the film, all
Yeah,
things
I mean, considering
Yeah.
that I did watch having watched the original right before, rewatching the original right before rewatching '05, the '05 film, I could say like, like the original Carl Denham is a bit different. Like he's pretty much definitely not to the same degree as Jack Black's take on Carl Denham.
For
But
one
what I would
thing,
say is
he's
like,
more charismatic.
right. I mean, well, they both have charisma. It's just that there is like Black's Carl Denham is like going at is in a different angle than the original Carl Denham in terms of like how he's characterized, as well as like how the events of on Skull Island kind of like alter them, change them essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Because like
Yeah, and to be fair, it's not even like Jack Black is doing like that thing when actors do, like for example, Will Smith almost always just acts as Will Smith, right? And
Yeah, I
lately,
mean,
Jack Black is
he-
mostly just acting as Jack Black, but in this
Yeah.
movie, I never felt
I
that way. So,
I mean, to
I
be fair, this was
personally,
like early on in his career. Like this is
yeah, this was
relatively early.
yeah, this was really early into his career. Personally, I don't mind Jack Black acting like Jack Black. Like even when he does play an antagonistic role, like in Bowser in the Mario movie, it's still a lot of fun to watch.
oh no, I
Um,
was saying that he didn't do that in this movie. At least
yeah,
me, like
but
that.
like
So I
Yeah.
never
yeah, that's what I
understood
mean.
the complaints.
That's what I mean.
Ah,
That's what
okay.
I mean.
Yeah, he wasn't.
Seeing it here, yeah, it may be surprising in retrospect considering Jack Black's career, but it's like it's kind of
That being
refreshing.
said, though,
And
same can be
and
said about Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
well, I mean that's
Well,
different
to be
conversation.
yeah, that's different because Wayne never acted in his entire life until like his most recent movie now, I think. But before
Yeah.
that, he has always played himself, or
Yeah.
he's
Until
Dwayne,
yeah, and in The Rock's recent film, he did act like somebody else and not just himself.
yeah,
And
he
I
made a drama film
yeah.
this year, I think. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and then
Anyway,
I do like, and I do think his Jack's role as Denham is much better than a majority of Jack's other roles in other movies, with the exception of course, Kung Fu Panda.
um, no, I'll give you that. I'll give you
Wait,
that.
what about Kung Fu Panda?
Kung Fu Panda was a better role. I'll give you that.
Yeah, like
I
I
do
said that.
I do agree with Zim's criticism that I feel like Jack Black's that Carl Denham is somewhat undercooked. Like, or at least he the seeing of the error of his ways comes a little bit too half baked. Um which I do feel like, and this does come to the boat scene. I feel like the boat stuff, like everyone says that that's the weakest part of the film, and I wholeheartedly agree
Yeah, I will agree, but
because
it does help.
there's so many other characters that it sets up that it feels like
yeah.
it neglects our primary antagonist a lot.
The thing is, though, is like like you said, like so. What do you mean when you say Carl Denham's, seeing the error of his ways, was half baked? How would
Well,
you?
he never gets really punished. Is that what Sim says? Like he never
That's
actually
not
gets
what
punished
Zim
for.
said. I feel like the madness attempt, and then Denham coming out of that madness with the whole "it was beauty that killed the beast" line. came across as like a snap of his fingers.
Oh yeah, I guess
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah. It always
what,
Yeah.
felt like a little
Granted,
bit too poetic.
what
I would also levy a similar criticism. The thing that hurts it a little bit more here is that the film had time to expand on that madness and to expand on Jack's, I guess, give him a heftier conflict or something. But it really didn't do that.
Yeah, well, I mean, like considering like the fact that Carl, he like we see like ultimately the experience on Skull Island has sort of like he's kind of been getting more and more dehumanized essentially in terms of like he's straying away from even the kind of man that he typically is, which already not that great of a guy. In fact, he even may even come up as he's even a bit of a bit of a con artist, at the start of the film when he's like trying to have the venture like sail off before the police and the producers show up to get his ass. But the experiences on Skull Island like dehumanize him to where he would just like he's even with like it's not in the theatrical version, it's only the extended, but like at the end of the Pteranodon sequence where one guy like gets gobbled up by the Pteranodon, like Carl's like actually was just checking to see if the camera's okay because they were in water, and he's like just spinning the reel and doing the filming. He's like, okay, it's working, thank God. And he's like doing it while the guy gets eaten, and and he's just like he's sort of unfazed by it. And then him losing the camera, then he loses the camera, and that results in him just. Hold on.
I was just gonna say, and Lumpy had a rightful reaction to what he just did. Lumpy, when he's watched Carl Denham look up his camera right then, trying to help a fellow crew member escape from Pteranodon,
Well, no, Lumpy. What Lumpy pretty much said after the crew member got killed, while Carl was still filming, he was like, "You think you got that? You think you got that?" In like a way of like, wow, dude, really? Like that was like a potentially a buddy of mine that just got killed, and you're filming that for your movie.
We're
It's
basically filming a snuff tape. Basically.
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like a snuff thing. And yeah, he loses the camera. He obviously crawls out. They get out of the bug pit, and he's all like, "No, we can still come out of this. Okay, we just, once Jack gets Anne, Kong will just follow them back to us, and we'll just set up a trap." Like Carl even like using Jack, his screenwriter, as and Anne, like his actress, as bait to get Kong for Kong to like just grab Anne and kill Jack. But obviously, that's luring them to try to get Kong to sort of follow them to the village so that they can capture Kong.
which
And
sadly they didn't appear in that sequence.
yeah, it's a little. The
Didn't
Skull
appear in what
Islanders are
sequence?
the Skull Islanders are nowhere to be seen during the sequence where Kong gets captured.
Yeah, I will
Which
say
is
that
pretty
is weird.
confusing considering that in the original we got to see him one more time before he caused some rampage.
Yeah, I mean it is a little strange. You could. Yeah, it's possible that you could potentially infer that they just like scared them off, or even just like Englehorn, while they were there, they just like get the fuck out, like essentially like evicted them away.
Yeah.
But
Out of the sharks.
yeah, I mean, like considering that like he showed up, like the first time he showed up, he was like gunning down one of the natives before he could kill Carl because the natives were pretty much like. From Englehorn's perspective, the natives were like were pretty much killing everybody that were on the island. We're killing them, and so the second time that that him and the rest of the crew show back up with guns, firing in the air when Anne gets sacrificed to Kong, then the natives are like, oh crap, like they're just gonna keep coming back, so we're just gonna bolt essentially. Now again, this is like total inference, but there's some room to at least interpret that may have been what happened.
So, like in summary, There are some issues with maybe Jack Black's character, but it's mostly it's not that there's something necessarily like fully wrong with what is on screen. It's mostly what's not really there, what's missing. It's like his arc is kind of not really fulfilled or
Well, I
complete.
mean, there's even
Like,
there's also the whole thing of when Carl presents Kong, at the on stage, and then Kong is like starts breaking out. There is like this whole like he does kind of like he's like there's like a shot of him just like standing in shock after Kong escapes. Before and obviously, and that's the last we see of him before the Beauty Kill the Beast scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, and and the film even sort of like has it where Jack is all like, that's the thing about Carl, like he has like this unwavering ability to destroy the things he loves. Like essentially, like Carl just like making a spectacle, like out of like the fact that like out of like the adventures on Skull Island that were like horrifying when they actually happened, but he's just like putting it up for a show essentially on
Maybe that's
stage.
his way of coping.
Yep.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's kind of like coping, and Preston and Jack kind of see through the bullshit. That it's like, yeah, he's putting up a show, and Anne she just turned him down flat to even show up.
And not to
And that-
mention, even Bruce Baxter was there along with it.
Yeah, Bruce Baxter's like the one guy who would just show up, just like, hey, like, yeah, sure, I'll.
he is like the
So
actor,
Bruce
right?
Baxter, you say?
Yeah,
Like-
he's the one that looks like Seth MacFarlane.
He's
Isn't-
played by Kyle Chandler, who
Yeah,
normally
the guy
just-
from King of the Monsters. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
and then
Mark
Godzilla
Russell.
versus Kong. Ironic, he played in a Kong and a Godzilla movie before being in a Godzilla and Kong crossover. Isn't that poetic?
It's like
Yeah, that
poetry.
is actually kind of funny.
like
Like that
it's
guy
like
who was
poetry,
killed
it
by a
rhymes.
Terminator, Predator, and an alien. Who was that? I
Now
think it
all-
was the actor for
now all we
Hellraise.
need to do is get him into a Gamera film and an Ultraman piece of media. Maybe in the Ultraman
Yes.
Rising sequel. I don't know.
If
If that
only
film
they
ever-
were in the MonsterVerse.
We don't
he-
need the MonsterVerse to be more bloated.
No.
I
Here's the
just
thing:
wanted to feel like an
the
actual
MonsterVerse
cinematic
doesn't
universe.
deserve Gamera.
Nope.
I'd rather
No, I just-
there
Nope.
be
Let
an
Gamera
American
Gamera
Gamera.
shine. Let Gamera shine on his own, please.
I'd rather
I'd
Not only
have
that,
rather
like-
an American reboot on his own.
I
Yeah,
guess
don't let
you-
Gamera
you-
get
you do have a
stained
point.
by the trash of the MonsterVerse.
Okay,
Yeah, I mean,
Too good for it.
If anything,
Yeah.
I would much rather prefer if they sacrificed Jet Jaguar for the MonsterVerse.
Yeah, I'd rather have Jet Jaguar in the MonsterVerse.
Yeah,
Jet Jaguar.
Jet
yeah,
Jaguar. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, speaking of,
Jaga,
little shout out to
the real Moses.
the misconception that King Kong is Jet Jaguar. You ever see those?
That's Germany. Germany did that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like I
for some
remember
reason.
I remember my older cousin telling me, "Did you know that Jet Jaguar is actually King Kong, but in a metal suit?" Like, no,
No.
I believed this, but then the internet came along. It's like, oh, he saw it from this source.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
probably like Germany or something because they always fuck up the names. For example, I think Evira was called Godzilla versus the Monster of Magic in some
Yeah, like-
languages.
All
no,
the
in
German
Germany,
ones.
yeah, in Germany, like a lot of Godzilla movies, just like like they have like the
Frankenstein.
German titles
Yeah,
like Frankenstein.
Frankenstein.
Like what? Like even though Frankenstein's like they have nothing to do with Frankenstein. What is wrong with you?
Exactly.
But anyways, yeah, I mean, I guess the whole question of like how in terms of like whether or not Carl's 5 Carl Denham's I guess I'm sort of like yeah, what do you call it? Like his turn
Faithful?
to like like turn to essentially to kind of just be like like you
Crazy?
get what I mean? Okay. Like the arc he goes on, like where his character ends up by the end of the film, and saying it's a bit half baked. It's like, like I mean, I'm kind of hearing all that, and I'm just kind of thinking, like, well, here's the thing, like like what about the original didn't end with him like sort of being just kind of it's the same thing in the original, like and honestly, and pretty much honestly, and I would say, and I wouldn't consider either the original or its take on Carl, realizing what he did, and the '05 version, realizing what he did. Like I wouldn't consider either of those half baked, really. So it's just I'm just wondering, it's like why the '05 version would be half baked and why the original would get a pass.
I don't know. I
guess
guess
it's
only
because-
time will tell when Zim talks about it.
Yeah.
We're gonna have
I
a
guess
debate.
if-
I'm gonna.
We're gonna have to
destroy Zim.
grill the man. We have to grill the man about
Yeah,
this.
I'm gonna destroy Zim by saying some.
You forget
Look,
he has the
05.
power over the
05.
server.
Remember the last time you
05.
did anything with that?
Yeah, here's the thing.
I'm
Zim
sorry.
has power
Listen,
over the
I know-
server. I have power over the stream. So
Listen, 05. I know you may feel confident in yourself, and I know you're trying to turn in a new leaf, but genuinely remember the last time you tried to do anything.
I
Oh
know.
God,
Yeah, that didn't end
But-
well for you, buddy.
Like,
That
what I do want to say is
did
that
not
actually,
go well.
I think that Sim would be right if you consider again the fact that the movie is so much longer, and it could have closed some of these like aspects of the character a little bit better with all the time it had.
Hmm.
Okay.
yeah. I guess maybe it's just since I did watch. Obviously, I watched both of them back to back, and I have noticed Carl's development from over the course of the '05 film, during the events on the Skull Island all the way into the stuff in New York. There's significantly more. There's already there's significantly more of it than original. I don't even. So I'm just I don't know. I'm just a bit. I'm perplexed, really. How you say, the remake didn't do with Carl in terms of his development any more than the original did. It's that's not no. It's that's not true. It just watching the two films back to back. If you ask me, the remake did more. It actually
Exactly.
did. And it has, and yeah, sure, you can actually attribute to the fact that it is longer, and so they were able to, flesh them out more. And again, this is not meant to disparage the original in any way, but
Exactly.
I will say, this film is, I would consider this film to be better.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
I
that's
will
a
agree in
take.
some ways.
Obviously, I did notice, did mention the clunky dialogue bit about Anne, and there's another thing that I'll address later in the remake. That's kind of that could have been better, and the original that could have been done better. That the original did account for better, but we'll get to that.
Also, Vic also says too long though.
GXK is too short.
You can't
though.
appreciate. You have no appreciation for the long, Vic. All right.
All right, Vic, why don't you come over here to speak your mind then?
Yeah, well. Here's the thing. One of us would have to leave because I can only fit 6 people at a time.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, never mind.
So, are we
Anyways.
going to discuss about the Adventure Crew?
Oh no. Vic said we need an Adam Wingard cut of all 5. Oh please. No.
The
Vic,
Master
Vic.
Baker.
Listen, Vic. If we get that, the cut's gonna be twice the length. Remember how long the original version of GVK was?
Yeah. It's even gonna be longer.
5
point-
hours of footage.
At this
Yeah.
point, it
To
might
be
as well
fair,
it might as well be a mini series.
No,
one thing that I did want to say is that
it might as well be
since-
Zack Snyder's King Kong.
Exactly.
what I was going to say is that GVK might have so much footage just because the guy didn't know what the fuck he was doing, and he recorded a lot of material just in case he needed to bring back some things or fill up some plot holes or stuff like that.
Yeah.
Maybe it was just unorganized instead of actually purposeful footage.
Yeah.
Maybe it could
Yeah,
maybe it would include some stuff left out in the film's novel or whatever.
I'd still like to see the footage for preservation's sake. Like, no matter what it fixes, I'd like to see it.
Yeah,
Me too.
yeah, but like for example, the novelization I think doesn't really add a lot. To be fair, it mostly has people wondering like why Godzilla is coming here and there and stuff like that, and they talk about it a little bit more. So Chandler actually has more of a role,
Yeah,
but that's kind of it.
maybe,
That's it.
or even there could be like an maybe like some. There could even be potentially like an alternate version of the scene with Madison, with like his scene with Madison, at the Pensacola relief center thing.
Yeah,
That's like not as like oh, so why would Mark even think like Godzilla could just just change suddenly like without reason when he pretty much had a whole arc in King of the Monsters, like understanding that what Godzilla's reasoning.
Do I have to remind
Maybe
all of you
because
that
there's
I
just, I
absolutely
mean, not
despise
to
GVK?
derail everything. Like maybe it just has to do with like like
Me
the
too,
events in the
Hoshi.
movie were
Me
so
too.
unprecedented, like with the whole Apex thing. So
But anyways, back
Once
to
again,
Yeah, back
GVK
to
is a train
05.
wreck.
yeah. Well, I mean, again, let's not. I mean, I know it's still kind of con related in a tangential sense, but let's get back to '05, Congo 5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's tempting to talk about Monsterverse, but let's just move away.
Yeah.
we talk about Monsterverse a plenty already, so
Yeah.
let's
Let's
just
talk about the
So
better
for Congo
movie.
5,
oh my god,
any other characters we missed or?
There's Jack Driscoll.
well, I mean,
Oh, fuck.
I think someone wanted to talk about the Venture crew, but I guess
That was me. That was me.
yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
Well, I mean,
Let's talk about the crew.
the funny thing is like Hayes is also is sort of a component to a point that would be regarding Jack Driscoll, because of the fact that this film kind of, and I think this is something that Zim brought up as well, where where Jack Driscoll, Bruce Baxter, and Hayes are essentially like three analogs about John Driscoll from the original.
You mean Jack Driscoll?
No, the original version of Driscoll is named John Driscoll.
Ah.
Really?
Yeah, really.
I
Yeah,
did not know that.
yeah, he's the first mate of the Venture in the original. Yeah, so basically he kind of has the similar role as Hayes in '05 in terms of like part as a member of the crew, but he has like the name of Driscoll, and you got that. And you have like the whole, and you also obviously have the cute little throwback to the original, where you have Bruce Baxter and essentially like saying the same lines as the original, but obviously for a fictional in-universe film that Carl's trying to make. But like, I'm so excited! I've never been on a ship before. I've never been on one with a woman before.
And you know about them women, see?
And one thing
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you guys, since you're American, what's that accent supposed to be?
It's supposed to be
American?
New York.
New
New
York.
Yorkian.
Okay.
Forget about it. I'm walking here, you fucking smoke.
Yeah. Yeah. Get on with
Pepperoni.
it. Get.
Basically, how Danny DeVito talks there.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
But yeah, I guess we could pretty much, I guess we'll kind of go over the crew, because even though the film definitely does give more lines to the crew in the remake than the original ever did. They're pretty straightforward. In terms of like talking, like you got like Lumpy and Choi. Like you got
Yeah.
they're basically buddies, obviously.
You got
That's
Jimmy
my
and Hayes.
crew.
I think the crew is like really good. The thing is, you do need to wonder like how worth it is it to invest like a lot of time on them instead of, for example, like I don't know, like giving, for example, for Jack's character a little bit more like development or whatever.
Yeah, I mean,
Because
I guess you
it's
could
true
say
also that
like,
you don't see them afterwards.
well, yeah,
like
I
they
guess it's
completely
mainly because
disappear.
I guess it's mainly just because the film actually kind of about it. It gives like names and faces to what would essentially be like red in some personality to what would essentially be like red shirts, so that there's like a bit of to like give them like some bit of humanity to them, to where you actually do kind of feel bad for them. Like
Yeah,
when
yeah,
when
and they
Toy
feel
dies,
real
Lumpy's
too.
actually feel and Lumpy's sad about it.
Yeah,
So there's something to that, or when Hayes dies and Jimmy's essentially loses a father figure.
Poor Hayes.
Poor
Yep.
poor Hayes.
Oh
yeah.
man.
I honestly, I wish we had seen Jimmy like when they get back to the US. To be fair, because I did feel like the investment was there, like emotionally, and then they just like out of the story completely. Like I didn't need them to like chase Anne during the CD thing, necessarily, but I feel like no one really, they disappear, and it feels like you're left with like this big hole because like you spend the entire movie with them in the end. So
Yep.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
It's a shame that Jimmy didn't come back in the New York sequence, because otherwise, I feel like he would add more drama to the sequence when Kong escapes from the theater and goes on a rampage.
I mean, you could say he could have died.
Well, he did. Well, here's the thing: he didn't really. Well, Jimmy didn't die because like Jack actually kind of like like helps him like in the water during
He's not moving though. He has his eyes shut. He's like,
he could be
He
he could
was
be out
knocked
of it.
unconscious.
Well, he can be unconscious, yeah, because they did get thrown thrown off a
They
boat by
got the
Kong.
shit through.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, when you
They
get
got the shit
ragdolled like
knocked
that,
out.
you probably are gonna get unconscious at least.
hmm
yeah. I never thought that was dead in all the times I watched the movie.
Yeah, I've never really thought he was dead,
yeah.
but yeah,
Plus, that
anyway,
would have been cheap if he died right there.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's a bit cheaper. Yeah, it would have been cheap if he died right there.
hmm
I will say I do like Anglehorn, quite a bit.
Did we talk about Lumpy?
Lumpy.
yeah.
Well, he's
I
the
think we
cook, and
did.
obviously Andy Serkis playing him, who also
Yeah.
pulled the mocap for Kong. So
And
And then
Caesar.
who went on to become Caesar? Oh my
All
god!
together, strong.
yeah.
Yep.
No.
I mean, obviously Andy Serkis kind of carrying over from working with Peter Jackson in the Lord of the Rings movies, where he
Yeah.
played Gollum. So
You want to know what I hope Andy Serkis portrays as?
But
Gamera.
That'd be a
no,
fun one. That'd be a fun one.
Yeah.
sure, why
hmm,
not?
hmm.
Why not?
Anyways, so are we going to just talk about the scene where Lumpy, along with Anglehorn, talk about the scene of the survivors and how they managed to take a message on Skull Island when they were talking to Denham and Preston?
Oh yeah, when they were like pressing him about like we're not going to Singapore, are we? Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
And then and then Lumpy starts talking about the legend of Skull Island and the wall and the legend of Kong and how the two survivors went mad over
Like,
it.
yeah, he doesn't say necessarily say Kong in name. He just mentions there's legends of a creature, neither beast nor man, but
But
something
something
monstrous.
monstrous. Yeah. A
Yeah,
lion or a tiger.
yeah, it's definitely a pretty definitely upsets up. Like even if you've never seen the original, it does like set up like really well. Like oh shit, what are they in for when they get to this island? I mean. Like obviously, obviously, if you like see like DVD cover of like King Kong and you see like a giant
Or see
gorilla,
all the marketing and advertising.
yeah, you have. I mean, if you ignore the marketing and advertising and you go into it like completely, yeah, I mean, that might be impossible. But
No,
Yeah.
I mean, if you were blind, yeah, it's completely possible.
True.
yeah, I mean, and even then, like you don't even need marketing or advertising for '05. Like the original alone is like one of the most referenced movies ever.
They literally created a bunch of
Mhm.
careers for
It
Sure
everyone.
have.
Yeah,
But
like
in general, this sequence does such a great job of actually building up to Kong and his world and what they're trying to, try to recover.
what they're about to find themselves into, and what they find themselves what they're about to get themselves into, essentially.
They're going to Australia. That's what.
They're essentially going to Australia on steroids.
Very
It's
Oh,
Australia
God.
too.
brutal,
Hmm.
a very dark, brutal, almost Heian era Infinity Castle equivalent of Australia.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
like it basically
Yeah.
they're basically just going to Australia. The fact that there's dinosaurs in it, it's almost just like, yeah, okay, it's not that much of that far of a sleep.
I mean,
It's
Australia
Yeah, I
does
mean,
have the.
too. Electric Boogaloo.
it's the island that it would be close to. That would be the closest analogy. The Cocos Island is very close to Australia, so.
Are there dinosaurs on it? Do we know?
But Australia
Um,
does have the Barunjor.
What?
The what?
The Barunjor.
The
It's a
Barunjor.
cryptid.
Okay, is that a lizard or is it
A
or is it?
dinosaur.
yeah,
I think
Australia
he's
has an
supposed to be saying
interesting.
dinosaur, but
Yeah, Australia has a wide variety of dinosaurs. I need to do some research on Australian dinosaurs.
Well, had dinosaurs.
no,
Yeah,
they still have
had.
dinosaurs. Have you met a
Had.
cassowary?
Yeah, the crocodiles and the parentes.
Crocodiles,
With the
cassowaries,
Komodo
emus.
dragons.
The fact that Australia lost a war against emus.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and the extended cut of King Kong has of Congo 5 has like an emu like creature that they
Yeah,
brought.
goodness.
Yeah, like a terror bird. Yeah.
it's a terror
Yeah.
bird.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll pretty much get to the wildlife and the world building elements of Skull Island in a bit there. But yeah, anyways, I guess we should just get into Jack Driscoll now.
Yeah.
Played by Andrew Brody.
Adrian Brody, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what are your guys' thoughts on him?
He's all right.
I like him.
Yeah, I love him.
I mean,
Yeah,
cool.
really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He serves his job well.
Yeah, I mean, and I guess the broader discussion, like in again, this is like referring to like Zim talk about like how how Jack Driscoll, Bruce Baxter, and Hayes, they're all essentially just like essentially like they took the original version of Driscoll and just kind of like split him into three characters in a way. Where you have like Bruce Baxter, who kind of first of all, Bruce Baxter standing as like I would say he stands as like a subversion of like the hero archetype, where even though he always is playing like a hero in an in-universe film in universe Hollywood films, like he's not very heroic. Like he kind of, which I mean, given the fact that he's on an island filled with dinosaurs, that's like that could just kill him in the blink of an eye, like you can't entirely blame him for focusing on his self-preservation, but there is like a point where you just like, yeah, but you did sign up to try to help Jack and everybody else get Anne back. So at that point, why did you even come with? At this
Yeah,
point,
but then just in case I'm misremembering, doesn't he like save the guys from the bugs?
yeah, like he comes. Yeah, well, he goes. Yeah, they kind of say like he went back. Like when he got back with Engelhort, is like. Like maybe we should probably help with the rest of the guys. I would say it is kind of weird that they didn't like show Bruce Baxter like just sort of having a potential thing. Like shit. All right. Well, if I just get, hopefully, if I can just convince Engelhort to have him and some other guys like just come with to help with Jack. Pretty much would have been nice to see something like that, but then again, I suppose it would have taken away from like the sort of like surprise of like, oh hey, the cavalry is here to save our heroes from the bug pit of hell.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it would have been nice if we saw like how he was able to how Bruce would bring himself to come through, later on.
And then we wouldn't have gotten the spider pit sequence.
True.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you probably still could. Yep. You would just have to like. You would just have to like figure out how to fit the Baxter scene.
Yeah, Vic brought up a good point. Like he did like call out the
He's all Jack is all like, I always knew you weren't like how you were in the films. I just didn't think you would be a coward.
Yep.
That's the line, and that's what leads to him saving them from the bugs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's like probably some tissue that you could have put in to connect the two, I suppose, but all right.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of fine. And even then, like obviously, Bruce Baxter still kind of focuses on his self-preservation. When Kong starts breaking out in New York, like he's like the first to recognize like shit's about to hit the fan. He's like, "Excuse me, I'm coming through. Excuse me, let me through."
Yep.
Yeah, he wasn't stupid. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with
It
the
wasn't
character. I
stupid
think that
at all.
yeah, I think that he's what most people would really truly be.
Yeah, it's like you people are dumbasses.
Yeah, it's like it's just saying, "Oh, I would do something different. I would be better." But yeah, did you actually see a Velociraptor eat someone's head?
Right? No, like
Yeah,
Bruce
like-
Baxter at this point, is you could say he was like a Skull Island veteran at this point.
Yeah.
So he's like
he's been to the trenches.
yeah.
True.
Yeah, he's all like, you guys aren't ready. He's like, yeah, you guys might want to leave. I'm gonna go. In fact, but I'm not gonna stick around to try to help you guys leave. Okay? I mean, Jack and Preston were trying to. People are all like, get your own seat. It's like, no, dumbass, bro. You're about to get killed by a giant gorilla potentially. Well, potentially killed if assuming he breaks out of the chains, which he does.
These chains are off.
The chains are off.
Rah!
And anyway, yeah, and then you have and obviously you got Hayes, who is the first mate of the Venture in the 05 version. Kind of like John Driscoll in the original, but
The
obviously the
second best
subversion.
character. He's the second best character in my opinion in the movie.
True. Is he the
It's-
father figure for Jimmy?
Yes.
Yeah, he's the father figure for Jimmy.
And the one who dies. Ooh.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what I was about to say. He's about you think he's about to go out in a heroic fashion, when he's confronting Kong, but he just pretty much essentially just gets thrown to the side and thrown into the pit.
And do you want to know what the sad part is? Do you want to know how his death was in the video game?
What?
What?
He died while V-Rex was trying to get to Kong. When he was trying to, shoot Kong, V-Rex just stomps him when he was trying to rush to Kong in the most hilarious way imaginable.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, you could say the movie version was kind of a bit more tasteful about killing Hayes off than the game did, because the T-Rex the V-Rex was charging towards Kong and Hayes was just in the way, so he just gets trampled.
Mm-hmm.
So that's but obviously in this film it's a bit more Kong grabs him, even sort of starts crushing him. He's all like, Jimmy, go with Jack. You guys need to go right now. He's trying to get a shot at Kong in the face, but of course, that
He yeets them. He yeets them.
he pretty much yeets him. Yeah, yeah, and he essentially just sort of dies all the other crew members, a lot of the other crew members in of the Venture. Basically, suddenly, unceremoniously, not very Hayes is a bit more ceremonious, but not by much at the end of the day. So, yeah, in fact, Hayes' death is even subtly set up earlier in the film, where during the ship ride to Skull Island, when Carl and Jack are having a conversation below deck about talking about the script, writing the script, Jack is all like, what if the first mate shows up and he has a knife in his back and he drops dead? And Carl's like, wait, we're gonna kill the first mate off? And it's like, oh shit, that's right. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you since this is like from the perspective of someone who's seen this movie multiple times, it's like, oh yeah, they did set up Hayes to die in this scene.
Yep.
It's like it's pretty neat.
So
It's like poetry. It rhymes.
It's like
So-
poetry, right?
wait, question. What are you guys' thoughts on like the scene where Hayes was talking about the book, the Heart of Darkness?
Yeah, I definitely think it's a pretty neat monologue. And I suppose like Heart of Darkness. I mean, I'm not the most familiar with that book. I think I may have been like in a class that talked about it potentially, but just to be safe, like I mean, like what I understand the story of it is like you have like adventurers like going down somewhere, and it's like really really dangerous. And it's like they either die or they just like lose parts of their humanity, I suppose, just in pursuit of something.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of like reflective of primarily Carl, I would say. Like even though he does I mean, well, obviously a lot of people die in the adventure, if you will, on Skull Island. But some of the people who do survive by the end, who do get off the island, they're just like they're pretty much forever changed, essentially, by the experience.
You're gonna have a war PTSD after this.
Yep.
Well, I guess that could be a perfect segue to the island itself, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I have one last. I mean, obviously we want to talk about Jack himself because I was going to get to him now. Obviously, now he's obviously the main character, but he's not the ship. He's not the first mate. He's not an action hero. He's actually just kind of more of like a average guy, like essentially.
Well, a playwright, but an average.
Yeah, he's a playwright. Well, I mean, he's a screenwriter for Carl's film, but yeah, he is a playwright. And he kind of like brings in the subversion of like the hero type from like as we would understand from like a 30s creature feature, essentially, where he doesn't look like your average hero main protagonist, but it's ultimately like he's like the one with like the most amount of courage. I mean, obviously, you still got Hayes. There's a bit of like somewhere of like stuff in all three of these analogs, I suppose you could say. But Jack is obviously the one we primarily focus on because he's the one who actually gets the girl ultimately.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in a story that was told in a worse way, focus on the humans instead of actually, the relationship between King Kong and yeah, he will have been the protagonist normally.
Yeah, I will say now a bit of like segue into like about how the original sort of did it. I will say it was weird that the original film. I will say, well, am I echoing?
Yep, you're echoing.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
You were saying?
Where did that come from?
Right.
Okay.
No, it's fine.
Okay. So, yeah, what was funny about the original King Kong is that they kind of had it where, Driscoll and Ann, they were just like, hey, they're about to get married, during the scene where Kong is like, in chains and all that. Like Carl just announces that they're going to get married. Which is obviously a thing, which I always thought that was strange, and it's just like, what? It's like that's kind of unnecessary. Why do we have to have it where they're just? It seemed like I didn't really spend that much. Like the film didn't really spend that much time, with them in terms of like their relationship blossoming. Like it does a sufficient job, but it was like, but I don't know. I kind of struggled with buying that they would actually get married.
Yeah,
or want to get married,
or at least not right away. At least
right.
Not right away.
I mean, it's certainly right after the events of on the island. So and so the 05 version doesn't do that. Even though it did spend more time actually developing Jack and Anne's relationship before they get to the island. There's still like you still like even with all that development, I still would have had trouble, would have like struggled like buying into like, oh, now they're gonna get married, because like like after they get off the island, after they get to New York, like even with that extra time added, like it would have been a hard sell for me, which is why thankfully 5 film doesn't do that. Like if anything, like Jack and Anne are actually like kind of distant from each other. It's not until Jack is like listening to some of the dialogue that he wrote for the play that he wrote for Anne, being spoken back to him. That he's like that he's gonna, and that gives him like essentially a pause for thought and just go, no, I can't lose this chance. I gotta get back with Anne. And obviously, like, Anne isn't at where Kong is at, so that's why he ends up at Carl's Kong show, essentially, because he thought Anne was going to be there. So yeah, there's that.
Which, speaking of Anne, you guys have any thoughts on this version of Anne Darrow?
Most hottest woman because she was played by Naomi Watts.
That's debatable.
Don't turn this into a gooning session, even though
we're not going to turn this into gooning. No,
you're right, but let's not.
You're right.
You're right, but
you're right. He's right. He's off, but he's right.
He's out of line, but he's right.
He's out of line, but he's right.
He's out of line, but he's correct.
All right, guys, can we go back to the topic on what are your thoughts on
No, gooning session now.
Yes.
Okay, now for real.
Okay,
now for real. I did want to say one thing. That don't you think it's weird how all of these like normal, like the typical grifter that says that oh, we don't have like good female characters, never mention her.
My God.
Everyone like goes to Ripley and shit like that from the 80s and shit, but like no one ever talks about Anne. That's so weird.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's mainly because the original just had it to where she was like a just sort of stigmatized that by having her be a damsel in distress. Even though like there is a bit more to her, like I will say, obviously, I much prefer the 05 version of Anne Darrow over the 33 version. But even the 30, not just because of looks, I want to make it clear, but also because of writing. But I want to say, like, even the 33 version, at least like put in some a bit more work into like fleshing out her character than people would want to give it credit for. It's just that the 05 version obviously doesn't.
Plus, we can't completely disrespect the Scream Queen herself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Face a size 4.
Maybe Kong wouldn't have had to go women like her if he met someone like Ginormica.
No, my.
Okay.
Oh
sorry.
God! If we ever talk about monsters versus aliens, that's gonna be a
no.
That's gonna
I know a certain someone who would be perfectly happy with Ginormica.
Who? Tell me. Who? Tell me.
I ain't snitching on my bro like that. I ain't snitching on my bro.
Okay, is it correct?
Okay, you can say my name. It's okay.
Who I'm talking about?
No, it's not Kuru. It's not Kuru.
Yeah, it's not Kuru. He's always horsing around too.
He's horsing it. He's horsing it.
He's the horse. Kuru's the horse.
Okay. I will say, Naomi. 05 and Darrow's definitely much better characterized here because she's not the damsel in distress, and she actually is perfectly fine with Kong now, and.
I mean, she is to a certain extent, but it's realistic. It's not like she's like brain dead,
Yeah,
like,
she's not. Yeah, she even does like try to just put up like just it gets to a point where she stops putting up with Kong's shit essentially, and sort of like.
Yeah, I think she's the real main character here.
Yeah.
Yeah, she is.
I mean, well, she is a main character, so
She pretty much is. Like her and her connection with Kong is kind of like eventually. Obviously, the film does take a good chunk of time to get to them meeting, but yeah, that is kind of like the point of this particular version. And and you pretty much have the original. Obviously, you got the original that's essentially obviously referred to as a classic example of a Beauty and the Beast story. But I would say like this film is much closer to that, especially where to sticking with the proverb, staying true to that old Arabian proverb, which is apparently fictional, which is not an actual proverb from what I understand, but it's made up for the movie. And lo, the beast looked upon the face of beauty, and beauty stayed his hand, and from that day forward, he was as one dead.
That's still a beautiful quote in my opinion.
So yeah, like if anyone were to try to say like the original kind of stays true to that proverb that is in the essentially the opening text of the original film, then you would have to concede. Then those people would have to concede that this film does it as well. In terms of like Kong is essentially the king of his domain, which is Skull Island, but he's ultimately just sort of done in by fate, because of his, him being the last of his kind and looking for some kind of, and he eventually like finding companionship with Andero, which was something that he never really experienced in his life.
If anything, I think that disproves some of Zin's argument that the tragedy is lost, because the fact that Anne was reciprocating, if not directly.
He said the tragedy is lost?
What? Somewhat.
Yeah, something like that, or at least somewhere
along those lines.
Yeah,
somewhere along those lines. But still, the fact that Anne, even if she didn't fall head over heels for Kong, still actually showed the ape the closest modicum of compassion he's had in who knows how long, and yet the ape still died because of it.
Yeah.
It's the best characterization for Kong.
Yeah, his want for companionship his longing for companionship and finally feeling it is what ultimately does him in when that companionship is suddenly taken away by him, and that's kind of like why he would have it absolutely would have it out for Jack, because he's like the first, like when he wakes up and when Jack was trying to reach for Anne, he sees he's the first. Jack is the first thing Kong sees is like, duh, who the fuck are you?
Please, Supernova, do the same thing for Godzilla, and I will be happy.
Again, it's too early for that. We need to see a trailer first.
We don't even have a trailer for Halo 5. We don't even know what the movie's going to be technically about.
Also, it's the Monsterverse, so don't expect anything.
Don't expect anything.
Don't expect
That's kind of
anything.
harsh, though. That's kind of
Don't
really harsh.
expect this type of writing in the Monsterverse. Don't expect it.
I wouldn't. I'm not expecting the writing quality to be on the level of the first 3 Monsterverse entries anymore. I'm just like, I don't.
I mean, crazier things have happened. Sea Monster. Crazier things have happened.
True. Maybe it will, but I'm not holding my breath for it. I'm just saying, hopefully, it'll be better than the last couple of GBK entries.
And make it a Destroy All Monsters remake.
All 5, please.
No.
Okay.
Wait.
Don't ask for it until we know for certain how Supernova goes.
Sorry.
Let's go back. Let's
go to the island. Let's get
back.
Right, let's go to the island. Let's go.
The island.
Let's go to Australia.
It's funny because you have Skull Island, which is like the second most dangerous island, and then you have the Epstein Island, which is the most dangerous island.
Wait, what's the most dangerous island?
You did not just go there.
What's the
You
most
did
dangerous
not
island?
just go there.
Wait, no. What island are you talking about that's the most
Wait,
dangerous?
you don't know?
No, I don't
Island.
Oh god.
Epstein.
That island.
Oh!
God.
Who's gonna tell him? Who's gonna explain to him?
Is it the island where the natives are Don't want to be left alone.
No, we're talking about
No,
the most
no,
dangerous
that's
island is
Sentinel.
Epstein's Island.
No,
Oh,
Epstein- Hey, now you caught on.
Yeah,
I'm
there you
sorry.
go.
I'm half
I
deaf.
am going.
I'm
No,
half
I'm
deaf.
going to. I'm
Here
going
completely.
to clip. I'm going to clip that and send it to my brothers.
Alright, guys. Okay, can we go back to the subject? Can we go back to
Holy
topic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kong
No,
killed
I'm
Epstein.
sorry. I'm sorry, Lau. That was perfect.
Alright,
That was
back to the
wow.
topic, please.
Okay, well, fine. Let's talk about Skull Island. All right.
Yes.
All right.
Best Skull Island.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I'd say that.
It is awesome. It is an awesome,
It is a
well-realized
nightmare
island.
to be in. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, like it's a nightmare to be on before you even see any creatures, before you even see any natives necessarily. Like just the
Yep.
the creepy vibe to the whole place.
Peter Jackson knows how to make you feel scared about anything.
Yeah, like you see like bones everywhere. It just makes you wonder, like, can you imagine like how bad that place would smell? Considering like they just leave
Oh,
bodies
no.
everywhere.
That would
Yeah.
smell like shit.
Oh,
It would
the
smell like
bug
all
pits.
kinds of ass.
the bug pits
Oh.
alone would be hell to be in.
Oh,
Yeah.
hell no.
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah. Before we get to that, like, how
I
do
would
you?
even smell semen stuff.
Wait, did you say semen?
Oh no!
I really didn't hear what he said. Like for real, what
Oh,
did you say?
Semen, yeah.
05.
Yes.
My guy.
What?
Be glad
What?
I'm not in this country. Otherwise, I would have done some pretty good beating to you, my friend.
Oh, what? What?
Good-
We're gonna...
Good beating.
He's joking.
Oh, no.
Wait,
Yeah.
but for real, what did he say?
Yeah, like what? Can you explain? Do you mean like the sailors?
Sailors. Okay.
Oh yeah. Okay.
You could have
Seamen.
just said sailors.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let's just go back to the horrors of Skull Island.
Yeah.
No more comedy.
I mean, there will be comedy, but like, don't.
Yeah, but like I think circling back to that Unnatural History Channel video, even in the film itself, you get a really good sense of just how not just dangerous but diverse the wildlife is. Like there are like even without the extended sequences, there's so much going on.
Yeah.
Wait,
How much
why don't we
time that
focus
never
before
made
we
it into
go
the
to
film?
the animal stuff? Why don't we focus on everything else? Because, like, think about
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Like, don't you think that the rocks near the island look too weird to be actual rocks? Like, I think that most of those were like buildings, and you can clearly see that because there's like skulls that were sculpted into the rocks, almost
Yeah,
as
I
if it
think-
had a yeah.
Maybe Skull Island is part of the lost continent of Mu.
That's what I was going to say. I think that
I
there
know-
is.
I know in the Book of Kong they state the island has been slowly shrinking
Thinking.
over
Yeah,
the
thinking.
course of centuries, like sinking and being destroyed because it is smack dab in the middle of a fault line, and a very active one at that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. It kind of make. Yeah. It would kind of make sense considering that obviously the movie that this film is taking inspiration from, which was the original King Kong. I know, shocker.
Heck,
Um,
that's a major plot point in Son of Kong.
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah.
Like, you could like sort of obviously since this film doesn't have a sequel or let alone a Son of Kong equivalent, we pretty much don't necessarily know like if that's the
That
case.
almost
This
happened, actually.
Yeah, there was going to be a prequel to Peter Jackson's King Kong.
No, the sequel, Son of
No,
Kong.
it was going to be a sequel.
Wait,
No,
really?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
actually, that was an April Fool. Actually, the sequel pitch was like an April Fool's thing where they talked about how it was like Kong like
I
fighting
swear-
Nazis or some shit.
No, No, I swear that was a genuine attempt at a sequel. One sec.
Well, talks maybe.
You know, like while he looks for that, yeah, like you have like all of these structures in between, and like not only you have that, like also the village itself. And once you
Oh
go
yeah,
into the actual island, you still have all of these ruins, right? And even the velociraptors are hiding inside some of these. Like they're like bursting out of the rocks, which are actually
Oh, it
like
was.
ancient.
Oh, it was an April Fool's joke. Okay.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
just
So,
like,
so are we gonna talk about the natives?
yeah, we're getting
I
to
was-
the natives.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to get to them, but yeah.
first things first, don't attribute to malice what you can attribute to stupidity. I don't think Peter Jackson wanted to portray black people in such a manner, but eh.
It still made me racist as a child. Okay, now for context. Because I don't want to make someone think that I like hate black people or anything. I come from the Arctic. Okay, there's literally no black people, and as a 5-year-old, my first exposure was that if you give a black person chocolate, they will kill you. Okay, I was easily impressionable. Okay, I think it's understandable that I was confused. I was confused for a little bit. That's all.
No, now you're gonna get canceled. Holy shit!
My 5-year-old got
Oh God! Wow, you're gonna get us canceled before the April Fool's Megalon vid comes out.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of that,
Christ.
Alex from Madagascar 2 is more Moses-like than
Oh god.
What?
Alright, can we?
I'm just laughing at the awkward silence.
Alright, can we finally
Okay.
talk about the natives, please?
Let's talk.
No,
Let's talk about the proper.
That was the preface. I was just like, don't attribute to malice what you can attribute to stupidity. Anyways, the natives.
Yeah, the natives definitely were horrifying, I will say. I think I will say they are more horrifying than any other the other creatures in the island, that's for sure.
Okay,
Yeah,
now that's
I-
racist for real.
Oh,
Like the bugs are way worse. Come on.
No,
Whoa!
Come on.
because they're
God.
oh,
No, but like,
fine.
no, but
Come
one thing Unnatural History Channel did get into is that the reaction is somewhat justified, considering the fact that they've been completely isolated. The first thing that they see any outsiders do is come up and touch one of their own children. Jesus
Like
Christ,
essentially
I'd be
harassing
terrified.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Carl's like they're like even the other guys are like, look, she doesn't want the chocolate, Carl. Just let her go.
But no, he insisted on giving her a damn Hershey bar.
Yeah, and to be fair,
Which proves
because
that Hershey
like
kills. Hershey kills apparently.
Well, actually, Hershey's wasn't invented until the 50s. So, actually, hold on a sec. Let me find that out. Look up like when were Hershey's chocolate bars invented?
And to be fair, after School of Rock, I would also think that I don't want my kids near someone that's so irresponsible as Jack Black. So actually, valid crash out. Just saying.
Valid crash out.
Yeah.
I still need to see that movie.
They were trying
That's
to
really
kill him
nice.
because they saw the future that he was going to do about.
Oh, it was Nestle.
Minecraft
It was
movie.
a Nestle bar. It was a Nestle bar.
Oh wait! No, Hershey. Oh wait a minute! Hershey's chocolates were first made blah 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 in 1903. Okay, I'm stupid. Okay, I'm stupid. All right, I thought Hershey's was invented in the 50s. Apparently not. They were invented way earlier.
Well, regardless,
when again? When were they invented?
1903.
Oh, so that might have been in Hershey's bar then.
It wasn't.
Okay,
It was a
fine.
Nestle bar.
Maybe it's an
Regardless,
maybe it's like a fictional brand. I mean, maybe because they probably would have to like pay for the licensing for Hershey's.
True.
well,
But
regardless,
anyways.
he didn't like the chocolate. He tried to feed him, and then now
And plus, she
now
prefers.
they killed him.
And plus, she prefers to eat raw meat. So to her taste buds, it would taste like shit.
I mean, but she didn't even taste it, so I don't think that's necessarily important. The thing is, she saw a lot of people dress weird. Like it must be kind of. I mean, she was there paralyzed, and maybe we can see it as like creepy girl from Creepy Island. But she could also have been paralyzed because she didn't really know how to react. Like, oh shit, I was walking around, and now I'm like in full view for these people that just came out of nowhere. They look weird. They have weird things on their head. So I kind of get it. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, these people aren't half naked, so
Thank
Yeah,
God.
like what are they hiding there? Like baby oil or shit? Like I should be scared.
No! No!
Stop it.
Come with me.
No! This is not Epstein Island! God damn it! Skull Island!
Wow.
Skull
Wow.
Island! Not
Wow.
Epstein!
Wow.
No!
Wow.
Please!
You are going to annihilate this stream if you keep
Yeah.
saying this
You're
bullshit.
sorry. You're dooming
Loud,
us.
you're
You're
grounded.
dooming us now.
Grounded.
Okay.
Okay, alright. Okay, alright, nope, alright. That's the last time we're digressing like that, okay?
Can we
I
move
don't know
on from the
about that,
natives
though.
if this is going to continue being the thing that we talk
Can
about?
can we actually talk about them properly without making
Yes,
Yeah.
let's talk about it properly, please. Loud, stop with the jokes.
Sorry.
Go to church. Anyways, let's
Yes.
continue.
The
All
fuck
right.
is a church? Anyway. Anyways.
But yeah,
Yeah.
like, can we talk about the whole cinematography when like the natives started attacking our crew?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it was very intense and ominous. I will say.
Yeah.
Just showed
Like-
how when different um different worlds of mankind meet together, it just feels like you've been transported into like a much more cruel time during our history.
Yeah,
You
very.
can,
Yeah, it's like
and
from a
you're
very
seeing how
primitive and very, pretty much a sense, very almost like Stone Age
you see
period.
how violent your ancestors probably could have acted like and during like especially when living in an age where to these people literal monsters used to exist to them
Nay,
at least.
still do. Creatures that that Earth has long since thought dead.
And are still alive, and these people had to deal with it for so long.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they pretty much even have to like put up a wall to keep them out.
Uh-huh.
And they had the they had to pay for
Sacrifices.
the wall.
And they have to do human sacrifices to
Appease Kong.
essentially considered to be their god.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, yeah, and also, can we just pretty much mention that the first person that dies is a guy named Mike? He's basically like the sound design dude for
Yeah.
Carl Denham's film crew.
Bro got shish kebabbed.
Yeah, he
Yep.
gets shish kebabbed. Mike
And
died doing what he believed in.
By
they
being a
doing
human
so-
shish kebab.
And in
Yeah.
doing so, it caused the very first time we hear Kong roar.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah, after he gets shish kebabbed.
I thought it was like one of the natives roaring for some reason when I was young. I don't know why, but I thought it was. But of course, I realized it was just Kong in the distance.
That must have been a really loud native then in Europe.
Yeah, maybe he
You see-
stepped on a very, very sharp-looking primitive Lego stick.
Yeah, primitive Legos were dangerous back then, because people didn't have shoes.
Yeah, they don't even have shoes.
Exactly.
So,
or even
yeah.
worse, a thorn. Yeah, like even worse, a thorn. But yeah, we're getting off topic again.
Yeah.
I mean, at least yours is more family friendly. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you imagine like how like I wonder what a Skull Islander would react if they like accidentally stubbed their toe. Like that probably just be like
It would be the most horrifying scream I would have ever heard, and I would immediately rush back to my boat and like go back to Los Angeles.
they'd probably They'd probably go ree.
True.
I
True.
don't even want to think about that genuinely.
Yeah. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Again,
There
this
are
is all
just-
before you even actually set foot
Yeah.
on the island proper. Like that's basically on the beach still.
Even as someone who loves prehistory, there are definitely certain creatures I am glad are no longer alive. That's for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of why Skull Island is a really dangerous place because those
Yes.
creatures would still be there.
Mhm.
And they're
Yeah.
bigger and nastier.
And
Yeah,
they
pretty
will,
much.
they will come up to you and no, I'm not gonna say it.
They'll give you baby oils.
No.
Hoshi! Hoshi! God damn it, Hoshi!
I am contagious.
Hoshi! I expected that from Lau or
No.
any one of these other fuckers, but not
No, I was
you.
gonna say something
I
else.
expected Lau to pull this shit, not you, Hoshi.
No, it was gonna be
Just-
something else.
Oh
I
my
am like a
god,
virus.
Like
that is
DICK.
perfect.
Like DICK. That was
You could
what I was
just
gonna say.
you could say it, dude. You could just say the word. We're all adults here, dude.
Okay.
You could say
Dick.
dick. You could
Dick.
say
We're
dick.
all adults here, dude.
Yeah.
Man,
Some
Oh,
creatures
But
are
don't
just
say
Man.
baby
blind that
oil,
they will,
apparently.
man, this is the
Hoshi,
one.
that was
Nah, this is the one time I'm gonna be a little bit dirty. Otherwise, I'm gonna be a saint and just spit my face.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that Hoshi's gonna be going to hell with the rest of us.
oh
Yep.
my
Oh,
fucking
I'm going to heaven.
god.
I'm praying for my sins away.
I'm
No,
going to
you
purgatory if anything.
No, you don't.
I'm going to purgatory if anything.
I mean,
Oh no,
okay,
you don't.
Moving
Yeah.
on. Can we now talk about the sacrifice scene?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll
Oh,
talk
yeah,
about that. Yeah, why don't we? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of an extension of the Skull Islanders as well, because
I can't even imagine hearing a native scream while they're being sacrificed. That would also add more to the horror.
maybe they just.
calm.
Well, here's the thing: it'd probably be more disturbing if they don't, if they weren't screaming. You know, if they were when they were sacrificed, because that it's
They-
like part of their tradition.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
like at least like if you scream, that's because like it would be like a normal reaction. But if you
True.
don't, you know, that's because you've just been raised by that culture. Like to them, that would be normal, but to anybody else, like it would just be like, Jesus,
that's the
okay,
way
Yeah.
they lived. It's
this is
the
all
way they
right, all right. I guess
Mhm.
this is how you do it here.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, I'm still trying to get over that.
You need to get over it now.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
But
It's like a tumor spreading through your brain.
it's not a tumor. It's not a tumor.
It's not a tumor.
The
But
boom.
yeah, I mean, I mean, I pretty much really like how they just, you know, like essentially the aesthetic, obviously, to the whole thing, where it's really, like just like this huge setup that they have going on, where they're just like chanting and you know,
Acting
I
all
mean,
crazy.
it's kind of like, I mean, obviously, it's like the original. I mean, kind of like the original in a way, but it's like, but it's
More
like on
disturbing.
steroid. It's on steroids, but
Yeah.
and like done, you know, much grit. I don't know.
Much
Maybe
more-
it's just me, but I kind of prefer. I much prefer like how almost kind of gritty, almost like some sort of realism to it in a
Yeah.
way.
The 2000. The
Yeah,
late,
you know, because
the-
like the fact that you have like the lava, right? That means that you're
Yeah.
getting fumes, and the fumes mean that yeah, people are going to have seizures while they're dancing, you know, which you see that. So it's not like it's just made to be like, oh, look at these savages. It's like this is based on stuff that actually happened. For example, in Greece, when you had these oracles that will tell you the future, it just so happened that they were always somewhere where you had gases coming from the earth that made them hallucinate. You know,
Yeah.
Yeah.
so it's all
Where'd they
coming
got the
from
lava from,
logical
though?
stuff. The island is said to be, you know, like sinking. So I would understand if maybe there's some volcanic activity that maybe created the island in the first place, maybe,
Yeah.
and then you know, like it's who knows. There's a lot of possible explanations.
Yeah. I
And
mean,
some
it's
of the
not.
designs of the natives also look horrifying. Like some of them even look blind and have like like thorns sticking
No,
out
no,
of their
that's what I'm
faces.
saying. That could be the seizure, like their eyes rolling. Okay, actually, I think that there were some blind people, but also like I think some just have their eyes rolling to the back of their head.
Yeah,
And
some
again, that could be because of the gases that maybe they were exhaling before the ritual started, or so,
yeah,
something like that.
yeah,
But
and they're
again,
yeah, and they're pretty much they're essentially like doing the ritual. It's almost like it's almost like
Yeah.
like what they're doing right now is like kind of like akin to religious type of
Yeah.
thing going
I
on.
just want to say that the mid 2000s to early 2010s was definitely the golden age of dark and gritty reboots. That's for sure.
Yeah, I kind of honestly I kind of miss that time.
Me too.
maybe
I
Same.
miss
may-
when
I'm
when
maybe I'm
stuff
the
was
odd
much
one
more
out
serious.
in that. Maybe I'm an odd one out in that, but I don't know. I've always kind of like preferred like things that don't that it's like oh there's like some kind of practicality to it. Like sure we obviously the original is still the classic. I mean this film. I mean hell this
True.
Peter Jackson wouldn't have made King Kong '05 if it wasn't for the original, which was like a favorite film of his. But
Yeah.
but yeah, like I've always pretty much just kind of prefer like the layout of the '05 as opposed to something like the original where they had like a big gong just to get Kong. When really
Mhm.
like all they have to do is just like bang on like a bunch of big logs as like a drum set and just like have lava come out of like come down, just to essentially just be like a source of light to get Kong. Like, hey, Kong, it's like, hey, our dear beloved God, come here. We got an offering for you.
We have the golden lady for you.
Yeah, it's like this time is different.
We got you a golden lady from far off lands.
Yeah. Yeah, like our essentially the lady, pretty much like the old lady, the old Skull Islander, who I presume is the what would you like? I don't think she could be the head of the tribe, I suppose, or maybe she's
like
like
an
at least
elder.
the shaman or the witch doctor or something like that. Maybe not. Could be the chieftain.
Ooh, ee,
Yeah.
ooh, ah, ah, ching, ching.
All right. Can we now talk about the first introduction of Kong?
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same thing
I
basically.
mean, it's not a whole heck of a lot different. It's just that Kong is like more obfuscated by by the smoke and fog and what have you. So he's not. So it's not. So he's not explicitly like here he is, guy. Here he is, people. Like in the
There he
original.
is. I said, there he is. Like,
He is.
King Kong himself. I'm
Oh,
not gonna lie.
cool cat. Wait.
yes, I was waiting. I was waiting to.
Eric Estrada.
Yes, I was doing an impression of it.
There he
Anyways,
is.
this is easily the best iteration of Kong. Like the most saddest, the most depth. I mean, and of course, just the
I mean,
most tragedy out of all.
I mean,
Death?
Monster Kong has bodies of his own, but still.
Eh, I think this movie explores it much better than any other version of Kong.
Yep.
Yeah, to be fair, like
Which is- wait. I'll let you go first.
no, actually, you ask him first.
I was about to say, which is kind of funny considering Skull Island was going to open with like a Peter Jackson Kong being squashed by the MonsterVerse Kong.
That is true.
Yeah,
Kong Skull
and
Island was
that's
gonna begin like
actually
that.
yeah, and the reason why they didn't do it is because someone told them like, "Do you realize that's like sacrilege? What the hell are you doing?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Yep. Well, good thing they didn't go with that.
True.
It's like you're gonna disrespect a movie that people except for Zim and Confused Matthew apparently
Don't
actually
like.
like. No, I'm saying that people except those two like.
Yeah.
But anyways,
I think
And
that's
not
not
only
good
that,
about
it's like
people.
why would
Skill issue.
what?
Zim has a skill issue.
Exactly.
Oh, honestly, like when he said, well, like when Minecraft, when you said that he said that the movie wasn't as tragic, I feel like maybe maybe we should check on what he said exactly.
Because I might be misremembering. I remember the debate, I believe, was last year. So
Yeah.
that discussion was last year. I don't remember exactly what he said, but that was, from what I remember, I think that was kind of what I got. I could be wrong.
Yeah, because it sounds
That's why.
like too bad
That's why I.
like it
That's
sounds
why
too
I said.
wrong.
That's why I said don't. That's why I. Well, I didn't. I don't think I said it, but I implied. Don't quote me on that.
Oh, okay, okay.
So,
So
Yeah, and
guys,
that's why I pretty much say, and that's why I say like that, like that's the general idea, but maybe not exact. Like there could be like there's probably like a bit more to it than that.
all right,
You know,
guys. So
Yeah.
we're gonna talk about in the Furoctus sequence, the deleted scene.
the Farrakhan.
Yeah.
Oh yes, the
The
first
corrupt
time.
this.
Yeah, the Corruptus. Yes,
Yeah,
that
Fer-
guy.
yeah,
Herodotus.
basically the
Feroctus.
yeah, it's kind of like basically the equivalent of like the Stegosaurus sequence in the original. So
Yes.
considering that the end of the scene shows like the creature dying with its tail like flopping
Which,
up and down.
which in the world of Kong, there is a stegosaur.
We don't see
Ooh.
it,
So
but it's in the book.
no, but
and
in
it's
the book, there is a stegosaur. So
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
if there's one thing I can appreciate about this scene is that, unlike say in the Jurassic World movies or Jurassic Park movies, they actually gave the goal to make the Ceratopsians actual badasses that they are.
You
Exactly.
forgot Battle at Big Rock. Battle
Oh
at
yeah,
Big,
the Pseudoceratops.
That was
Oh, and
before.
Chaos Theory with the Pachyrhinosaurs.
that's still an example of the one time they got him badass.
Yeah, but just like before Jurassic World, where the Ceratopsians weren't doing anything.
Yeah, but I do think that that's more like deviating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would say like there are pretty much like a couple points where like during that scene, like Jack kind of has like a bit of plot armor. In fact, the fact that they kind of like it kind of seemed like what the film's trying to like state that like nobody somehow died there because they say like because like but later on in the film, Carl says like seven men, brave men died. And so if you pretty much want to like tally up like all the action sequences involving the crew, and you just want to like or even then if you want to like include like the scene where the introduction with Skull Islanders where two people died there, so you have like I suppose you could say there isn't any confirmation that anybody died during the Farracuda scene. So since there's no acknowledgement of anybody dying, they're just like, well, that's pretty lucky, considering like the fact that the thing is like flinging people around, including Jack. Like that's kind of, but yeah, it's a really cool sequence.
But so, what are your guys' thoughts on the Furoctus' design?
He's cool. He's chill.
Weird, but pretty cool, I will say.
Yeah, pretty much.
Now let's go to the Brontosaurus scene, which
I
Kenny
think we need to like hold on.
I think hold on. I think we're skipping. I think we may have skipped the scene. Oh yeah. The scene where scene with Anne, being flung around by Kong, and she even like takes the necklace off. That was like it's a neat little detail that they show like apparently Kong just kills anybody who has like those necklaces on, and Anne has that necklace on it, but she pulls it off. She sees all that and is like, oh shit. It shows she pulls it off and tries to escape.
basically Kong strangles his victims to death.
Yeah.
Or eats them?
Yeah.
Oh, that's actually something I did want to say. One of the things that I'm like, how the hell did she survive? It's like when she's in his hand and he's like running, and you can see her like,
Yeah,
like
she's
her neck.
she's like getting face planted into the ground. Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, she should be dead.
Maybe he's being extra careful because she's different.
Or
I don't
maybe,
know why he would have a reason to be careful with her at this
or
point.
maybe because of her exotic beauty, he wants.
That's what I was getting at.
her.
That's what I was getting at.
I don't know if he would understand that, considering that gorillas are like very brute.
Yeah,
and that's not even like gorillas
there's
being
even a
weak.
scene
Like even with their babies, they're like very brutish. The first couple of babies.
there's even a moment where when Kong's like running, like he makes a jump from one side of a ravine to another, and he lands on all fours, and you would have presumed, and it's very easy to presume that Anne is in one of his hands there that was making contact with the ground after as he was making that jump.
Tomato sauce.
And when I saw that, I was like, she should be dead.
Yeah.
Sea monster.
Yeah,
she
and I
has
would say
plot
that.
armor.
Yeah, and Darrow has some plot armor here and there in this film, like during that scene, as well as I would even argue during some moments with the V-Rex fight. Although you can say Kong is being more careful with her in that case, but even then, there's a couple calls here and there that just make you go, I don't know, but I don't know about that,
Yeah.
but mate.
Or maybe Kong wants to fuck Endero.
No.
05, 05, can you get out? Yes! Victory!
He'll be back. Just so you know, but I'm doing the Zim thing.
God, he wasn't even all that bad before he had to. Like it's one thing.
Let me put it this way. I was almost about to do it with Lau about during some of the funny.
During some of that stuff.
Okay.
Valid.
All
All
right.
right, I'm sorry. I was just trying to be funny.
No
like
need
Lau.
to apologize for
No
being
need to
the funny.
apologize. Yeah, just
But
This
that was
happens.
foul.
it was foul. It's very foul. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know
Can we
what the
now
heck was in
finally
my
talk
head.
about the Brontosaurus sequence, please?
Yes.
Yes, the
Yep.
Brontos.
It's honestly kind of funny how back then Brontosaurus was still like a fake dinosaur, like an invalid genus. And then, 10 years after this movie was released, it was discovered to be a valid genus after all. So basically, Brontosaurus was an actual sauropod that lived in the Jurassic period.
I mean, to be
Mhm.
fair, like it wouldn't be too much of a problem to deal since like Brontosaurus was still real in the time the movie takes place. So it wouldn't be too much of an issue to like believe that.
True, but well, I mean, just think about it. A majority of the animals in Kong 05 are basically not real and are just evolved versions of the famous extinct animals. Kong being an evolved Gigantopithecus, the Ventanosaurus being an evolved
Yeah.
Utah Raptor,
Yeah.
and of course the V-Rex being an evolved T-Rex.
Is Kong supposed to be a Gigantopithecus?
Yeah, according
Yes.
to several sources, Kong species are basically an evolved Gigantopithecus. Although it definitely doesn't explain why they look like gorillas when they should look like
I mean, I
orangutans.
guess it's convergent evolution. It's
Yeah.
convergent.
No,
Yeah.
I had the idea in the back of my head of designing a King Kong that kind of went with that. Like, what if it did look more like Gigantopithecus, or at least what we believe it looked Gigantopithecus looks like?
Hey, speaking of Gigantopithecus, did you guys saw the episode Prehistoric Planet where it was in the episode?
Oh
I mean,
shit! I started watching the Ice Age series.
I need to
I've
get
only
to
seen the
watching
first
those.
episode.
me too. I saw the screen time of it, and that Gigantopithecus story does seem similar to your normal Kong story. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Also, plus we kind of already have a Gigantopithecus in King Louie in the live action movie.
Yeah,
Oh fuck!
yeah.
True.
Christopher Walken is a.
Especially since
This isn't
orangutans.
over, Mowgli.
Yeah, especially since orangutans aren't really native to India, so instead they chose a long extinct creature to be the orangutan replacement for King Louis. And it does explain why he's so big in that film.
like cartoonishly big.
Yeah.
Alright, so any thoughts on the Brachiosaurus Stampede? Or Brontosaurus Stampede?
It's the most
like,
rewatched scene in my opinion.
Yeah, the thing is, I think it's the only part in the movie where there's like really bad green screen. like the only part
Yeah,
that I think has like
there's some
biceps.
wonk. There's some wonk
Yeah,
screen
there's
green.
some shots specifically, mostly when they're like getting caged by all the bodies that are like falling around them. I think that's like the worst one, but like everything is just like super cool.
Yeah.
And of
I
course, with
always
them being
liked it.
chased by the raptors.
You mean
Venton,
the
Yeah.
Venatosaurus?
Yeah,
Venatosaurus. Yeah.
Yeah.
I always thought that the Venatosaurus looked kind of a little bit like shit. I always thought that they looked ugly. I didn't really understand the
Yeah,
point
same.
of it,
The
but then
general
yeah.
the general design philosophy was to make a dromaeosaur act very similar to a mammal, or like have mammalian elements in a similar way to like, I know Unnatural History Channel and compared it to one of the creatures from Turok. I don't remember which one which one he was talking about though. Like which
Yeah,
one it
but no,
was.
I know what you mean because that's what I thought. That's what to me always when I was like a kid looked so odd because it's like they don't actually look like similar adjacent things. Like they look different, and I couldn't really understand what it was in specific. But yeah, like the fact that the skin looks like it doesn't have scales, basically, like it just it's like leathery.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, they definitely like add to like essentially. Yeah, obviously, you know, you have it. This is like the much bigger, grander version of what we got in the original film, where there is like a brontosaurus that just where it's just the one brontosaurus in the original that's chasing the Venture crew, and it just like
It's a
kills.
very carnivore-like Brontosaurus.
Yeah,
Which is
I've never understood why that.
yeah.
Also,
I don't know.
Also, I am probably gonna hop off right now.
Oh,
If, so
Why?
You're
yeah,
gonna hop off now, Minecraft?
I don't know. I don't know. I have things to do. So yeah,
Yeah, I
alright.
was thinking about hopping off like in a bit
Alright.
too. Like I got some exercise I need to do. I'll
yeah,
stick around for a bit.
and I also want to give some space in case anyone else wants to show up, especially
Yeah.
I too might be
uh,
leaving soon as well. I
Yeah,
might.
people are just dropping like flies right now.
yeah. So
Yep.
No, we're dropping like crewmates in the
so
spider.
yeah,
Pit.
Oh
if I
yeah,
may shill real quick,
go ahead.
yeah, I have my YouTube channel, Minecraft World 1954, where tomorrow I'm going to be celebrating my birthday on a live stream, and then the weekend after I have it currently scheduled for the 13th, but I might move it back to the 14th. I'm going to be doing a discussion stream on The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, the
Hmm.
other
Sweet.
movie that inspired Godzilla. So,
Mm.
yeah, be there
And
for that.
also, Minecraft World, I have something to say to you.
Yeah,
I'll be drawing something special for you for your birthday. Look forward to it.
yay. Yay. But yeah, I have um I have an Instagram, I have Kara, I do artworks on both of those, though I need to update my Kara. And I have Blue Sky, which I'm semi frequently active on, and yeah. Uh take care guys.
Bye.
Peace.
And
Okay.
I guess let me show
Bye.
right now too.
All right.
All right, follow me on L DeviantArt and L Instagram. I post there frequently, or at least I should post more on Instagram on the side of things, and also follow me on Twitter, where I could say funny memes.
Okay.
Anyways, this is
All right.
nice seeing y'all.
Man.
All right, catch y'all later.
Later.
Bye.
Later.
And now it's just four of us.
Yep.
Hmm.
Just the four of us.
I wonder if Vic wants to join.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to ask that. Is Vic coming or
Dick, if you're here, if
was
you're still here, we got room for y'all,
Yep.
And Kajikuro, you could also show up.
or anybody. You know, CNMS if you're listening.
I wonder what does the Animus think about this movie.
Hmm.
He barely
Oh,
comes.
I haven't seen C in a long time actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he hasn't really been online for the past couple of months. He did do a stream recently
Yep.
about some of the big holes in GXK.
Is that the stream where I told him about the video they made about him, like at the very, very, very end. Because if that's the one, then I think it was like 2 months ago, maybe a little bit more.
This one this would have been a newer stream. What you were
Okay,
referring
okay,
to was much older.
okay.
Ugh.
Oh, we got
Doc Kaiju,
Doc Kaiju.
the same
Greetings,
guy who
man.
made that weird American Godzilla bullcrap thing.
Oh,
Doc,
What?
hmm?
The one who called Ishiro Honda.
Oh, that's him?
Yeah,
Are you sure that? Are you sure about that? Oh
I
yeah,
think
the one with the one with the AI thing.
yeah,
yeah.
I believe so. It was by Doc Kaiju.
Ah, okay. Hi, dude. Like,
Eh.
hi, how are you?
Hmm.
So anyway,
Okay.
can we now talk about the sequence, please?
Yeah, what
Yeah,
sequence?
we're talking. Yeah, I mean there is. Yeah, I mean we kind of mentioned that there's some wonky green screen and some of you guys may have had like took some issue with the bananasaurs, but yeah, it's like honestly it's like a pretty intense sequence essentially. Honestly, I definitely much prefer it over the brontosaurus scene in the original because the brontosaurs in this film are actual herbivores, like vegetarians, if you will.
And animals that are just running in fear from
Yeah,
the
like
raptors.
in the crew that get killed by the brontosaurs, like it's not because the brontosaurs are trying to kill them; they're just in the way.
Yep.
I'm so
Although I do,
baffled at why they are scared of these very small, insignificant raptors.
yeah, I'm confused more of anything because shouldn't their sheer size like scare the Ventanosaurus?
Not necessarily. Like, they could still kill one of them, like that's
Yeah,
enough.
a bunch of venatosaurs like singling out one brontosaur would be enough to kill it.
Mm.
Essentially, like it's even kind of a thing
Or
that
if
you
they
see in
had
the
babies also,
yeah,
which
or
we
yeah,
don't see, but,
it's kind of like that set piece with the Diplodocus herd in the Ballad of Big Al, where we have Al and a bunch of allosaurs like singling out one
The
Diplodocus that's weak, that's like very weak and is like in poor health,
Yep.
so that he'll die, so that the thing will die anyways. That's kind of like what the Venatosaurs seem to be doing in this case.
Hmm.
yeah.
It's I guess it's just a matter of like how like the trend. Oh, I'm echoing.
Uh-huh.
Well, now you're not echoing anymore.
Yeah,
Okay,
well,
try again.
okay. Echo.
Yeah, no, now it's fine.
Okay. Yeah. All right. But yeah, it just I guess like one could say like how would they be able to do that isolating the weak brontosaur in a canyon in like that narrow canyon and you could say like that they're just kind of like chasing them through the canyon and just waiting for till they get to a more open space where they can
Yeah.
start.
Yeah, or also like, like a lot of them stumble over, right? And they like break their legs and then it's like, there you go, free food.
Yeah, there's that, and obviously the Venatosaurus didn't even take into account that there's prey that's more their size, humans running with the
Yep.
brontosaurs. So some of them would also try to like get a bite out of them, like one
Also,
chasing Bruce Baxter.
yeah, and also one of them was literally already in position. If you think about it, there's this guy who like goes into this hole in the wall, and then he looks up, and there's like one of them like coming out of this ancient ruin. So
Yeah, that was Bruce Baxter. Like he's
yeah,
essentially like taking cover from the stampede, but then like a Venatosaurus like pops up like right above him, and he's all like, "Oh shit!"
yeah, that part to me was always kind of weird because it's like, why is that thing there, right? But if you think about it and you actually try to rationalize it, it's more like, maybe it was waiting for a stampede. Maybe this is a thing they do. kind of
Yeah.
like how chimpanzees lead whatever thing they're trying to kill somewhere, and they already have someone waiting there for that thing to escape to, you know. So maybe Venatosaurus do this all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, like some of them, they could either be looking for stragglers or looking for one, like basically anything that would just leave the rest of the herd, that steers away from the rest of the herd, so that they could just go like, all right, we'll single this one out. It's just a matter that Baxter and this Bruce in this case was lucky that there weren't more than just the one right there waiting for him. So yeah. Pretty neat stuff.
Guys, I have some news to say. I'm going to be leaving a couple of minutes, if that's okay for you guys.
Yeah, that's okay.
But before I go, this might be something that will be weird for you to say, but before I leave, what are your guys' thoughts on Kong and Anne's relationship in the movie?
It's very great. It's well developed. Much better developed than Kong and Gia's relationship, that's for sure.
I think it's better than the original.
Yeah, like
but
Kong and
maybe
Anne.
that could technically be for personal preferences. Like some people might actually like the fact that she doesn't give a shit about Kong. Maybe they like that angle from the original. But I don't really care too much for that. I don't think it's bad. I just don't think it's as good as this.
No, it's the issue. If there isn't really much of an issue that I have with Kong and Anne's relationship in the original. It's just that there isn't much of one because Anne's always in the defensive ultimately. From Kong wanting to befriend her or even among other things, but yeah, like Kong and Anne's relationship in the 05 is obviously. There's a lot more meat to it.
But also one more thing I had to say. What are your guys' thoughts on Visarosaurus Rex and its design?
It's very badass looking.
Yeah. I've always liked the V Rex design, like a very definitely a more gnarly version of the T Rex archetype. Which apparently that's another thing that Zim kind of takes issue with in terms of its design, perhaps, or something.
Basically, if there's one thing I could say about the V-Rex in general, it's that it kind of basically became the standard of what to do when it comes to creating an awesome bro take on the dinosaurs,
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
In fact, some of the influence was in the 65 dinosaur designs.
And to some extent, the Indominus Rex.
Yeah, that is true.
Well, I mean, I think that the most that the Indominus Rex has is just, the fact that she has no lips, so the teeth are stuck to the skin of the jaw. That's kind of all the Indominus has in common with it.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. Also, one more thing before I go. There are two things I had to say. Have you guys seen a couple of my sketches I did on our channel on my take on the King Kong, characters, specifically Kong and my take on T-Rex?
It also looks great. You have a long streak of amazing creature designs. I will say.
Yeah.
It's honestly inspiring me to make my designs look as metal as yours as well.
Cool. Just please make sure it's your take, not copying mine, okay?
I will.
But also, one more thing I have to say before I go, and this is something that's going to be very controversial for me to say, considering the type of people you guys are. I don't think you guys will like it, and I don't think it's something that any of you guys would want ever to happen. But let's just say you guys aren't gonna like it. I know you guys are not gonna like it at all.
Okay, what is it?
Bring it.
Okay, let's just say hypothetically in a different timeline, instead of creating this movie, Peter Jackson decided that he's going to do a remake of the 1954 Godzilla movie. How would you guys feel about it?
I would I would take it. I would take it over the 98 movie in the Monsterverse any day. He would
Hmm.
especially
No.
Okay, I guess I'm just. Yeah, I suppose what I could say is like the fact that he did such a great job with his take on Lord of the Rings. It pretty much could like I could see a remake of Gojira 54, like that particular film by him, to be pretty solid. It is just a matter of hard to really imagine a world without Congo 5. Quite frankly, it's kind of like a hypothetical that I could entertain, but it's just a matter of would that be better than what we have now? That's it's a good question. I guess we'll have to
I
see how it's
honestly
done.
don't think so because like this is the movie he wanted to make.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, there's no motivation, and we have seen what happens when he makes a movie that he's actually not passionate about because we
Right.
have the Hobbit stuff, right?
Yeah, The
So
Hobbit. Yeah, which is kind of a shame. Which is kind of strange because of the fact
hello.
that it is Tolkien as well. Yep. Yeah, we
hi.
hear you.
Anyway, I'm
Oh,
going
okay, never
to.
mind.
It's
Anyway,
gone.
I'm going to be leaving now. We hope you guys have a wonderful time and see you on the next live stream.
Yeah. See you later, man.
Bye.
Have a wonderful day, guys.
Bye.
Happy weekend. Well, now you're trapped in here with me, so
Well, Five's back, but first let me highlight this. Godzilla 98, I say, is the only remake in the same vein as Kong of 5, mostly with the story structure, admittedly, with a few visual parallels too. Vic, you want to come on here and say this to me in person as opposed to doing this shit here in the comments? You sure you want to do that?
oh, and by the way, Doc Kaiju was sending a message before, and I just wanted to say,
Yeah.
yeah, the subtitles actually mispronounce his name, and it said
Ishiro
is
Honda.
Cheryl Honda.
I'm trying to say Ishiro Honda, but I keep saying Ishiro Honda.
Yeah.
I can't do it. I can't help it now. But anyway, let me get all Five back on here.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I actually only came back just to do because I too am also gonna do a proper goodbye. So I'll be heading out now.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you again, Sea Monster, for letting me in the stream. It was great to talking with you about this beautiful masterpiece, which for some reason Zim doesn't like. And I'll see you until next time. And here's one more final hot take before I leave.
Oh boy.
Um,
You say
um,
one more, but you haven't really given any hot text today.
King
Everything you
Kong
said was kind
lives.
of right.
King Kong lives is much more enjoyable than Shin Godzilla. Goodbye.
Bye.
I'm not sure what. Okay. Yeah. For context, King Kong Lives is the sequel to the 1976 King Kong remake.
Oh, that one
Like
that no one ever watches. Okay.
the one that almost nobody likes. He said it's more entertaining than Shin. I've never
It
seen King
was
Kong Live, so I can't verify that. I can't really say anything about that.
me neither. Like, I have no idea how that goes.
I wonder if you'd say Zim is in a similar situation as Accent and Media was with -1. Hmm.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if I was watching Sim back then, so I really don't remember anything about King Kong, but I do remember seeing that. Yeah, he had like a stream on it. It's just that I never watched it.
Yeah, the debate on Congo 5. which I did try, which I was kind of like on, so somewhat. The debate was kind of like not as well organized as to be honest, I wish it would, that as I was hoping I would be.
Okay, so if it was a debate, that explains why I didn't watch it, because I don't really have an interest in watching debates.
I would say
I find them frustrating.
what I can say is is that well, I will say it's not like it wasn't like the Superman debate, so it wasn't necessarily like that per se. Monster Kid Corey also doesn't like 05. Oh, the guy that we covered last stream, who said that the Reiwa era was the guy that said that the Reiwa era was great. He says he doesn't like 05.
Dude, like that's just being a contrarian at that point.
Yeah.
Like too many weird takes. Too many.
Yeah. I mean that's why I'm not gonna cover. That's why if there is gonna be like a Kong 05 video that I will be covering, for my next stream, it pretty much won't be him. Anything from him, because we've all, I don't want to like I'm not gonna dogpile on him, especially since we kind of like we made fun of him for saying that the Polygon trilogy is a Moses story. Well,
I mean, the thing is, we didn't make fun of it. I mean, we did laugh about it, but because he was like objectively wrong, and we did talk about it and explain why. Actually, Black Aruni knows about the Bible stuff.
He knows about
the stories and the meanings and the themes, and if this guy was wrong, he came and explained why. So I don't feel like it was making fun of only, like it was also constructive depending on how you see it. But I still get not wanting to make more about him, just in case.
But let me just put it this way: you don't really need to read the Bible to know that that's a really bizarre take, because like I said, because as I said in that stream, Moses never committed suicide.
I mean that too, right? But like besides that, if you like really misinterpret the story, there is like a little thing where you can say, "Oh, I kind of see where you got confused." Like you can at least understand the confusion, I guess.
Yeah.
But when Black Aruni came and explained more about the context of the story, and then it just completely goes out the window, and it's like, no, actually, not at all.
Yeah, no.
I don't see where you got confused. Yeah.
Yeah, this doesn't work. This doesn't work at all. I guess we can just move. We can move along from the Brontosaurus sequence if there's nothing else to say about it, and we'll just kind of I guess talk about like.
This is the first scene, I think, where like, so here's where the cameraman dies, right?
Herb. He pretty much, he's the guy that carries like he was kind of like giving Carl the tripod for his camera before, because he can't really climb. He can't climb the rocks because
because
shape.
He's old. Yeah, he's also a little bit fat. Like he has like.
I would say the fact that here's the thing. That is kind of one thing I want to bring. That's like I kind of want to bring up. Like, how was that guy able to keep pace with the rest of the crew during the stampede scene? Like, that's if he was like he looked like he was limping almost. So like, how did?
So I would say adrenaline maybe, but like maybe at that stretch at the last one where
that is a stretch.
And that's
he sacrificed himself he does sacrifice himself at the end of the scene, Vic. But what I'm saying is like how he's able to keep pace with the crew. Like they're like
how did he not get crushed by the dinosaurs?
It's not even much of a like his Herb's running. His version of running is very it's not what you would typically think of as running. He's more quickly hobbling. Which is definitely not fast enough in order to keep up the pace with the rest of the crew that are actively trying to run from the stampede. And even then, the stampede consists of big sauropods that even if they're even if like the locomotives of their running of the brontosaurus is running isn't the same as a human running, they'd still be able to outpace them because like they're just much bigger and the range of like their steps is like much further. Like some brontosaurs are able to run past the humans even at their quickest pace.
And way younger characters too, by the way.
Yeah, and a bunch of way younger characters too. With the exception being Bruce Baxter, who is just actively sprinting in at some point because of the Venatosaurs.
Yeah, and also like the fact that he is at least someone who trains probably because he's an actor.
Yeah. Herb can outrun Gates. Don't wear this down. I'm running. I can outrun. Oh, that's funny. Oh, Herb has a prosthetic according to the novelization of Kong 05. That makes sense.
So he should have. Yeah.
That makes sense, actually.
So actually, then I would say, how the hell did he even survive that chase? Because I would. He should have died way sooner.
Oh yeah, that just further just further confirms that he should have been able to outrun that herd.
They just wanted to fucking kill him in the worst way possible, motherfuckers. Because here's the thing, like he was like the dad that when I was like a little kid, I watched it and I really felt bad because he was like the happy old guy, So as a little kid, it's like the most.
Yeah,
the worst death, at least before.
Even Carl was all like, no, I'm not gonna leave you, man. Come on.
Yeah, he looked like a happy grandpa, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, even like you could tell, even Carl like looked as if he felt really bad about it. Like even like he didn't like the way he kind of treated Mike's death like earlier was kind of like he was kind of drinking. I mean, obviously, he probably, he would feel somewhat bad about losing Mike, but Herb, he definitely seemed hurt by losing Herb. So, yeah. All right. So, is there anything else? Because, I mean, I guess we'll probably get to the. I guess we should just like get onto the V-Rex scene. Unless there's any other scenes we want to get to.
I mean, we actually talk about the scene where Kong is shaking her around and all of that?
That was earlier in the film. Yeah, we already talked about that. Yeah. I guess like as far as the scene where Anne is like doing like vaudeville tricks for Kong to like to like entertain him and have him not want to kill her. So she's kind of like flopping around.
That's the one I was talking about. I said shaking her. Sorry, I meant like throwing her to the ground over and over.
Yeah, like she's like trying to entertaining him, and then at some point he just like he just he's like there's a pet. You notice like he likes it when she like falls down, like, and that's so he just causes her to fall. He just starts going.
Yeah. That's one of my favorite scenes of the entire movie. Yeah.
And then he just loses his shit when she tells him, "Nope, that's enough."
Yeah, and then he tries to aura farm, and then like a rock hits him in the head.
Yeah, he tries to aura. He tries to. He pretty much like slams his. He just like punches into the ground and roars right in her face, and she's just standing there.
Yeah, but then he also does like this pose where he's just like looking to the side, like on all fours.
And then the rock just comes back and just falls. Oh god. I think
and then he starts crying.
I think I remember because I think the Academy Awards or something like that was like on TV back in the day where they were just like, and they highlighted Kong 05 as like one of the nominees for like best visual effects or something, and they featured, and I think I remember that scene being featured, being like what they chose.
Yeah.
with the rock falling on it. Like that's like, oh, okay. Like I mean, I think there's like a bunch of other examples we could pick from, but all right.
I mean, you could technically take anything from the entire movie.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because the
except
movie,
deleted
for the
scene.
most part, because for the most part, the movie look like to this day, it still looks amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
Vic
oh,
says
yeah.
Vic says he looked back at the chase, and you can actually tell that Herb has a prosthetic base on how he runs. Plus, it's the same leg the raptor bites into. Okay.
Okay, yeah, no, then I would assume that if the raptor bites into the prosthetic, that you can just, let go of the prosthetic.
Well,
And
I mean, he's dead anyways, because if he loses the prosthetic, he can't really move.
I mean, yeah.
The Raptors would still get him. Like it was just,
Yeah.
it's just a matter of like the Raptor would just pull his prosthetic leg off, and go like, oh, that's not real. And then just like
Yeah,
go
and
for
by
the
then there's already other raptors that don't actually stop with the leg,
Yeah, there's
yeah.
other Raptors, that were with that one. So
Yeah.
it would like them just pulling on his leg was mainly just so that they could have like the whole meal just like brought was so that like the ones like bringing the meal to himself and the others essentially.
Yeah.
Because the really juicy bits is like not in the leg.
Yeah. I mean,
certainly not the
unless you
prosthetic.
fry it. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah. Anyways, and we kind of mentioned that the log scene is kind of leads us into the bug pit. Hayes dies, Choi dies, and so like Preston narrowly escapes. Actually, like he doesn't fall into the pit with the rest of the guys. So there's that.
Yeah, and so what happens, because I don't remember the order, so this happens with the log, and then you have the whole V-Rex thing,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
We get to that. Actually, before the log scene, you had the piranha. And that's just going off the extended edition. You have the Pteranodon sequence as well as like the Terror Bird scene, where the Terror Bird scene they accidentally like Lumpy shoots out into foliage because they hear sounds of something approaching. And Jack and some of them at the moment thought that he just shot Anne down, but it turns out it was a terror bird. And it's sort of like a thing, like, oh, Anne's like in another part of the island, but she hears the gunshot, so she's going in that general direction still. But yeah, so you have that, and you have the Pteranodon scene, which actually, before the Pteranodon shows up, you have like a bunch of scorpions coming out of the water, which are referred to as scorpiopeds.
I honestly never actually watched the extended stuff, and like some of the scenes I watched were like individual scenes on YouTube.
Yeah.
I always watched the movie on its own.
Yeah. Well, the extended cutscenes like the Pteranodon scene, the Terror Bird scene, the Barracuda scene, they're spliced into the film in the extended cut. So it's basically like the movie that you got, but it's with more scenes.
Okay. I thought those were like deleted, incomplete scenes because I saw one that also had
they are
very
completed
bad
scenes.
effects.
They are completed scenes. That probably would have made it if I'm presuming like Universal said like, yeah, now you should probably cut this one down a bit.
Yeah, because it's too long. Okay.
Yeah, it's long. Now I will say like I want to highlight the Pteranodon scene because of like I mean you want to talk about like some wonky like green screen. There's like a moment where Jack is like like the Pteranodon
Underwater.
Yeah, there's a couple.
I know. That's what made me think that these were
That's the
unfinished
one
scenes.
scene, and it's the extended cut, but that's like the one part of the movie, visually speaking, that makes you go, okay, yeah, that doesn't look very good. That could have been way
Yeah,
better.
yeah. Actually, that's the reason why I thought that they were unfinished scenes because the CGI was so bad that I was like,
Yeah,
oh, okay. So the
I
reason why these were not in is because they didn't finish them because there was no time or something like that.
yeah, I don't blame you. Yeah, I wouldn't blame you for thinking that. Because it does look like some of the bubbles even look like pixely at times. It's like, woof, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, obviously, which since the theatrical version doesn't have the Pteranodon scene, it's kind of like you know, it's almost sort of like graced by not having that. But yeah,
yeah.
Oh, Vic says, "Shout out to the Playmates toys of all the creatures, such good figures." I actually have had a decent amount of those figures back in the day. One of them was the Scorpiopede, which, by the way, the Scorpiopede, which are basically Skull Island scorpions, like big scorpions but bigger. Um, they're also an enemy that you fight in the King Kong video game. So I know them from that too. So that's neat. Um, but yeah, that's kind of this thing where I like we said earlier, I wished that the King Kong video game did get like remade somewhat or remastered. Maybe even have like a couple extra levels that call back to the extended cut. That would have been really nice. Another person who hates
Like the
King
only
Kong.
time I got to. Oh, you go first.
Okay. Another person who hates Congo 5 is Dark Corners reviews. Probably take a look at that. Anyways, Lau, you were saying?
Yeah, I was just saying that the only time I played that game, because again, like I was like 6 or 7 and I had never really had my own PlayStation back then. So, you know how it is at first when you start playing games. You don't even know how to look at things. You might be looking at a door and you think it's a wall, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So when I went to a friend of my mom's house, her boyfriend had that game on PS2, so I always played the first level and I never like went beyond like the first stage because I couldn't get out of it.
Wow.
So yeah,
Okay.
I don't really know how the game was. I only know that it looks great. Even to this day, it still looks like really good because I've seen how I see the gameplay on YouTube and stuff like that.
Yeah, I will say I like the PS2 version graphics wise than the 360 version. Like the 360 version, like apparently that obviously the 360 was like a newer console at the time, but so it's just like hey, better graphics, but when you have like Congo 5, it's like, is it though? In this case. Yeah, and not to mention like the 360 version like doesn't even have like those really cool cutscenes that come in like before you start in between like levels. Where that sort of transition from the level you just played into the one that you're about to embark in.
That seems like a really big loss. Like, why would they do that?
Yeah, I know it's crazy. Like, pretty much like one of my favorites cutscenes from that game is like the one that comes up when you were about to start like the first V-Rex level. And it's like this this really scary ambient sort of like cutscene where the soundtrack is just the sound of raindrops and the V-Rex growling, and as he's just walking through, you only see his legs as he's like walking through like some foliage. Like it like just sets you up to be like, all right, it's like get right, gird your loin, player. You're about to you're about to face some real shit. It's real, yeah.
I just wanted to ask. I think the director was related directly to the game, wasn't he?
Peter Jackson had a lot of input in the making of the Kong 05 game. Like he had a lot of like involvement in terms of like some of the like the look of the game and what have you, as well as like yeah, I mean, I honestly, I mean, it's actually kind of like there was like a sort of featurette in the game that it features him like talk about his involvement with it, like how closely he
that's
worked
nice.
with, like he worked closely with the making of the game, so that
You know,
it would be as accurate to his film as possible.
I think more directors should do that. You know, when you have like tie-in games, because normally tie-in games are kind of bad. You know, like Transformers 2007, Transformers Revenge of the Fallen, but then you have Transformers Dark of the Moon, right? For PS3, and I feel like that's way better than like most of what Michael Bay has done with Transformers. So it's like if he had like his style into the game, but you leave the story to the developers, I think stuff like that could be great.
Yeah.
It's just a pity that they don't really care about that too much.
Well, I mean, considering that those types of games like aren't even made anymore, they're not even. Yeah, it's almost like a dead art. The movie tie-in games, which understandable because there have been some pretty bad ones. Like some of the the MCU tie-in games. But as an example, but yeah, Congo 5 and stuff like Congo 5 and Spider-Man 2, they had some really solid tie-in games. Yeah. Anyways, get back on track. Now I guess we can talk about the VREX seed, which the VREX is set up really well because you at first kind of meet, or Anne at first meets a couple of photodons, which are these like crocodile, which basically are like crocodile-like creatures, but they're like not really crocodiles, but
they are basically Slurposaurus.
Yeah, they almost kind of like they kind of look a bit. Some of them even appear to have some like mammalian aspect to them, kind of like
the eyes are like looking straight ahead. It looks weird. Yeah,
and the snouts even they kind of look. They don't really look as like crocodilian. They kind of like there's some mammalian elements to them. They're very crocodile inspired, but there is definitely like some bits in terms of design that make you go, all right, there's a mammalian aspect here and there. There's not that there's any fur on them, but they kind of look like Chinese like almost like dragons in a way.
Yeah, that is true. But also, I think that part of the inspiration was the initial ideas of an iguanodon.
Yeah, iguanodon.
Yeah, at first people thought that the iguanodon looked way different than we know it looks now. Like it was pretty much the same thing. It was like super low to the ground, slimy. Like it's probably like slithering all over the place.
Yeah.
So it was kind of similar to that.
Yeah. So yeah. But they start chasing Anne. Anne tries to go inside a log, but one of them is like just really going after her. While the other one almost looks like he's cheering him on. Maybe. I don't know. Could be. But then that photodon, before he gets her, he gets dragged off and killed by something much bigger. And the other one starts running away. And of course, Anne has like a brief moment where she gets she kind of get I guess harassed by a couple of millipedes, a couple of bugs, which big millipedes.
Yeah,
which
foreshadowing for what's about to happen later on, I guess.
Yeah, it's got a bit of foreshadowing there. And obviously, the millipedes were like a prominent enemy in the Congo 5 game as well. Like you deal with a lot of millipedes. Millipedes and venatosaurs, they were pretty common. And bats. Yeah, the bats were also are very common enemy types in the game. But yeah, she gets out of the log after she's freaked out by the millipedes. When one gets up on her shoulder, she's like, "Yeah." She gets
Yeah,
out.
I think that was at the time the most disgusting scene I had ever seen in my life. I hated like the idea because also like its antennas, they kind of get inside her mouth because
Yeah,
she's like
yeah,
she
her
just
mouth
keeps it
was
open
like,
for some reason. Yeah.
yeah, maybe she's like just kind of shocked by
Yeah,
like
yeah,
just
I get it, but I'm just saying that as like a viewer, it was super frustrating because it's like it's getting in your mouth,
close
stop
your
it,
mouth.
Yeah, and then that's what makes her run away, which honestly, valid.
The other
I
one
would
that's
have
like
like
much closer to her, yeah. The other one just
it's
like
climbing
crawled on
up
her.
her arm, I think, right?
It was actually climbing up on her, well, she was like back facing the ground, and the thing it sort of like crawls up on her. I presume would be crawling up on her back and starts, going over her shoulder, getting closer to
Mhm.
like her neck or area, um, or like basically by her collar. So
Yeah,
yeah, but yeah, she gets out, and of course, you know, considering that there may be something else bigger that killed that photodon is out there, she turns around and sees that it's a V-Rex, the T-Rex analog of Congo 5. But this won't be the only V-Rex that we see, as it starts chasing her, even though he still has the dead photodon in its mouth, which is
that's actually
a
super
choice.
funny because yeah, that's the thing. Like my you remember the stories I told you about my aunt, right?
Hmm?
Do you remember the stories I told you about my aunt in other
Was it?
streams?
I'm trying to recall actually.
That my aunt like fucking hated me and tried to kill me when I was little. Okay, so um, she bought me the DVD for King Kong, right?
Yeah.
And we were watching it, and I was, watching it with her, my mom, and then there was this little kid that was like her adopted daughter, right? And
Yeah.
she was complaining about the same thing, like why would they chase her if it's eating something else? And she was complaining, and she never said anything about it, right? But then, and this is the first time I realized that she didn't really like me, my aunt, because I was like, I don't understand why they do this thing where Anne like is already in danger, and when she gets on top of the V-Rex, suddenly the music like plays up, like it's horrible. And she was like, "Well, maybe if you don't like the movie, I shouldn't have bought it for you." And I was like, "Oh, okay, never mind." So that just gave me a flashback to
Oh
that
man.
moment.
Oh
Yeah,
man, that's damn. Okay.
yeah. Anyway, yeah, no, it's one of those things that they do in these movies where it's not really animals; it's more like monsters.
Yeah. Yeah. That's just kind of make a question. Like, it's like you have a meal in your mouth. You should at least like finish it first. I guess maybe
Yeah,
just
like
so it could track where she's going. So that he can finish. So that when he's done with the meal, he'll just be like, "All right, now for dessert."
I think one thing that you can always try to use to rationalize it is that maybe it's just curious
Yeah.
and maybe it's just like playing more than anything else, but at the same time while it's chasing her it loses like half of the photodon and it doesn't go back, so it's like were you even that hungry, or like what at that point I'm like, what's the motivation, because you lost half of your meal.
Yeah, he lost. Half of his meal basically half of the photodon gets flung off the rest of the body. While the V-Rex is still chasing Anne. Um,
Yeah, yeah, so I feel like if they wanted to say that it's like curiosity or playfulness in a fucked up way, I think they should have like shown that better, because as it is, it's just one of those things where it's like evil monster, and that's all there is to it. And all of the other ones are the same, to be fair, because the truth is, the reason why we don't get eaten by sharks is because it doesn't make sense for them to eat us. We're pure bone compared to what they need to eat. And Tyrannosaurus, I don't think that they can get fed on humans.
Right.
So when he sees Anne, he shouldn't actually even want to, like, eat her.
Yeah, he probably
Or
should have
anything.
just like left, like because he doesn't even know that Anne is in the log. So he should have just got his meal and left, and and maybe they could have just like headed to where Anne was being chased by something else.
No, I think it's possible, that maybe, I don't know, he hears a scream, so he stops. He was just eating the thing, right, where it called it. And then he notices like this little thing, and he's like, oh, what's that? But again, then what you need to do is he like gets up to her immediately and like starts like smelling her or something. So you show that he's interested in it, but not necessarily for food, whatever. But yeah, it's one of the flaws of the movie, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's one of those things where it doesn't take. It's one of those things where like of all the issues that I have brought up, like aside from maybe some of the plot armor here and there, like it's not enough to really do that much damage to the film at all. It's just like it's one of those things where you can't help but think, probably could have tweaked that here and there.
Yeah.
And if like it's not broken, but it is, but you could do a little better. But yeah, like she hides, and as we notice like the V-Rex that was chasing her was is actually juvenile because he looks a bit. There's parts of him that look a bit underdeveloped compared to the other V-Rexes that we see.
He looks leaner, I would say,
yeah,
and the other one
leaner.
looks way more like robust.
Yeah, and that just brings us to Anne realizing that there's another V-Rex, but it doesn't have anything in its mouth, so it's like so yeah, she's kind of fucked. But of course, Kong comes in to sort of save the day.
And then the best part of like the OST begins.
Yeah.
Right there. Yeah, so dude, like this. By the way, that's something I wanted to say also. Like the music here is something that no matter how many versions of King Kong you make from now on, I don't think that anything will ever compare to this.
Yeah, no,
because I tried to watch 1933, like I tried watching it, but I immediately missed the music from 2005. And I was like, this New Yorker accent, I don't really like it. It's kind of irritating me. The dialogue is not really my thing. It's very corny. And also the music, like the lack of good music, it's really making me think of the music, from 2005.
That's spicy. That's a spicy.
Yeah, I know.
I consider 05 to be an improvement over the original 2, but even I would say that's a bit spicy for the as far as
I know, but that's why I don't really say that the movie is bad. I just say that it wasn't for me because I didn't even like get through a quarter of it. I just couldn't. I just immediately thought of 2005. But just to clarify, if you want to get to me, you need to do it through music. I'm very music focused.
Damn.
When it comes to like almost any type of media, like actually the only reason why I ever watched Naruto or anime at all is because of the soundtracks. Yeah. I don't necessarily care about those things, but like the soundtrack, if it's good, I'm gonna give the show or the movie a chance. And when I was trying to watch 1933, I just kept thinking of the soundtrack of 2005. And what happened is that I ended up watching 2005 again instead of finishing 1933. So again, I cannot say that I like or dislike the movie because I didn't really give it a try. But I can say that for what I saw, it wasn't really for me. And it's just like the period, like how every actor spoke like this. Like that's just something that like kind of like annoys me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
So
yeah,
yeah,
you would say it's not. You pretty much would say that it's not objectively bad. It's just that it didn't really, it didn't really appeal to you the way same way the '05 film does.
yeah, and because I had already watched the 205, I was constantly reminded of that, and so I just went and watched that one instead again. Yeah.
Yeah. Vic says animals will typically kill, and this is like a reference to the one V Rex with the dead photodon in its mouth. Animals will typically kill more animals than they need due to entering a frenzy state when hunting. Even if they have a sufficient meal, they continue to kill any other animal nearby. It's called surplus killing, often seen in predatory animals, so it could be that. I suppose.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah,
Yeah.
that could be maybe and you could actually count that in a way as playfulness. Like it's happy because it actually got to eat something. It has a meal, so now it plays with stuff around it. Like it's all kind of related if you think about it that way.
Yeah. Yeah. That's like, all right. Yeah, that's. If that's actually the case, which I presume it is, then yeah, that could work.
Yeah, fine enough.
That makes sense. Yeah, but yeah, and we have our have the big V Rex fight, uh, which obviously is the T Rex fight from the original, except there's three.
Times three.
It's the V Rex, it's the T Rex fight times three. Now, I will say, like since this is like one of the scenes where Anne does get flung around like a rag doll a couple times. Um, this is kind of like one of those instances where I would levy some kind of thing of like, all right, I can see why someone would still consider the T Rex fight in the original to be better because it doesn't involve Anne needing to have some plot armor in order to survive some of these scenarios because like in the original all that happens with Anne is that Kong puts her in a tree to go off and deal with the
Yeah,
log and then a T-Rex shows up and then you have the fight and the most intense thing that happens with Anne is that the tree that she was on falls down but she's like okay so there's
yeah.
nothing
Here,
crazy like her like dangling from vines or anything.
yeah, and to be fair, also like the fact that yeah, three against one. I don't really think that King Kong should survive that. Gorillas in nature get killed by jaguars. Like it was. People think that gorillas are like this huge Hulk thing, and actually they're just like so fucking chill that they don't really know how to
You kind of
fight or like
roboted a
what's.
bit.
Oh, can you hear me fine now?
Yeah, I can hear you fine now. If you could just kind of repeat what you were saying, just so.
Okay, so what I was saying is that in nature, gorillas are not like fighters. They are good at intimidating, but even like jaguars kill gorillas, right? Like in Tarzan, for example, or Tarzan, I think that's how you say it in English. So the idea that King Kong can defeat, like three V Rexes, I feel like while it's cool and it's like super badass, it also lets itself through like a lot of plot armor of these V Rexes being incredibly stupid.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like it's like definitely an exciting set piece, but there's definitely like a couple bits here and there where you just can't help but ask like the V Rexes should be able to gang up on Kong. So which is what I definitely think there could have been like a bit more like sort of variation in the choreography. Like Kong could just like while holding Ann could leverage like him swinging around so to just like avoid the VRXs overwhelming him, um, something like that.
The thing is, when the V Rexes bite him in the arm, I feel like there should be a little bit more consequences to it, and I feel like he doesn't really react all that much. So it feels like the V Rexes are nerfed during the fight. I'm just being honest, but like that doesn't mean that like this is still one of my favorite fights I think, ever.
Yeah.
Because it has like so many different stages, and like then they go into the vines, and then
Yeah.
you have the 1v1. I just think it's great still.
Yeah. Yeah, the 1v1, bit is obviously, is basically like the remakes version of the iconic, leads us into the jawbreak scene. So yeah, which is very the very brutal iconic finisher that Kong does. So the fight, like, as much as I love it, there's some things here and there that I could tweak, to kind of like make it a little more logically sound. Um, which is kind of, which could be a little
Like
better.
think about it. If you hurt Kong a little bit more during this fight, then on the plane scene, when they shoot him on the wound, that could be the reason, why he like that's the thing that really fucks him up. It's the
Yeah,
planes, but it's also like the fact that he already had a wound from a couple of
yeah,
days ago
yeah. The
or
thing is, like,
weeks ago.
Kong gets like, has both of his arms bitten onto, like, at least once per arm during the V-Rex fight. Like, he gets bitten on one of his arms by V-Rex, and then he gets bitten again, but on the other arm. That's like where he like it the bite it he his arm gets bitten onto, like, so hard that he lets Anne go, and so he has to catch her with his foot. So yeah, there should have been like a
Yeah,
bit more, like, consequent, like, like some of the injuries that he sustains during the V-Rex fight should have been a bit more. It should have had like a bit more of an impact, or been reflected on more, over the course of the fight, and by extension the rest of the film. That could have been,
yeah.
that could have been pretty good. That could have been really good. Um, like, I'm fine with what we have now, but yeah, it is just one of those things where it could be better, if you upon closer inspection, even if it is like an iconic sequence from the movie, from this version of King Kong, at least. So yeah, and this sequence ultimately kind of proves Kong, essentially, like, shows Kong, actually be willing to protect Anne, but of course he kind of like endears Anne to him, to where it's like, all right, is like, okay, yeah, all right, you actually do kind of care about me, all right, and I guess I probably should stick with you for survival. And that's ultimately kind of like, we kind of build off from that from the rest of the film, as we get to later on, where they kind of look at the sunset together. But before we get to that, now we had the bug pit.
Like the villager scene and the back pit, I always skipped as a kid. I just couldn't fucking watch it. Like, mostly because of those penis worms.
Oh, penis worms. Oh,
Like
yeah.
they
Yeah,
do look
those
like
things are
penis
nasty.
worms. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what kind of species they're supposed to be, actually.
I think they're supposed to be like leeches.
Yeah, leech. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, because they have like the teeth, right? So I would assume that they try to stick to something bigger, and
Yeah.
like, so they stick out, they bite, and then you see that black part of them that looks like, the foreskin condensed. That thing like just gets like fatter and fatter the more drink they blood. The more drink
Yeah.
they blood. Holy shit! The more blood they drink. I don't know why I said it like that. And then maybe they explode, hopefully, and die in agony, because those things are horrible.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. It's definitely a very brutal. It's a brutal sequence, because of the fact, like, they're just like trapped in this pit. Like, their friends are dead, and now they're just like essentially in hell, like the worst hell on earth, like fighting off
Yeah,
these bugs.
and to be
And
fair, like people say that everyone loves Andy Serkis for this film, but I mean, are you sure? Because this is the only film I think where Andy Serkis dies twice. They kill him twice in this movie, and one of those was with penis worms.
who dies twice?
Andy Serkis.
Did he die twice?
Yeah, he dies to the penis worms, and then they shoot him off the Empire State Building with airplanes.
Oh yeah, because he plays. Yeah, okay, all right. I was about to say, like, wait a minute, like, what's he
It was
talking
a double kill.
about? Okay. Oh, okay, all right, gotcha.
I mean, at least I don't think that he ever died twice in one movie, like two of his characters. But anyway,
yeah,
no,
both of us. Yeah, both
the
characters
the
he
worms
plays.
and the grasshoppers, I think, were the ugliest things I have seen in my life. And I think that it's funny because you have the millipedes, and as a kid I was like, well, that's fucked up. And
I
then I
think those
see
are
all
supposed to
those
be
other
roach.
two.
I think they were supposed
Eh?
to be giant roaches.
That's even worse.
Like
that just makes it worse.
giant roaches with grasshopper like qualities.
Maybe.
And you got like a giant beetle, that like one that like Carl is like having a fist fight with.
He's boxing with it, yeah. That
he's
one
boxing
was
with
so
it.
fucking weird. I think that's like a mantis shrimp, but on land.
Yeah. And
Although
yeah,
if it was a
obviously.
mantis shrimp, then he will be dead because those things hit hard for the size. And then there's the giant scorpion things. Or we don't even really know if they're scorpions, but they come from from inside the walls.
Right. Yeah.
Later on.
They're not exactly scorpions. They're just like they're kind of like just bigger. I mean, they have like some scorpion attributes because they got the claws, but they're just like way much even bigger bugs. And they're just like essentially like, all right, time for wave 2.
Yeah.
And then that's when Englehorn and Bruce Baxter and the rest of the crew come and rescue them. And you have like yeah.
I was just going to say that Carl, like, it's not just that the guy like fights the thing, like he's kind of becomes a badass. Honestly, at that point, like he just literally goes and like, I think that really makes his character way better than what people describe it to be, because again, like I hear a lot of people say bad things about it, and that's like a common thing that I've heard. It's actually like weird that I hear people saying that like they like Jack Black in the role or the role itself, like the character. But it's like not only you've seen how much of a piece of shit he is, he's also not a coward. So at that moment you realize that the fact that he is willing to fight and he just chose not to makes him an even bigger piece of shit.
Yeah. 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 And obviously, they get out of the pit. Englehorn's all like, no matter how many times you flush a cockroach down the toilet, they always crawl right back up from the bowl. And he's looking at Carl as he says it. So, I always love that detail.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, and Carl's like, "Hey man, I am out of the bowl, and I'm spreading out I'm flicking my wings off, drying up." And that's kind of like where they start noticing like Jack is on the other side. Like, don't give up, Jack. She's dead. And so that's when Carl decides, hey, it's like we could just put the chloroform to good use, and while Jack brings Anne back to us, with Kong, following, we could still come out of this okay. Bringing something, this won't be for nothing. Obviously, take some convincing from Megalhorn, but yeah. and Jack goes off to risk it, and then Carl's like, "Sorry, man," But it's like he put it like it's almost like he knows he's about to do something pretty shitty to Jack, essentially like using him and his bait. So yeah,
He like this. I think is these are like his best scenes with the bug pit.
yeah, like the bug pit, just kind of like he just the bug pit would almost have just been like could be considered as like divine punishment for him.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but it
Oh.
redefines him because after this scene, he again like you see that he's actually willing to fight. Again, he just chose not to do that at any point. The little shit.
Well, actually,
But
there's
also
even
like yeah.
well, was actually what I'm about to say. Like, there is even like in the extended cut, he even has like a little dialogue about being about hell or something like that. And before he climbs up the rope, because Bruce Baxter like brings the does come down and gets the people on the rope to sort of climb back up, like Jimmy and Carl. He's like, yeah, why don't you give? Yeah, oh yeah, how about you climb up the rope? And we kind of get like a hint of like Jack using the vines to climb up to the other side. So there you go. So yeah, so that's kind of there's almost like a bit like you can see Carl is a bit like he's kind of lost it at this point. He's kind of he's a bit off his rocker at this point now. Like
I didn't really like I didn't perceive it that way, but I did perceive a change. In his attitude.
That's that's what I was trying to say. Like he had, when your life flashes before your eyes, you get to see it in color. That's the line.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I think that maybe that's what Sam was trying to say. That part wasn't really executed in the best way. That it was a little bit fast, maybe. And like I think that would be like a somewhat valid point. But while I didn't necessarily think that he would have gone like crazy after that, I did
maybe
perceive a
crazy
change.
may not be. Well, I mean, he's crazy enough to. Crazy in the sense like he's willing to sacrifice more lives just to get Kong, just to bring something back, if not Kong, if not a film, essentially.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, like the
Okay.
pit definitely, the pit did sort of changed him somewhat, like something akin to that. Like he had a near death experience, kind of, and then now,
for the first time, because every time before, he was at risk, but he was never the one that was like being beaten by something or
Right.
being like actually targeted. Yeah.
I mean, there's like, well, I mean, obviously you have the Venatus, the Brontosaurus the Stampede sequence, and you have like his life was always in danger, but
but what I mean is that they were kind of chasing the group. They weren't chasing him in specific. It was never like he's the last one in line. It was, I think his name you said was Herbert, the
Herb,
camera guy.
Yeah.
Herb. Yeah, in that scene, for example, it was Herb actually who was being targeted by them because he was the slowest.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Carl wasn't. Yeah, but in this, but the pit, the insect scene was definitely, where it's like he was like, oh yeah, if it wasn't for Engelhorn coming in, him and Jack and Jimmy would most certainly be dead.
Yeah.
They just had they were fucked. There was no way out for them. But yeah. And so I guess maybe just to kind of like speed things along here, because some of the details during the last part of the movie, the New York stuff, we have gone over a bit earlier, so we'll try to speed through here. And then we have after the pit scene, we have we have Kong and Ann having a quiet moment in his lair, essentially. when we
By the way,
see
did you realize the implication for Kong at that point when he says beautiful?
yeah,
It's funny, right? Because sign language became like this thing that everyone was doing, but King Kong 2005 implied it that Kong would have had the capacity to, do some basic signs, basically, and understand it. Because the thing is, Coco the gorilla, right? The one that everyone thinks did sign language. Actually, there's no scientific evidence that she ever did sign language that was, like meaningful. Basically, she just repeated random words that she thought meant food or play or whatever, right? It was all interchangeable. None of the signs she made actually had an intent. And the fact that King Kong, I guess, saying Kong feels weird nowadays for 2005, so I just say King Kong. And the fact that he sees the sun rise, or well, the sundown or whatever,
sunset.
late sunset, yes. But then it's the sunrise at the end of the movie, and he makes the same
Yeah,
sign for beautiful. It means that he actually will have had the capacity to recognize patterns and maybe
yeah,
actually use sign language. So that's even worse. Like
yeah,
you want to talk about tragedy? I think that's more tragic because it means that he's even more intelligent than the original. So the fact that he dies like a fucking stupid animal is even worse.
yeah,
And I
yeah.
and I never
Yeah,
hear anyone talking about that. I don't know why.
yeah. That's yeah. Oh God, oh God, I'm just thinking about it. Just think of it. I'm getting starting to get a bit emotional because like Jesus.
Yeah,
Yeah, like
yeah, I know.
yeah, 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 Zach. It's like yeah, exactly. Like, this film does stuff like yeah, like like that makes it like a worthy that makes it more than worthy as a remake to King Kong. So like anybody that says otherwise, I just like I don't understand. Like
Like, to
yeah,
be fair, I showed this. So I went to film school, and we had a cinema, right? So every so many weeks we watch like random movies. And once I said King Kong, and a lot of people came. And when you show people your favorite movie and they just laugh all the time, and you're like fucking like destroyed emotionally trying to contain it, and you're like, I wanted you to watch this part, but you're all memeing on it. Well, uh, what these people basically said, like, and I would assume is like what normies say is that it's a little bit too long, you know, maybe a
yeah,
bit too slow, or it takes a bit too much time on certain things, and that's why maybe some people don't have patience to see the good things, or maybe they don't think it's worth having to
yeah. They
spend
don't
that
think that
much
the
time.
good stuff. They don't pretty much don't even recognize like that there's like more than enough good things in it to outweigh whatever issues could even be in it. It's too
Yeah,
long. That's
like
what
that.
she said. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah, and you pretty much and you see like the visual storytelling about like Kong just like walking through like the bot like sort of like the skeletal remains of essentially like his fellow Kongs, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Yeah, just pretty
Yeah,
much.
and with that, that's all you need. You don't need someone to tell you, oh, like he's the last of his kind. It's like, no, you just see it. And the thing is, you don't really know what happened. Like, you assume Kong might not have done anything, but who knows? Like, maybe Kong killed some of them. Maybe there was like a huge rabies outburst and Kong had to kill them all. Like, we literally don't know anything.
We don't really know. We can only just kind of like speculate on like what could have happened. It could have been, or it could just be something, just something a bit more natural. Something like
Yeah, maybe lack of resources. Maybe the food they ate wasn't
yeah, Yeah, so nothing too grand as far as like them dying. It's what's funny? The original pretty much it has like a character explicitly say like he's the last of his kind or something like that. But the remake doesn't.
Yeah, yeah.
So
It's not needed. And
again,
also, on the first one, they're lying because there's Son of Kong later on, right? So technically,
yeah,
it's not.
I will say I did watch Son of Kong like once, like a few years ago. I just didn't have the time to get around to that, before the stream. Wasn't a fan of Son of Kong. I'll
Yeah,
be honest.
yeah. It
Um,
sounds very unnecessary.
yeah,
Very
I mean,
cash grabby.
I remember that there's like some good elements to it here and there. Like maybe like there's some neat stuff going on in terms of like what that movie was trying to do for Carl Denham's story being continued somewhat, but yeah, it's like a really unnecessary epilogue. That really just that's really that's kind of hollow at the end of the day, and not much. Like there isn't really a whole heck of a lot of substance to it aside
And
from
it's
what
that
I just mentioned.
in a way, isn't it like the typical, oh, poor stupid animal, you're dying for us to live. Oh, well, never mind. I guess I'll just go on with my life because I don't really give a shit. Doesn't it end kind of like that? Because, like, the baby Kong, like, saves the guy. And he's just like, well, I guess I have my woman and everything's fine now. Thank God. This is amazing.
Hollow
Like,
like the
that's,
earth.
yeah, hollow as fuck. That's a thing I don't actually like about a lot of movies from that time period. Um, they don't. I know this will sound very hippie, but I will say it in a basic way, and then I will try to make it more complex. But in a basic ass way, they didn't really give a shit about animals, right? In a more complex way, it came from the ego of thinking that humans are like this best thing ever, right?
Yeah.
And that ego was reflected even in paleontology, where people thought that dinosaurs were slow, inferior creatures that went extinct because they deserved it. And the reason why people said that is because, well, then if we're here, it must be because we're God's chosen ones and we're so superior to everything around us. So
Yeah.
a lot of that mentality I could see in those type of old movies, and King Kong was not necessarily an exception. It was like a better implementation of it. The
Yeah.
fact that no
Yeah.
one cared about Kong made it tragic. But then when it came to Son of Kong, it's like now you're just making it like fucking. Now you're just doing the thing that everyone does. Like the first time was nice, but the second time, like I just think that the guy is an asshole now. Like you see this baby Kong die in front of you, and you're like, well, never mind. I have my woman, so everything's okay. And it's like,
The island's sinking, but yeah, what? But fuck it, I don't really get. I mean,
yeah.
maybe we probably could be misremembering some bits in Son of Kong, but yeah, it was honestly I just mainly remember it just being like a nothing burger of a sequel. Which the fact that I would at least like give it props for having for the fact like they were able to pull off like this like pull it off the production value that they did have, even if it was significantly weaker than the first film. Considering the fact
Yeah.
that it was released like months after the original, like they didn't even give them like a year or two to make it. They had to release like no, you released this by the end of 1933 because the original came out and was a huge success in March of 33.
Yeah.
So it was like a really rushed sequel, in a lot of in a lot of ways. Even with like the effects where they were nowhere near, they weren't as quite as sophisticated as the original. Even though they still were like did the
Yeah.
stuff Willis O'Brien effects that were still there. It's like for a movie that was like made months after the original and they had to like rush for like a rush job. It's not horrible at least. Like it's competent, but from a technical standpoint, but yeah, like it's so
Yeah.
there. I just don't know why this needed to exist, and honestly, it's kind of why I stick and honestly, like that movie, like unfortunately, it's kind of funny. Like, have you noticed, like, anytime you have like a new version of King Kong, that anytime they try to do a sequel, it ends up being kind of not great at all. Like, I mean, just
So,
stick with me on this.
mhm.
You know, Kong 1933. You had the original, classic, followed up by Son of Kong the same year, not classic. um,
Yeah,
and we can also include King Kong versus Godzilla as well, where it's followed up by King Kong Escapes, which I wasn't really a fan of at all. So that's the one with Mechanic Kong, by the way.
oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
Now I
70,
remember. Yeah,
yeah, you have the '76 remake. Obviously, much more a bit more divisive, but it was followed up. But it was, there's at least like a decent following for that one.
and on a technological level, it was kind of revolutionary, right?
Yeah,
Like with the
honestly, that's
animatronic
probably
and all of that.
yeah, that was pretty much the animatronic and like some suitmation as well for Kong. So there's actually like that's why I would say the technicals in that film are probably like the best that stand out in that film, aside from Jessica Lange being hot as hell.
Yeah,
So yeah, but that one was followed up by King Kong Lives, which was very infamous.
yeah.
And then you have and you will notice Kong 05 never got a sequel. Because then it's followed up by Kong Skull Island with the monster, which is in the MonsterVerse, and we all know and we all know the tale of what that was followed by. So I
And
don't
you know
know.
what?
I'm just
I would even say that to me, GBK is not even a sequel to Kong Skull Island. It's just like you have the destruction of the fucking island and you don't show it. That's not a sequel. Like you just you just fucked up. Like that's just bad writing
I guess
at
you
that
could say like
point.
I guess you could say it's only a sequel in the standpoint that it takes place after Kong Skull
Oh
Island and
yeah,
it
I get
continues
it. But
Kong's story.
technically, in chronology, you would have something even worse, which is the anime
Oh that one
and then the
that
comic.
one. Oh yeah, that's okay.
Which, by the way, I don't think that it's like terrible, but at the same time, it's clearly not a Kong story. It's a story about people in the island.
Yeah,
Kong is like an accessory in his own
I thought it was.
show.
I mean, I thought it was pretty fucking terrible. To be honest, like I honestly kind of hated it.
I know that, for example, Omnivore disliked it way more than I disliked it. I still think that it has like some interesting things. I think it's mixed, but when you count the
There's
whole
interesting
MonsterVerse thing,
things here and
maybe
there. Yeah,
yeah,
it almost like you may as well have just not even had this set in the MonsterVerse because it like there's a like almost
yeah. It doesn't feel like it's the same Skull Island at all.
in fact, you're better off just doing that because if you had like Kong just like being shown to be able to swim from one island to another at some point, then that just would have fucked GVK forever. Like you
Yeah.
could have just done that the whole time. Okay. It's like Kong can swim to another island. No.
Yeah, the thing is, like, the original story is such a classic that there's no way to follow it up. So if you want to make some sequel to it, you're just fucked, right? And the thing is, if someone then remade the original again, and someone actually came out with something that's good, then the sequel will also be remade
Yeah.
because no one would want to take the risk, because like it's just dumb, right? Like how
Right.
it's basically like Citizen Kane. Did it ever get a Citizen Kane 2?
That would have been funny if they did.
I know, right?
The return of Citizen Kane. Oh, Vic saying that King
Citizen
Kong
Kane.
Escape. Yeah. Okay. Vic saying King Kong Escapes is not a sequel to King Kong versus Godzilla. Um. Yeah. Actually. Yeah. That's right. Well, I mean, I would say probably. Yeah. I mean, that's fair. It's probably. I guess I kind of include that because it's like it's. a follow up in the sense that it's a King Kong. It was like another King Kong movie made by made by Toho. Um, although there are some fans out there that probably would try to argue that it is a sequel.
That it could technically be just as much of a sequel as
yeah,
Destroy All Monsters was to the original Rodan. Actually, no, sorry, Ghidorah, the three-headed monster, was to the original Rodan. Which is like,
true.
you could technically say that, but it's not.
Technically, there's there's a lot of looseness to that. Also, we got good old Macaroni here.
Hey,
So people were talking about monkeys here, and I thought, what a perfect place for me to interject because, well, it takes a monkey to know a monkey, right?
dude, I said some things that could get us cancelled. So yeah, let's do it already.
No, you need the token monkey to talk on monkeys. I'm the authority on monkeys here.
Okay.
Yeah, Kong 05 is a very interesting movie, I think. I don't think it's I don't remember what Zim said about it. I think Zim said that it was not that great.
Yeah,
Now
but what I can
Brit-
say is that I remember there was like a one time, and it was like before that debate stream on Kong 05 that he hosted. Like he said something along the lines of that Kong 05 is to King Kong what the Polygon trilogy is to Godzilla, which that's still
that's a bit
to this
harsh.
day. Yeah,
That's crazy.
that's just wrong.
That's a bit harsh, I think.
Yeah,
Hold
that's an
on. I think
understatement.
my microphone is
I mean, we can hear you fine. In
Yeah.
case.
Yeah, no, I don't want to not use my microphone.
Okay.
So I don't with what little I remember of Kong 05, I thought it was I mean, yeah, it was long, but I think the length was necessary for the type of story it was trying to tell. For the same reason that Lord of the Rings was long, for the same reason that Watchmen was long, not for the same reason Justice League was long, but there are movies that just have to be long, you know, for the purpose of telling the story. Like length isn't really the problem; it's more so what you do with the length.
Exactly.
Yeah.
However, I do think, I do think that it is an understandable complaint, especially if in this day and age where people's attention spans are fried. But at the same time, uh, I would just say skill issue.
Yeah, that's what I would say. Yeah, that's not the movie's fault. That's your problem. you can't withstand a movie being 3 hours long. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a skill issue. But also, I do understand because time is a limited resource. You can't. Time is a very limited resource. You can't always, spend too much time. But if the what is spent, what the movie does with the time that is spent is important, then I would just say, well, yeah, no, at that point it's a skill issue. Now, if the movie wasted time, like
Yeah,
in Justice League, then I would say, fine, okay, that's a valid complaint. But I
yeah,
don't think Kong '05 is that. So I'm just saying, okay, you know what? I think this is just
yeah,
this doesn't matter in the grand scheme
yeah.
of things.
Congo 5 devotes a lot of time with its story, but it's time that is very well spent.
It's also interesting that I see that usually because what's the reputation of what's it called? What's the reputation of Kong remakes over Godzilla movies in general? Because I don't
Hmm.
really know. I'm not a huge Kong guy.
So sorry, could you repeat the question? What's the consensus on?
Yeah, on Kong remakes and sequels compared to that of Godzilla, like their quality. I mean,
Oh,
Hmm.
I am normally what I've heard. Okay, but again, I'm not like a super Kong dude necessarily. Like of course, I'm more informed than like a normie, but still not like my thing. I think Minecraft probably knows a little bit more. But basically, it's like every time that technology can advance the story in a meaningful way, the story has been remade. So in a way, it's kind of like a statement of the times, kind of like Avatar nowadays, right?
Right, right.
And it was always seen as like, oh, the classic is coming back, like it's something that people wait for. And so the 70s version, while it was not better than the OG, like it literally has a fucking snake, it's disappointing as hell. It was like this thing that, first of all, they spent a lot of money on. They made this huge animatronic. So for it's basically like, and we just talked about this. It's kind of like Citizen Kane for adventure. Kong as a whole, like is such a classic that he's basically on that level. So when people remake it, it's not like, oh, how dare you do this to this classic? You're killing it. It's more like, yeah, now we can have a more immersive version of it. So it's normally seen as like a really great thing. And then when 2005 came back, it was announced, and you had the trailers and all of that. People were super excited because everyone knew King Kong. Everyone knew the story, but they didn't necessarily want to watch something that was in black and white. It looked amazing, and yeah, it was a huge boom. I think that this hate, or not necessarily hate, but this, what would you call it? This dismissal of King Kong
Resentment or
2005.
dismissal.
Resentment, dismissal, I think is.
Yeah.
Contention.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it
Apprehension.
came recently.
Yeah.
Like a couple of maybe 5 to 6 years after the movie came out. But when it came out, people were like crazy about it. People thought that it was great, and it's like, yeah, like the guy who made like Lord of the Rings made all of this, right? So it was all part of this perfect storm. To be fair, I think that if 2005 hadn't been this good, remakes for King Kong wouldn't actually be seen in a favorable way, because the 70s was fine. Like it was entertaining for some, as Hoshi said, and as 2005 said for himself. But like I think most people that like the original think that a snake, for example, in the sense of action, is a huge downgrade from a T-Rex, and they're right. So it's like you know uh, it's
Yeah.
2005, I think, that cemented the remakes as this thing that probably will happen again at some point when we have enough technology to make, maybe, I don't know, make 4DX movies in VR, right? And then they will make King Kong then, right? Uh, but yeah, like they're not seen in a negative way at all. They have always been like a new statement of the technology of the time, and
Yeah.
Hollywood always promotes the remakes for King Kong in this super gigantic way more than Godzilla. So yeah,
Right. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Because I always found it rather interesting because usually whenever you get to that point where you just create a story that's like super revolutionary, super what's the word?
Timeless.
Timeless. Yes, timeless, that's the word. The the first instinct will usually be, how do I recapture the magic, right? How do I um how can I capture the minds of people? How can I uh, capture lightning in a bottle again? Right. That's usually the. And so whenever there's like a remake, I feel like I don't know if this is necessarily true. So you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm fairly certain that that is the spirit behind it. You just want to recapture lightning in a bottle again, and because that story is like basically an American myth of sorts. Um, you kind of don't want to stray too far away from it.
Right.
Of course, Skull Island came out and it kind of undid it, kind of turned it on its head.
Yeah.
For better or worse, I would argue for worse. Not because the movie was bad necessarily, but because of, you know, the
What came
spirit
after?
that
what happened
influenced.
afterwards?
No, no, no. It's
Mainly.
not even that. It's just like the spirit of like what. Why do you think the movie was made? Like, do you think it was made because they wanted to tell like an actual good story? They wanted to set up Godzilla versus Kong in the long run. Like,
They
if
Yeah,
I'm being
exactly.
Kong,
That's what
super
I mean.
cynical,
Godzilla vs Kong. Yeah,
if I'm being super cynical, it was for Godzilla versus Kong. It was
Yeah,
purely for God. That's all they really. It
I
just
don't
so
even
happens
think that
that the
it's
movie was good.
necessarily cynicism. It's just that King Kong versus Godzilla was like a completely different thing from King Kong, and they wanted to recreate that lightning in a battle instead of actually recreating the original. I think that
yeah,
we
it's
have those two aspects of Kong, and they just decided to go for the less known one at the time. But at
yeah,
the
like
same time, it
Hollywood.
is very known.
Yeah, Hollywood had like an opportunity because like you have Godzilla 2014 that was pretty successful, like successful enough to where it would warrant them wanting to do a follow up on it at some point. And you have like the whole shared universe sort of trend that was going on at the time, and you also have like King Kong versus Godzilla that was kind of like like essentially one of the more in at least in the U.S. like one of the more iconic Godzilla movies in terms of like because the fact that it featured these two iconic kaiju, these two iconic monsters duking it out, and so it's like, hey, why don't we have the opportunity to sort of like capitalize on the whole. We have an idea for we have shared universe being a thing. We have these IPs of King Kong and Godzilla. Like, why not just do like a whole new version? And if there's been many years since that original King Kong versus Godzilla, why not just use that foundation as potential to do a new take on that sort of story? Maybe even just sort of build it up to it.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I think it
because
was
here's the
a
thing: like
perfect
you were,
storm, like a combination of all three.
yeah,
Not just like the one thing. I think it was just like the perfect storm. Like we could make something new, but also we can just remake this old thing that's always worked and just do that until it stops making us money, and then we will pivot to whatever suits us best at the time. Like, okay, well then the versus Kong, we already did that, but we can't keep doing that like two consecutively. So what do? We team them up. That's never been done before. Even though it clearly was like those kinds of versus stories, like they always end up in a team up. Um,
Yeah,
and
yeah. But
so
I
and not
suppose
only
like
uh,
that, I
people,
would also say that that gives you some free space for the next time that they actually decide to remake the actual classic 1933 story, which
yeah,
would be needed because if they had done like a remake for King Kong in 2017 after the things that 2005 did, I think that would be completely unnecessary.
yeah. No, but it's funny when you compare King Kong to Godzilla in ways because it's as though like
You're
uh
roboting a little bit, just so you know. Oh,
yeah,
Simon, sir, is he roboting for you too?
yeah, he roboted a bit there on my end.
ah, that's weird. My internet's doing fine.
Okay,
I don't know what's
now I hear you fine.
Yeah,
okay.
Now
All
it's
right.
okay.
So um so I think it's fascinating to me when you compare King Kong with Godzilla because um I mean both stories are, I would argue, they're timeless because at least with King Kong, um I don't know what kind of archetype he is, but with Sarazawa's like obviously like a Promethean archetype. Like it's very, it's hard to miss the Promethean archetype of Sarazawa. Whereas with King Kong, it's a completely different archetype, which I'm not sure what you would call. Um, but it's effective enough, recognizable enough, and timeless enough for people to want to see that on screen. And with Godzilla, it is something similar, except that with all the sequels that come out, not only is the archetype and the creature concept diluted, but also just his identity is completely diluted. He doesn't mean anything anymore. Like you always hear people say, "Oh, he can be anything," and then he just means nothing. He's an arbitrary concept now. Um, Whereas with King Kong, you already know what he is. You know what he means. He's supposed to be. Um, n-
Now,
because
just so you
he's
know, you
that way for
started
so long.
roboting again. The last thing that you said without roboting was what he's supposed to be, and from there on, you started roboting again.
Okay. You know, let me change the microphone because this is. Let me change the microphone.
Okay.
Joe Smo said clankaroony.
Clanker. Yeah, see, I think he said that he's going to switch the mics.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure he said something about switching something. But yeah, if you can hear us, Macaroni, I think that it's funny because, like, for example, there's this understanding that a lot of people have, and
He's
it's
gone.
clearly for the wrong. Ah, yeah, but he. Okay, then I'll wait. Let
Yeah.
me wait a little bit.
Oh yeah,
I'm
there's like
going
one
to.
Oh, sorry. Go
Yeah.
ahead. You
Ah, no,
go
no,
right
no. You
ahead.
go
I was
first.
about to. I was about to. No, no. You want. I'll let you. I'll let you finish. Yeah, because of
I
what I was
was
about to say.
literally just going to say that tonight I'm watching Lord of the Rings just because of Peter Jackson. Like we were talking about this whole thing, and we mentioned Lord of the Rings like 2 or 3 times, and now I just want to watch all of the movies at once. That's all.
Nice. Um, so I actually have the exact like little speech or monologue that Hayes states about you know after Jimmy asks him about why doesn't the lead character Heart of Darkness like turn back and what have you, and Hayes is like a part of him does want to, but you know, but then you have like but there's that curiosity in all of us that compels us. Um, Yeah, and it's kind of like, and there's like a montage of like showing, like obviously this kind of like backtracks a little earlier, it's much earlier to the film, but it like shows a montage of like Carl and Anne and Jack and all the rest, like walking through essentially like the first part of the island, until they get to the village, where and I have the quote here exact from Hayes, saying. We could not understand because we were too far, and could not remember because we were traveling in the night of first ages. Of those ages that are gone, leaving hardly a sign and no memories, we are accustomed to look upon the shackled form of a conquered monster. But there you could look at a thing monstrous and free.
Yeah, dude, like this movie just has like a bunch of things.
Yeah, there's like and I think like one of the things that Zim was mentioning, like how the film tries to call back to the Heart of Darkness stuff, and he thinks like that wasn't like that's like kind of misses the point of King Kong or something like. Don't quote me on that, as my crap would put it, but I think that's something that he may have said, something along those lines. Because I guess it just sort of begs the question of like, you know, the whole thing of like if whether or not that would still like if that's like as long as that stuff was implemented well into the film, would it still be like could it at least be considered like a good adaptation, if not like what if it's not exactly one to one in terms of like the thematics, what have you, because the original King Kong, it's it doesn't really like there is like you have the Beauty and Beast aspect to it, as well as the whole thing of like Kong being a king of his own domain that was sort of take that that was sort of taken out of his element, and then he dies when he tries to resist essentially, and it was all because of the fact that he fell for something for that which he couldn't really have, which is something that this film carries over, but this film obviously also includes the that sort of element. Those other like other elements that sort of expand on. I don't
Yeah,
know. What do you think?
I understand that some directors, like have watched this movie, right, all their life, and then they want to make their own version, and they have all of these ideas and verses and, in a way, poetry that they relate to their idea of the story and the themes
Yeah,
and what it represents. And I also understand that sometimes when if you are making a remake for something like that, you will maybe put a lot of it, right?
yeah,
The thing is, adding those things to the story and maybe not going in depth with every single one of them and make it like fully cohesive is actually not a bad thing. I don't think that you need to like commit to one or two. If you're just mentioning another one, it's like food for thought. Like you're leaving it to the viewer to find meaning in it if they want to, and if they don't, it's just like really cool dialogue.
Yeah,
Like I don't think that we need to be super robotic with everything and be like, yeah, but this character says this and that completely changes. Well, like I mean,
yeah,
it can, but also like you can see it as, like that's just something that the director feels relates to the story. It's like a
yeah,
project of love, and I
yeah.
think that this is clearly the case for that too.
It was absolutely
It's
a
just
project of
yeah,
it was absolutely a product of love, essentially. I mean, obviously like you would have the studio in mind, which like they would absolutely, like Universal, they would absolutely want to do a remake of King Kong because King Kong is a recognizable name. But Peter Jackson, considering that he is that much of a fan of the original, and he's given the opportunity to do like his own sort of take on it, and considering that he proved that he is capable of like doing really good stuff, like with Lord of the Rings. Um,
yeah.
it obviously absolutely lends to him being able to put together a version of King Kong that can still be viewed as it like Peter Jackson's own version of King Kong. It is not like it's not like a carbon copy of the original. Like it's not like beat for beat or note by note, frame by frame. There's definitely quite a
Mhm.
bit about it that's expanded upon and is even pretty different, quite different from the original. But they still maintain what the soul of the original. They maintain like they pretty much like essentially stay true to the spirit of the original. It's like what we've talked about in about Del Toro's Frankenstein. Like there's
I
definitely
was
quite a
going to
bit of
say the same thing, actually. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, like
I'll let you
there's
go
a
first, but yeah.
there's quite a bit about Del Toro's Frankenstein that's very different from Mary Shelley's novel, but there's so much about the thematics of the novel that are sort of like intact, as well as even like some new ideas to give the film like its own identity, its own like flesh and blood. Um, you know, that still and still be like Del Toro's own version of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, like what he would do with the story. And it's still
Now,
like man,
I just
yeah,
wanted to tell you right now that I'm going to say something that may be like a hot take or whatever. After some time of watching the movie, you know how I told you that when he made Charles say, Victor, you are the monster. I told you from the very beginning that thing kind of annoyed me, right?
yeah,
The thing is, over time, it has annoyed me a little bit more and more because the read that Victor is the monster is something that it's valid enough to have, but at the same time, Victor is like mostly scared, in the novel. He's not a complete piece of shit asshole.
yeah,
But this version of Frankenstein that Del Toro made by reinforcing his vision of this read of Frankenstein, it's almost as if the next remake for King Kong was 100% an analogy for slavery. It's no longer something that some people might read into the movie and that's not actually what it's meant to be. No, now we have like a director that has this read and he makes it the actual analogy of the movie, right? Because again, you can think that Victor was a flawed person, which he was in the novel. He was, like very problematic, but he wasn't supposed to represent an egocentric piece of trash, right? He was never like that in the book. He was evil in a way. No, he wasn't evil. That's the thing. He was a victim of his own stupidity. He
yeah,
was someone that was smart enough to bring back the dead, but stupid enough to literally make the entire fucking thing and say, yeah, 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 no, this looks good. And then when that thing opens its eyes, yeah, no, that looks horrible, actually. I'm going to faint. And then he faints. Like he
yeah,
clearly cannot control what he wants. So, like, the read that Guillermo del Toro has I do think that in the end, when I said that Guillermo too hard, he went full Guillermo. I have come to think that uh, he really did go full Guillermo
Hmm.
because you can victimize the monster without having to make Victor a complete psychopath, which he did, right? Like
Hmm.
Victor is like I understand, yeah, he goes back to save him when he's like burning the thing, but a normal person doesn't burn someone alive, like they don't just like put you on a table, say, hey, say one more word or I'm going to explode you, and then they leave, right? Like that's not common. Like he's literally like a complete trash human being. And again, that's a very big alteration of the novel to the point where I cannot even really say that it's a version of the story. It's just like a misread, a misreading of the story that was turned into something official somehow. And I
Hmm.
don't think that that will be comparable to the things that you just mentioned with 2005, which is some other themes are added. Like for example, the darkness and all of that. It's like he mentions it, right, and then he leaves you to ponder and think about it and relate it to the story if you want to. But
Yeah.
Guillermo just takes complete control of the story and alters it so much that you miss the chance to actually think about it or ignore it. He just
Hmm.
tells you what to think.
Hmm.
So I don't think that I was going to say I think that's like this in King Kong 2005 is like the positive comparison, and I would say that Frankenstein is the negative comparison if we're talking about adding themes and all of that.
Hmm. Hmm.
Sorry that I
Interesting.
spoke for like 10 minutes. It's
No,
just
that's
that
no,
again,
that's
like
no, that's fine. I'm just kind of like trying. Yeah, I'm kind of trying to try to process that. um,
yeah, I know.
um, yeah, I mean that's. I probably have to like go. I've always kind of wanted to like watch the film again and just sort of like be able to and kind of like look a little further into it. Just to see just to kind of like see that see see if that read that you did was was apt, I suppose. Just because I was like thinking like
Yeah, yeah,
maybe
I
this
know, I know,
psychopath. I don't know.
and the
I'm trying
thing,
to think about that.
yeah, the thing is, I also need to reread the novel again. I'm trying to buy it because like it's a book that I want to have myself, like physically anywhere, right? So I'm going to buy it and I'm going to read the whole fucking thing, like all of it. Um, but yeah, no, I
Yeah.
remember clearly that Victor was never like I knew that when I watched the movie the first time, like Victor was never like this. I actually had a discussion with my mom because she had a completely altered version of the story in her mind, and I told her like that's not how it goes. You're thinking of this movie, you're not thinking of the actual original story. And yeah, again, it really reminds me when people like really push for the Victor was the monster all along, and and they seem to relate some kind of evilness to him. It really reminds me of people saying that Kong represents slavery. Well, actually, I would even say that the slavery like relation to King Kong is more understandable, you know, because
Yeah.
it actually kind of fits. That's why it has been propagated this whole time. But the thing with Frankenstein and Victor was the monster, the real monster, it comes mostly from like an emotional standpoint than logical because you just relate to the monster, which is understandable. I think everyone relates to the monster, but you victimize it a little bit too much. High Black,
Yeah. Yeah.
and yeah, because people put themselves in that place, they villainize Victor more than they should. It's like very, very emotional.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Sorry if I didn't get you on Black Arena. For some reason, your avatar is not popping up.
That is
Let's see
weird.
if you can. Oh, but we can hear you fine.
I mean, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
And like everything's black, so technically still fits with the name.
Yeah, you ran a
Yeah.
podcast called Black Screen, so yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. No. I
Yeah.
might be rebranding soon anyway. But
Ah,
All right. So I like that you mentioned who pinged me. I like that you mentioned Frankenstein too, because I actually did watch that movie recently.
yeah.
I was not impressed by it. By this
Hmm.
like for one, I didn't think Frankenstein looked ugly enough. I think he looked way too attractive, in my opinion. Um, in design, which kind of explains why people were having a maternal instinct with him, which I thought was weird. But I mean, it's whatever. But the interpretation, what you said about it's the same thing in spirit of Kong represents slavery. I did kind of get those vibes as well because like I haven't read the original Frankenstein story, but it felt very like I don't know, it felt very strange to me. Like, wait a minute, this does not feel familiar. This is not uh what I remember Frankenstein to be. Like, sure, Promethean archetypes are often depicted as um people that fall thanks to their own hubris, but I don't think that necessarily makes them malicious. Like, why did Victor? Because if you really think about it, why did Victor want to control death, life and death? Why did he want to do that? It was
In
because
the
he wanted to save
original
the world.
novel, oh yeah, in the movie, yes. Just so you know, in the original novel, you don't necessarily get like a super detailed explanation. He's just like really fucking smart. And one of the things that you can kind of relate to it, but it's not directly stressed, is that he's lonely as fuck. Like he's out to study and he's not really with his family, and he spends a lot of time alone. And during that time, he started developing this project. So you could kind of see it as, a way of seeking for a family, I guess, for his son. And maybe that's where the son father thing came from, besides of the obvious parallel of creator and creation, that is technically also like the same as father and son. Technically, it's similar. So maybe that's where it comes from. But I do need to read it again. But I'm sure that it was because the guy was lonely as fuck, having to study abroad,
Yeah, no,
or
I
at
don't,
least
I
far
don't
from
believe,
his house.
I
Hmm.
don't believe he was malicious. I mean, Promethean archetypes often do stuff because they're trying to achieve something that could be seen as noble, but their motivation was hubris rather than and because their motivation was hubris,
Yeah.
it ended up backfiring.
Yeah,
um
and they
and
didn't
so
even
Yeah.
take it. Yeah, their hubris like essentially blinded them from what from like the implications and like like what could potentially go wrong. Which if you don't you got to do this like thing like as delicately as possible, and that's assuming you should even do it at all, which he does
Yeah.
not do delicately.
no as for King Kong, um because again I haven't seen the movie in a while, um but see, I wanted to get to I wanted to compare at least Kong '05 to Godzilla, mainly because I find their dichotomy very fascinating. Um, because you have movies that could be considered good, but all of them are remakes. Whereas you have an entire slew of different stories for Godzilla that at least I wouldn't be that merciful. Um, Not very good. Most of them are very this happened and then this happened. Um the kind of storytelling that Trey Parker, Matt Stone warned about. Um and so I find it fascinating too because both of them allude to very real fears. I don't know what fears, I don't remember what kind of fears, because that's what monsters are, right? They allude to some sort of fear, primal fear that humanity has, some sort of anxiety. That's usually what monsters are supposed to do, right? And so in the case of Godzilla, it was fear the of the bomb and the nuclear annihilation. With Kong, um, if the best I could think of off the top of my head is just fear of the lack of control or something like that, because like King Kong is just something massive that you just can't control. He breaks free from the theater. He breaks free from and he's just rampaging through the city, not knowing where he is. But there's also a tragic element to it because Kong is like, he's just an animal, right? He's not. He's outside of his natural habitat. He's outside where he belongs, and it's in a way, if I had to be like super analytical about it, it's both and where it's both expressing a fear of not being able to control something, but also just an inversion of that of subversion where the monster is supposed to be sympathized with because Kong didn't do anything wrong. Not that I
Yeah,
don't
no.
think he does.
No, like he's he's definitely like a tragic figure because if there weren't any, if there was no Venture crew going to Skull Island, Kong would just live the remainder of his days just like in peace.
Yeah, exactly.
But at the
So
same time,
it's
if you think about it, and this is something that no one ever mentions, is that he will have died alone. So in a way, yeah, like his death was fucking horrible. Like I'm not saying it wasn't, but then you get back to that thing of it's better to
Yeah,
have loved and lost than to never have felt love at all.
yeah, and even then, like the chance of love that he pretty much had, essentially, like he's like the world just would not allow it because it's just not compatible. It's almost like they're essentially from two different worlds in a way, quite frankly.
Yeah.
I don't. I wouldn't say love. Not completely
No, no.
because it has a lot
Of
of
course,
implications.
I don't mean love like
I mean,
literally,
that's a
but
strong. I mean,
like
granted, strong word to be fair, but yeah, like
yeah, but
More
it's
like
like in a different way.
companionship than
Yeah, that's
than
it.
love.
yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
Actually, yeah, that's the exact word I've been saying. I don't know why I said love her. Yeah,
Yeah,
companionship.
no,
Yeah,
because then you get a
that's
lot of
what I
the
meant.
implications. Yeah, no, you don't want to.
yeah, no, yeah,
Yeah,
but
you don't
yeah.
want to like imagine just
Oh,
a random blonde just hooking up with a gorilla. Like, what did the movie mean by that?
Well, actually, ask Guillermo del Toro. He made a girl fuck a fish.
That's that. Oh no, The Shape of Water. I remember that. They will,
Yeah.
dude. Have you read dark fantasy novels, dude?
Oh, are you talking about Milky Fairy Farm or some shit like that? Like that one that women, fucking fat ass Karens like to read. That it's like 50 Shades of Grey, but with cows. Is that what you have in mind?
uh, yes and no. Yes, because in
Okay.
spirit, that's basically what it is. No, because it's worse than that.
Worse than jacking off cows?
It's so. All I'm saying is, if you are a werewolf and you find yourself
Oh,
in a, and if you find yourself in a dark fantasy novel, in a dark romance novel, run,
oh, yeah.
run.
Yeah, dude, I have these stupid ass like gay ass furry ads on my YouTube now. I don't know where the fuck they came from, but now when I'm like watching any videos or something like that, suddenly I have like this AI companion stupid bullshit ads, and it's like gay ass furry shit. Like I don't know what the fuck I did for YouTube to think I'm gay, but they're recommending me werewolves.
what?
I know, I know.
I think it's because you're Hispanic. That's why. It's nothing personal. YouTube just has a thing for,
Nothing.
I
or
don't know.
it could be my region, like so in
No, you're
Portugal
not
you
the
have a
right
lot of
type of
old.
Hispanic.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
thing is in Portugal you have a lot of old people, and I believe 100% that a lot of old people here are falling for the AI girlfriend thing, so they promote those ads more to everyone, so it's like a regional thing because we have so many old people here in Europe. And like I have literally seen old fucks like dinosaurs in public transport watching porn.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, and that's like common. Okay, like old people here, they're what we call viejos verdes, green old men. I don't know if that's a thing that you also say in English, but yeah, there's a lot of
Yeah,
those
no.
here in Portugal. So
Happy
yeah, but
happy
sadly,
20th anniversary, Congo 5, where we talk about furry porn and
and Epstein's Island.
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, you were here.
No,
And
but I saw that.
racism.
No, I saw that. No, I saw that. I
And
saw that.
racism too. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no, but that's a given. That's a given. No,
Oshi
but
made
no,
an
it's
edgy
funny.
joke on here as well, so that was that was
So
unexpected.
keeping it back on track.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Comparing the two franchises is interesting to me because then you have the two pitting them against each other, and my usual thought process is, okay, well then how are you going to work this, right? Because what is Kong's deal, right? Like what does he represent, if you think about it? Like what is his thematics?
I mean, I don't want to say that this is what it's supposed to be, but I will always say that slavery does have a strong basis. Like removing someone from their place in an unwilling way and taking them out of that place to make them do whatever you want somewhere else. Well, you get all the
Yeah.
money and they are used as, again, slaves. I think that there is a reason why that has been misinterpreted that way for so long and so convincingly, and it's because it actually does work. It's just that it wasn't really the intention.
yeah. There
But
was no intention for Kong to be a slavery allegory. It's it's just that
it's
like
just that it
there's
fits perfectly
it
somehow.
just kind of fits
Is it
a little.
because is it because he's no, is it because he's a monkey? What did you mean by that? What did you mean by that? Not very
Look,
woke of you.
well, I said many things that are not very fucking woke. This stream is specific, actually.
No,
This
it's
is
But
not
funny.
a this is not a woke stream, not at all.
yeah.
No,
Also, I
it's
just want to
funny.
say Kong is not black. He's like gray. Okay, so he's not the same.
No, but it's funny though because the people that were like, oh, if you don't believe this, you're racist. That you're interpreting the ape as the black person. So what does that
Yeah,
say
yeah,
about you?
I do know that. Like, it's in both ways that you look at it. You could say technically, "Hey, you're a racist." Yeah,
And the thing is, people who try to make that connection, they also miss the parts where the film still treats dying as Kong treat Kong being taken off the island to whatever fate waylays ahead of him as a tragedy, like as a bad.
No, but
sea
he, but
monster.
that's
Are
no,
you
but that's
implying
the
that if it
thing.
happened to a black person, it wouldn't be a tragedy?
It would.
No, but
Racist.
that's the thing. But no, but that's the thing, right? There I've seen people that treat Kong like kaiju Kunta Kinte. If you've seen Kunta Kinte, I saw it in my high school years. I thought it was all right. I mean, I don't remember much of it, but like I thought it was an okay story. A good like an accurate representation to my knowledge of how the slave trade functioned. I think of course it does have the same biases and lack of nuances, but overall I thought it was like okay. But yeah, no, people treat Kong like kaiju kunta kinte in a way, like, oh, it's the tragic story of a monkey. What do you mean by monkey? Right? So it's weird where but like but I ask again, like what is a Kong, like what is King Kong supposed to be about?
Yeah, I mean, Lau, you want to go first, or you want me to?
Because
Again, as I said, I think
answer is, this answer is going to
yeah.
lead into a next point, by the way. This is going to lead into something else, so
The thing is that the reason why I wouldn't like really judge the slavery thing all that much is because I do think that it has some relation to liberty, to freedom. It has something to do with it. I just cannot pinpoint what, and maybe I could even say that it's in a way like a forceful loss of innocence, if not of freedom, because like King Kong was just an animal, and he wasn't really aware of this world outside that he was not even meant to be in. So it could be that loss of freedom or innocence in a way. But Kong is
uh,
like, yeah,
yeah, no, I think that is an element of it, especially when he gets to the city. I think it's pretty accurate, but I think there's also something else that complements it as well. I think there's a if you want to take it literally, then this is a statement on animal abuse and exploitation. You could interpret it as that. I mean, because Kong is an animal and
Yeah.
he is being exploited for the entertainment of the masses.
Oh
I
shit!
mean,
How did I not think about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
like
super
there's
obvious.
circus bears. Yeah, no, circus bears. Circus bears. Those were a thing.
There's Kaya.
Who?
Kaya, Hassan's dog.
Oh, yeah,
Oh
no,
yeah.
Kaya. Stupid dog, you're making me look bad.
Yeah.
Unironically, he would be a much better person if he just did the ooga booga booga with a scary mask as opposed to electrifying his dog on stream. Like that would it would actually win.
Yeah.
No, hold on. Hassan, return the dog. Return the dog. Or suffer my curse.
Well,
That
what am I
almost feels
supposed to
like
do?
a
Die? Like I don't understand.
Chat, is this real? Dude, like I
No,
just
but
find
yeah,
it
no.
so fun. Yeah.
No. The reason why I ask that is because then we're comparing two different themes. We're comparing two different themes. We have the we have the theme of the lost innocence. We got, the theme of the what you said about the animal. No, what I said about the
Animal
animal.
abuse. Animal abuse.
Animal abuse. And then you have another different monster that's supposed to be, you know, all about anything and everything that is to do with nuclear weapons and the suffering that it causes. And you're thinking to yourself, how am I supposed to pit these two against each other? In what way are they mirror opposites, antithetical, or in conflict in some way, shape, or form? How do you pit these against each other? The answer to that question is strip them of meaning. That's the only logical answer. Just strip them of meaning. And
I
then
would even say
boom.
that the only one that you strip of meaning is Godzilla, because you can technically kind of see King Kong as that still in King Kong versus Godzilla.
Yeah, like Kong,
Like-
they pretty much go to the island where Kong is at to sort of like bring him back to Japan to fight Godzilla, even though he was just sort of minding his own business before they
Like,
got
don't
there.
get me wrong,
It
he's
is-
not that innocent. He is an abusive drunk after all. Okay, he definitely hits his wife, but besides that, it still kind of counts as animal abuse from the pharmaceutical company.
Yeah.
Even
but the
abuse to the
reason- but the
villagers
reason-
because they have no protector anymore since Kong
But
is
the reason
gone.
why I
So-
say that is, at least with King Kong, is basically because on top of the fact that they're basically remaking the movie, a mini version of the movie to set up the conflict, after it's done, like he just leaves. So like, and nobody goes after him. Like, okay, what was that all about then? Well, what was that all about? Like, you got the fight you wanted, but then you're not even gonna. It's just a one-time thing, and that's not what exploitation is. Never a one-time thing. So even if you wanted to say, oh, it still preserves some of it, not entirely, because Kong just is allowed to go away, and so like they wouldn't do that, right? They wouldn't just let Kong leave if they wanted to exploit him fully.
I mean, they wanted to exploit him in the sense that they wanted him to fight, and they basically wanted a gladiator fight. They wanted him to fight Godzilla, so they could. Like, the point was for him to fight Godzilla, right? So in a way, they actually already did exploitation. Like, they forced him to do this thing that he never wanted to. They got actually exactly what they wanted from it too.
No, that is true. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is that exploitation is never a one-time deal. It's supposed to be
okay.
continuous. That's the
Yeah.
main issue, because they do
Oh,
succeed.
okay, I get it now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, all
So-
I'm going to say is, would you rather abuse a normal monkey or a wet monkey? Because he's wet by the end and he must smell like shit. So all I'm saying,
No,
is
he
when you're
smells like
abusing a victim.
burritos. No, he smells like burritos, and because
Oh, if it-
I'm a bit of I'm a bit of a wet monkey myself, so like I have a bias in favor of them. I mean, my beloved Brayden is also a wet monkey, so there's a conflict of interest there, obviously.
Okay. Okay, then it's
Well,
fine. Then never mind. Okay, we support the abuse of wet monkeys in this stream. Never mind
no, of
then.
course, of
Yeah,
course.
wet
I
that
love
monkey and then abuse it.
in Minecraft. I love exploiting in
In
Minecraft.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's a fascinating thing. With King Kong, like you can say that there are at least like very few, very few, very few, good. I mean, bad King Kong movies. Whereas with Godzilla, you have several, and yet thanks to the MonsterVerse, now we're treating Kong and Godzilla as like, oh, they're on equal ground. They're not even close.
Yeah, no, not really. Yeah, it's like, yeah, like Kong. Like, even if you want to like include like the Godzilla Kong crossovers, both the original King Kong versus Godzilla and the MonsterVerse crossovers, like, yeah, there's still like the law of averages still has it where Kong does have the better filmography than Godzilla in terms of like movies, not just like number of movies that are good, but also like have the quality of those good movies, like how the magnitude of how good they are, essentially.
Yeah, like they're influential in ways that the rest of the Showa era beyond 54 and the Heisei era just isn't.
Yeah,
So
and obviously, and honestly, it's even like even if some of us may make sort of like have back and forths or disagreements of like which Godzilla movies or which King Kong movies are the good ones or the bad ones, like the reality is like that some of the ones that are like the most obviously considered to be the best in each respective franchises, like Kong definitely has like would have like more than Godzilla potentially, or at least in terms of like more like at least like of a high quality. Because I mean, you have like Gojira 54, obviously be considered a classic, but you also have Kong 33, or you have -1 versus Kong 05, and
You have a
everything else.
98 against 70.
70s. Yeah, I mean that's, and again that's even then like 76 and 98. Those are like you have some people that say they're good and that those are good, and you have some people that say that they're bad, and there's like
Yeah.
there's a lot of overlap or something like that.
yeah, it's with God's whenever people say, well, no, whenever if I say that Godzilla and Kong are not on equal footing, I have a feeling that people are going to assume I think people are going to assume that it's going to be, or at least that I'm talking about power scaling. When I'm not talking about power scaling, I'm talking about
No, it's the
movie
meaning in
quality.
cinema and the quality.
Not just
Because here's the
quality, but
thing.
like significance, meaning, and all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but go ahead.
No, I was going to say the quality movies and the significance in cinema, because the thing is, I I actually do think that, like, what would you consider like Godzilla, sci-fi fantasy? Some people consider it horror too. Like, I don't know if you can pinpoint one specific genre and have everyone agree on it, but I think that we can all say that at least King Kong 1933 is the last great adventure film. That's like a classic, because we have had stuff like Jumanji and Jurassic Park. I don't know. I think I would consider Jurassic Park more horror than King Kong. You know, but would you consider Jurassic Park adventure, guys?
Mm.
It ain't. I only in like one in like a certain from us to a certain degree. Um,
Yeah, that's understandable. I think adventure is kind of hard to find, because nowadays adventure is kind of dead. It relies on a mixture of action and comedy sometimes, and the purest aspect of adventure, I feel like it's not really used anymore. that wonder. I think that as the world has been more advanced, technologically advanced, and we discovered everything, adventure is something that has like faded, and King Kong is the last thing that we have from that era where people, they believe these bullshit stories from rich people that went to the Amazon and they wanted to sound interesting about the giant snakes, like Amazonians and piranhas that ate people into seconds, stuff like that, right? That wonder of the unknown, I would call in a way adventure, but it's very close to horror because the unknown is also scary. But adventure is like hard to define, I feel, because it's like normally it takes place in jungles if it's an adventure story.
Yeah.
Jumanji, to me, for example, is an adventure story, but it never got to the level of classic that King Kong did. So I feel like King Kong is the last adventure movie that we had that's like timeless.
What are you talking
in
about,
my
dude? Morbius is an adventure. Morbius.
no,
Michael
Morbius is
Morbius.
erotic drama masterpiece. Okay, the genre masterpiece exists only for Morbius. Okay,
No, Morbius is an adventure because he goes to Batland, where all the bats are, and then he goes to a ship where Tyrese, what's his face from Fast and Furious? I forgot his name.
Tyrese Gibson.
Yeah, Tyrese Gibson is
okay.
there.
Was he on the ship? I can't remember if he was even on the ship.
Just one more question.
Dude,
Is
I'm making
this
stuff up. I don't know. I'm just making stuff
okay?
up.
But tell me, but tell me one thing. Is this the movie where Doctor Who sings to a song that says "Have sex"?
No,
Yeah.
he dances to a song.
Okay, yeah, okay. It is adventure. It's also erotica, and it's also a masterpiece. Like the masterpiece genre exists only for Morbius.
Yeah,
Okay.
and superhero is like number 10, number 15 on the list of things that it is.
Yeah. Philosophical adventure.
Yeah, the philosophical is actually number 6.
Yeah, existential will be number 5.
Yeah, of
Yeah, no,
course.
I just love
Or
throw every philosophy related word at Morbius. That's what it is.
yeah, also orgasmic as
No,
a genre.
no, absolutely. That it is. Yeah, no, that absolutely. Because I had a big one. When I was watching the
Yeah,
movie.
no. While we were talking about it, actually, I came like 9 times, and I got myself pregnant.
Type sheet. no. See, um, when I watched the movie alone got me pregnant. So I didn't even need to do anything.
And that's
The
that's where
movie.
Braden came from.
Yeah. No. No, he was with me. He was with me the whole time, and he was like, "I want to
Okay.
raise this child with you."
He cheated on
Um,
Zim with you. That's
no, this was way after they broke up.
oh, right.
Okay. No, but like
No,
for
but
real, what would you guys consider adventure as a genre? Like if you had to define it.
Oh God, this like
adventure. I think it relies on going from point A to point B to achieve a goal, and throughout the
yeah.
adventure, it changes the person. Like the adventure is not just achieving a goal, but it's also there to change someone
Yeah,
fundamentally.
guys, I just thought of one, Life of Pi. That is pure adventure, right? Life of Pi. I don't know how
They,
I
they
forgot
made a
about this.
I
Yeah.
suppose.
they
Yeah.
made a mo- they made a movie about a math symbol.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, it's where this math symbol is stuck on a boat with a tiger,
Huh.
and
That's interesting.
he has to survive. And it was on the era of 3D, and
it
yeah,
was directed
it
by the
was like
guy who did the Hulk with Eric Bana.
Oh,
mhm,
Ang Lee.
Ang Lee,
That's his name.
yeah.
yeah,
Hmm.
And Ang Lee was the tiger, I'm presuming.
You could say that he has the eye of the tiger.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying that because Ang Lee did the mocap for the Hulk in Hulk 03. So,
Exactly. So now he's got the eye of a tiger, a fighter, dancing through
yeah,
the
that's
fire to be
exactly.
the champion. You're gonna
Rising
hear
up
more.
to the challenge of our rivals. Yes, Vic, the
But
stream
yeah,
is now longer than the extended cut of Congo 5. Definitely. It's longer than the Snyder cut, just so you know.
that's how you know it's good.
Exactly. It's even longer than the extended cut of Return of the King, I've realized. Jesus.
Yeah. But yeah, no. Back to the topic. Because I don't want to deviate too much. Because I want to offer something insightful to say. But like, I just find myself constantly crapping on Godzilla, no matter what we're talking about. Like, I just need to. It's like an instinctual reaction. Like, no matter what we're talking about, I need to find it. I need to have to find a way to loop it back around that stupid lizard that keeps ruining my life.
I mean, in the case of King Kong, it's not the hardest thing to do to loop it
Yeah,
back to
because it is
Godzilla.
there is a relation, but it's funny because back in the day, whenever people were theorizing about the sequel to Godzilla 2014, people would often size up '05 Kong to pit him against Garagoji, which I thought was
Yeah,
like I always thought I always thought of him as like the definitive um Kong at the time,
yeah,
whereas it was kind of similar to how when people were theorizing how Batman v Superman was going to be, they pit what's his face, Henry Cavill
Christian
against
Bale.
Christian Bale, yeah,
Yeah,
or Christian Bale against the guy from
Brandon
Superman
Ralph.
Returns. I forgot. Brandon Routh, that guy, yeah. It's kind of like a similar concept, but this time it's And when people wanted Spider-Man to be in the MCU, they always went, "Oh, Andrew Garfield," and then make edits of him, Photoshop posters of him in what's it
with
called
like
in
the
like in
Avengers or
fan
something.
edits. Yeah, they would Photoshop him with the Avengers and make edits of him in there. They'd make fan trailers, and it would just be footage of the Amazing Spider-Man movies, but with the Avengers music
To be
playing.
fair,
I
that is
And it's
hate
it
basically
is
those
like more
things.
sophisticated than
but that's
using AI. That is it is like at least you're using actual footage from movies as opposed to doing AI. Like at least that was like before the dark times.
yeah, no, that was way before AI. But
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
no, like it's interesting. Like for a long time, people saw Kong as Kong '05 as like the definitive Kong,
yeah,
myself included. I mean, he had that contemporary, like modern look to him. He had great CGI, and then you got like a great story attached to it as well.
yeah,
Um, it's hard to avoid looking at that version as Kong as anything other than the definitive Kong.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. It's hard for
and
me to different hard to yeah. It's hard for me to like. I mean, not even just Kong, King Kong, like as in like not like you guys a King Kong because that like that's a like if you put the word King before Kong, it's that makes it like extra special.
yeah,
yeah, no, and it's funny because the MonsterVerse kind of neutered him at that point. The MonsterVerse
yeah.
kind of neutered him. They made him bigger, but that ultimately ended up removing his title as king. So now he's just Kong.
I mean, I guess it's kind of more of a copyright thing, a trademark copyright thing. Because Universal kind of owns the King Kong thing. Like, I don't know. I mean, the whole copyrightisms involving the license of King Kong it's just way too convoluted for for me to even try to even attempt to recollect right now.
I
it's
think it's symbolic. I think having his title of king neutered is symbolic.
Yeah,
In a way. Um, and yeah, no, like I understand why people would think that this is the definitive Kong for the same reason, because it's the Kong of the era, right? But then we got a new Kong, and now this Kong, the MonsterVerse Kong, is the Kong of the era. Um, and so I find that interesting because we moved from something meaningful with the original King Kong, which yes, it was a remake, to basically just this is the slur for movies, but it's basically slop at this point. Even if Skull Island wasn't, even if Skull Island wasn't, GVK and GXK are, and they're very unashamed about it. Like they don't care that they are that you
They
think
just,
like they don't
they just
they just are. They just are, and they love
yeah,
and they embrace it. But
yeah.
Like
Kong
what
would
I
at
would
least try to
use
tell a
as a
story.
description is, for example, Rampage. They have, I
yes,
think his name
Rampage,
is Joe. I think it's the name of the albino monkey. Was it Joe or was it something
George.
else?
George,
George. It wasn't Joe. It
Curious
was
George.
George.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's like, the difference between Monster vs. Kong and George. Well, first of all, like George has a sense of humor, but also it's like Kong because he's more, you know, he's less emotional, emotive. What's the word? Well, he's it's this thing that people praise men for being, like when you don't show that many
Stoic,
emotions. Stoic,
stoic.
because he's more stoic. Like he shows emotions at points, but he's very much a stoic character in comparison to G- George. He seems he gives this more noble um, image to the audience. But besides that, it's just like monkey that does sign language. He fights other monsters and he protects people. He does have a little bit more of a personality. I mean, yeah, for sure, he was a bit more defiant to Godzilla, but at the same time, it's like, dude, Godzilla was being an asshole in that movie, so Kong was being very reactionary. So it's like,
Yeah,
you know, he doesn't have a foil either in the MonsterVerse, like to act with, because Godzilla is just portrayed as a retard at this point, like just a
what does it
complete brute.
what does it say that one of the enemies that Kong famously faces against is typically a dinosaur? What does that say?
Well, for a normal gorilla that cannot use an axe, that is actually like a very big feat, because it's like you couldn't necessarily fight a bear, right? And I would compare fighting a T-Rex for a gorilla like fighting a bear for a human. And the fact that he can do that is like, it shows that he's powerful and all of that, but it's not the main point of his character, because the character is supposed to depict this emotional connection to Anne. And to me, what it says is that it's supposed to be, a character first and an action creature second. At least to me, that's what it says. And then in the Monsterverse, it feels like he's more supposed to be, like this superhero monster, and then he's supposed to be like a character because he doesn't really have that much of a character. Like people
No,
put a lot of what they want to see in him on the screen, and they claim that it's very complex, but it's not
Yeah,
all that
the films
complex.
themselves like put like the bare minimum of like characterization, and people just like try to do the legwork for the rest, essentially.
Yeah, even if they don't really notice
no.
it
The,
at
the
some
reason
points, it's like they don't
when
know.
when I ask like what does it say? I mean like because I know in the original movie King Kong does fight a dinosaur, and then there's
Yeah,
the V Rex in the Congo 5. The reason
yeah.
why I ask that is because I think it's very interesting that they chose that to be um the villain that not the villain but the one consistent rival that Kong has um in his mythos, I guess you could say. Um and then to have King Kong versus Godzilla come out after Raids Again, where Godzilla, well, I mean, yeah, he is dinosaurian, so it's similar enough. Like, do you think like there's something to that like this simian is constantly have to fight this dragon of sorts? He's always pitted against dragons, against lizards.
Hmm.
Do you think there's something to that or no?
Well, I was talking to C Monster about the ego of man and how he depicts certain animals as like dumber or inferior, but at the same time, any and all value we tended to give them in these like old films when it comes to an animal, it's only value we give them because they resemble us, right? So you have this thing that's the closest to humanity, putting down a dinosaur, which is like the furthest away from humanity. And again, by the time of the 30s, we thought that dinosaurs were really stupid. Not as dumb as we used to think with Slurposaurus, where we thought that they were literally like really slow and completely useless, right? But we still thought that, like, oh, dinosaurs have two brains because they're so stupid and big that they need to have a second one on their back, stuff like that. And the conquer of an ape in this environment, in a way, is something that humanity takes. Oh, see, it's like similar to us, so of course it's going to be the king of this island. I think that's the reason why, personally. And I think it's a little bit cynical if you think about it, but the thing is, as I said to Sea Monster before, like, I do think that people used to have like these super inflated egos, of, oh, we're the best thing ever. And nowadays we're on the opposite side, where it's like, oh, humanity sucks. We're the worst disease. Did you know that Thanos was right? We went like on a complete 180.
Honestly, I don't know which one is worse, to be honest. I mean, because at least, like with the hubris of human pride, at least we get cool stuff like Warhammer and Helldivers
Yeah.
Or
and Space
Doom.
King or Doom. So, like, honestly, I would rather have like that over shame,
No,
because
no, no.
like
I'm
that's
not
just like
talking
false
about like.
humility.
I'm only saying, in the meta, in the outside of the in-universe explanation. But in universe, yeah, no, I think that it, wait, no, I'm not putting it into words the right way. I'm not saying that I have like a problem with these things. If you go to a certain point, I just think that the extremes are both like terrible, and I think that we can still have stuff like Starship Troopers and everything else, even if we don't go full on as a real society in real life, into, we're the best thing ever. We
Yeah,
can still
like
have that.
yeah. I mean, we can. I think it's a thing worth of noting that there is a like we pretty much should have like a balance between like media that would just like showcase like humanity at its best and humanity like at its like at its worst essentially, and we just kind of like just like we pretty much have to like understand that we can pretty much achieve great things, but we also can have to like be able to like recognize that we recognize whatever problems the flaws essentially, and not let those flaws like get like we have to recognize the flaws that we have the potential for them, and just like make sure we sort of avoid it as like cautionary tales essentially. Like
Yeah,
a decent balance, yeah, like it's really good to have something like Doom or Warhammer, what have you, or Starship Troopers, but at the same time, there's also like the opposite, and that's sort of like that's supposed to try to like humble us. Like I mean, like the Avatar movies is like maybe not the best example, but just like something to kind of
it's
like show
still a
like
good
this is kind of
example.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's like yeah, it's kind of like to kind of like show like okay, this is what happens if humanity like goes astray essentially. Um, yeah, but
And
yeah,
not only that,
I
The
recommend
Avatar
not.
humans did nothing wrong. The Avatar humans did nothing wrong. I
uh,
stand by that. I will die on that hill. They did nothing wrong. They tried to negotiate peace treaty operations. They immediately attacked the humans. They've been nothing but hostile. They did nothing wrong. They asked politely. They were like, "Go away or we'll kill you." Okay, well we're just trying to be polite. Like,
the
would you shoot
thing,
someone who's asking for you? Would
I
you
think
shoot
there's some
someone
context
for
that may
asking
be
for
missing
help?
there, at least.
yeah, that's what I
I'm
was
making
going
stuff
to.
up.
Like,
I'm making stuff up. I
Okay.
haven't seen the movie.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see. Uh,
so no,
but
for
yeah,
for
well, I mean, what
context,
I'm trying to get
by the
at.
time that Jake Sully gets to the planet, things have gone violent, and at one point they did try to make it more like of a Pacific. Pacific, is that the word? They try to do it with like the peace diplomats and all of that, but yeah, no, they had like the military suit from there. very beginning. And it think of it this way: it's like body snatchers. Like these aliens come with like altered bodies of your kind. Like that's very creepy. I'm just saying, but when you think about the hubris of humanity, like we will go back to the Frankenstein thing, right? Where it's like
Yeah.
before people used to see the monster and they could sympathize with him, but they didn't necessarily demonize Victor Frankenstein. And nowadays everyone is like, Frankenstein was the monster. Did you know that? Did you to the point where now we have a movie that like doesn't even give you the chance to think for yourself and just tells you straight, yeah, Frankenstein is the monster. No, he's an asshole. No, 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 he's not like someone that you can maybe interpret in different ways. No, he's a piece of shit. He's a psychopath. He hates everything. He's a murderer. He's a liar too. Like he has literally nothing good about him. So you cannot like him. You're not
Hold on.
allowed
I would
to.
say attempted murderer. In that, if you're, because I don't, because like Harlander was accidental. And
Oh yeah, but then he did shoot the girl, and the monster technically counts as alive. So
well,
he
even
was
then,
trying
that's
to
kind of
kill.
like, he was trying to kill them. I'm trying to think. Could that be considered manslaughter though? Because like he wasn't trying to kill.
Maybe, yeah. I guess
I
manslaughter.
mean, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. It's still like that could be. It is kind of iffy there, but yeah,
I mean, he also tried to burn him alive, though,
yeah.
just because he couldn't
That's what
talk.
I was like
So
thinking when I said
that's
like attempted murderer. So it's like he
oh
didn't
no,
like
no,
he
no, no,
tried to
that
kill
will
the
be just.
monster, but the monster got out.
I mean, but attempted murder still like he's basically like trying to kill a baby because the
Yeah.
monster couldn't really talk too much, and he was like scared mostly.
Yeah, and the monster was like as far as Frankenstein knew, he couldn't really get out because he's like all chained up. Oh, Minecraft World
Yeah.
has a question for Rooney, asking if he's watched the Gamera pitch stream on Zim's channel.
I have not actually.
Ah,
I have not seen it.
Hmm.
I
But
don't
Minecraft
remember
is saying
why.
that it could relate to the topic. Minecraft, can you say which part of all of that could relate to the topic?
yeah. I mean,
So later we can read it and we can talk about it.
is it related to Kong 05 or is it related to? Oh, has tackled this
I guess
topic.
hubris, humanity, and all of that.
Ah,
Maybe that's what he means.
okay. Okay. Oh yeah, the thematic stuff. I see.
Okay, but yeah, what I was saying is that I think that that's why you have an ape against a lizard, and I think that also you have to consider whether you think or not that this is valid, the American versus Japan way of looking at things, which is like we have like the superior, like smarter monster, and they have like the cold, emotionless creature, right? So they're big, everyone knows their name. So to a certain degree, it's like it's understandable that people would want them to fight, as you said, just because Godzilla is kind of like a lizardish dinosaurian thing. So yeah, I think that's why that happened. But if you want to know the actual real reason, is because the guy wanted an actual normal sized gorilla to fight a Komodo dragon, and then someone told him, "Hey, this is a movie, you can make it even." It's basically life is good, but it could be better. And then they did the whole giant gorilla instead of a Komodo dragon. It's a tyrannosaur, but it came from normal gorilla. Literally, they were going to animal abuse the shit out of this because the gorilla would have died, right? Normal gorilla in a cage against a Komodo dragon. That's what they wanted to do originally.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Is it weird that I don't find that too like satisfying? Because not the motives, but just like the answer itself. I feel like there's more to it than that.
I mean,
Oh, like the heroes of humanity thing? Yeah, no, I don't think that's the
No,
full
not that. Not the
answer.
hubris of humanity. No, not the hubris. I mean the idea that Kong is always depicted as fighting a reptile of even like before he was like properly introduced in the monster. Well, not
are you pretty
properly
much saying
introduced,
that
like
that the answer for why Kong always finds himself fighting a dinosaur since the original is just kind of like isn't really any deeper than like, oh, the director just wanted to like make, was asked to convinced, or even like wanted to make a movie where something like that would happen because he was inspired by the idea of having a simian fight a Komodo dragon.
Or do
Like,
you mean, the fact that this keeps happening, and the reason
Yeah,
why it
no,
keeps
I'll
happening is basically because of tradition, is what you find disappointing? That is just literally because it's always been that way, so we will
yeah, it's
keep it
just
that
like
way.
the answer is just kind of like the answer is just isn't really any more complicated than because someone had an idea that they wanted to see happen, and they just made it happen.
yeah,
Like it's
yeah, no, that being nothing more than that, I just feel like that's a bit, underwhelming. Because like
Uh,
even in the Kong School Island, even before he was properly introduced into the broader MonsterVerse, um even before he was introduced into the proper MonsterVerse, he like the skull crawlers. Look at the skull crawlers, for example. They're reptilian. So
Yeah.
like
yeah.
I don't. So even before he fought Godzilla, he was still fighting reptiles, and the most famous reptile that he ever fights is Godzilla. So like I thought there was like something to that. Like he's always pitted against reptiles. The second most common Kong enemy type is um also just
Snakes,
I was
which
about
is
to
still
say
a reptile, right? But
no.
or you
I
could
was gonna
say
say that's
squids
still a reptile.
or
Squids. I was gonna say squids. Yeah, no, I
octopus.
forgot the name.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
squids,
octopuses.
octopi.
I just think that
Cephalopods.
octopuses sounds funnier.
It does. But yeah, no, he's always fighting. If not, I forgot what's the scientific name for whatever squids and octopi are. I forgot the name.
Yeah, it's like
Cephalopods, something like that, possibly.
cephalopods. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, basically, like
cephalopods. That's the one.
basically the answer is like it's like a very is like a very casual reason that they just happen to build like a more I guess like a more layered story around it. Yeah, I'm presuming. Like
Yeah, and actually for the cephalopod, it's even worse. They just wanted to eat, and they were like, "Hey, why don't we put like, hey, do you want to eat like an octopus?" And they were like, "Yeah, hell yeah!" And then they
sure.
were like, "Hey, put it on the set, and we will like make it seem like they're fighting." And then when the shot is over, we eat it. That's literally it.
Is that it?
I would actually posit that Kong's second most battled enemy is robots. He's fought Mechanicong twice, and
No,
then
no.
the entire rogues gallery of Kong King of the Apes are all robots.
And then he fought
Oh,
I
actually,
Mechagodzilla
forgot
you're
that.
right.
No, but Kong King of the Apes. But in Kong King of the Apes, they're also reptiles because they're mostly dinosaurs.
Yeah, there are some actual dinosaurs, but most of the time they're robots that look like dinosaurs, or just straight up robots.
I mean, at that point, is that even? Because I remember watching that show a long time ago. Like, is that even? I know the title says Kong, but is that really Kong?
Yes, technically yes. Like if you actually want to
Not
get
in
down to it.
title, like just like in behavior, attitude. Like, is Kong just like a big gorilla? Is he just a big gorilla? If we're
No,
gonna boil down to it,
no, because if we want to break it down, Kong is a big gorilla that has a hefty compassion for humanity in some way, albeit is not unwilling to go after them if they intrude on the things that he cares about. He's also the last of his kind, thing that a thing that separates him from Mighty Joe Young, and even the original film actually goes into that fact. Kong King of the Apes does too. In fact, pretty much every King Kong media goes into some element of the fact that he's either the last or one of the last members of his kind, and that's part of the tragedy. That's part of what makes King Kong as a character and King Kong as a story work.
hmm. I have not seen that show in ages, but I mean, I'll take your word for it at that point. Then,
I have
um,
seen a couple clips around, and I'm considering giving the show a rewatch at some point, honestly. And also, I've been thinking a lot about like the giant gorillas of cinema after watching Mighty Joe Young earlier this week.
I've been told that Mighty Joe Young is a better version of King Kong. I don't know if that's true. I haven't seen that one.
I mean,
I think it does some things better. For one, the characterization, but personally, I think King Kong is the better movie.
what I would say is that Mighty Joe Young is one of the best movies ever made when it comes to special effects that are practical,
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's
Oh,
super
yeah, without a
underrated
shadow
as
of it.
hell. Like so many people are sleeping on
It's
how good that movie is.
Oh, it's good. Like it's overshadowed by the film that would by Harryhausen's film that would come after Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, as well as King Kong. But like when
No.
the
Minecraft.
character
I
work,
mean the remake of Mighty Joe Young, the one that uses CGI
oh,
and practical
oh, the
effects.
remake. No, oh. I haven't seen that one.
Yes.
I want.
Sorry
I
for
watched.
disappointing you, but I also think
No,
that that
no,
one is also
no.
like
I
really
get
good.
it. I get it. I've heard good things about that one as well.
Mm.
I watched the original one, which I would say highly recommended. You guys absolutely check it out. Like the character animation in that thing is an absolute beauty. Uh,
I
yeah,
might. Um. Well,
yeah.
then okay. No cephalopods. Then no, they're the They're the third.
Cephalopods.
Then.
Yeah. Did you,
They're the
by the
third.
Cephalopods
way,
would technically
read?
be third.
Yeah.
Did you see what I sent you, Black,
Yeah.
on Discord?
I saw it.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
happy
So
about that.
Suvaraya was the one to eat the octopus. So the producer humiliated the little octopus by making a giant wet monkey punch the shit out of it, and then on
What
top
the
of it, it ate him.
fuck? By the way, canonically, that's the same one that appeared in the at the start of War of the Gargantuas.
Yeah.
Oh,
And in universe was responsible for killing Toho's Frankenstein.
oh,
Lol.
okay.
Lamau.
All right.
Uh,
Lamal XD.
Lamau.
so Kong,
Um.
so King, so yeah.
Dude, technically the octopus has more kills than Anguirus.
Wow.
You're right.
Yeah. Dude, Anguirus is very fucking sad as a character. Everyone sees him as a dog. It's so humiliating. Anyway,
Oh.
Yeah.
but yeah,
The
that's the reason why he fights these repeated creatures. It's because of tradition, because it was cool, and because it was tasty as hell.
Yeah, it's because it's the same. It's a similar reason as to why like Godzilla consistently has his big five rogues galleries. The fact
But
because
even then, I would
these
say that
characters.
it's not really the same Minecraft because like here's the thing: like you can say whatever you want about Kong and his opponents, and maybe you don't like some of the Godzilla like thematic representations during his franchise, but you know, fighting Destroyer has way more meaning than fighting a random dinosaur. You know, even if you
Yeah,
don't like
I
Heisei,
think
it
part of that
does.
is accentuated. Part of that, I would argue, is accentuated by the fact that King Kong never really had any thematic depth to go off of, like at all. People keep trying to ascribe the whole Kong is an allegory for slavery thing, which even if you wanted to go that route, they're pulling it. The way they're interpreting it is just fucking stupid. Um,
Yeah.
the like Willis O'Brien and Miriam C. Cooper have gone on record to state they never intended to say anything with King Kong as a story, or at least overtly. They wanted to make a fun adventure film that would thrill the audiences of the time. People who were in desperate need of something to uplift them during the Depression of the 1930s.
Yeah.
So they
Which
made a tragedy. They wanted to uplift the audiences, so
they
they made
made
a
a
tragedy.
tragedy, but they added a
they
lot
made
of
they made a
spectacle just
tragedy,
to
but it was
sugar it.
they made a tragedy, but it was one hell of a tragedy.
Yeah.
So the
They
thing
hit.
is, yeah, basically they took you out of your disgusting little life in your disgusting little cinema and they sent you to an island somewhere else. Like this was one of the
With a
most,
bunch of dinosaurs and a giant
yeah,
gorilla.
Yeah.
exactly.
Oh, dinosaurs! Oh, thank God, it's just dinosaurs. Okay, good.
Yeah.
But like the thing is,
Better-
I do think actually that the slavery thing does fit, and it's not because King Kong is a monkey. Because here's the thing: if he was like a cyclops, right, or whatever other creature, or even like fucking like I don't know, a
Mm.
giant mammoth,
I
who
mean,
cares, right?
if you
The
haven't,
fact that
if
they
you
take something, yeah,
if you haven't seen Zeno's argument, the entire like Zeno's rebuttal to that point could be made in that okay, yeah, if we want to go with that route, you realize how the film portrays the fact of Kong's capture. It's
Yeah.
not a it's not a spectacle. It's a bad thing on so many
Yeah,
Exactly.
levels.
that's why I said Kunta Kinte. Like people just assume that King Kong is just Kaiju Kunta Kinte. Oh, imagine
the
saying
thing
that
is,
five
I don't
times
know
fast.
what Kunta
King Kong
Kinte
Kaiju Kunta Kinte.
is.
Oh, you should. I mean, it's I think it's a show, right? It's not a movie. It's a
I
show.
have not heard. I have heard the term. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's a story
Um.
about Islamic practicing Africans being taken from
mm,
their land and being sold as slaves. So it's basically just the story about the slave trade. Um,
mm,
so like it's funny though. Like I would respect the people that claim this story is about slavery. Like I would respect them so much more if they doubled down on the fact, oh, this is an ape. Oh, this is why are you saying that the ape is the black person? Like if they doubled down on it, I would be like, you know what, fair. You're. I respect that. I respect the consistency.
yeah,
But
but
no,
it's like
they get flustered and be like, no, that's not what I mean. No, that's not what I mean. No, they get
yeah,
flustered.
it's just
Like, well, what
yeah.
do you mean exactly? Like, where like,
What
if
do
you're
you
not,
mean? Where are you coming to this conclusion?
you want
How
to
are
talk
you
about, you want to make the metaphor, you want to make the connections, you do it. Like,
make
you're
the
committed.
It's
fucking
kind of like how it's kind of like how people were saying that the Xenos in Warhammer were the allegory for Jewish people. Like what? Okay, okay. What
I
did you mean
What?
by that?
I'm not a Warhammer fan, and I still don't understand how anyone came from that conclusion.
Do you
How
guys,
the hell did that even happen?
to
It's
bring us back to
anti-Semitic.
to bring us back to
But
Peter Jackson, don't you just love when people just like say like, "Oh, Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings are racist because the orcs, because he makes the
because
orcs
orcs are
evil."
black people, extra credit.
Okay,
I will
now
slap
that one
you.
I do think that's like hidden racism that
Yeah,
some people
it
just
has to
haven't.
be, and he's like would be so deflective on that, and just be like, "No, I'm not being racist. There are people out there who make these connections that are racist, but I'm not making it, even though I'm saying them
Looking
out loud."
looking at you, extra credits.
Oh yeah, well that's exactly who I was mimicking there. Extra
Yeah, no,
credits.
I get that.
Listen,
I know. It's just I'm
I'm not
still
saying.
baffled. I am still baffled how that is still a topic of contention to this day. I am
No,
Exactly.
no, 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 no,
genuinely
no, no,
baffled
no, no. Listen, I'm not saying that the orcs represent African Americans because they live in dingy places and are always stealing from each other. But
Oh my
And
god!
also, like, weren't the Uruk-hai based like on the Huns or something from Asia? I think.
I think
I don't
so.
know.
I think so. I
Yeah,
might need to. I know Zim would know more about this than any of us. So,
I am pretty sure it was some Asian guerrilla group or
hmm.
militaristic group. I think it was the Huns, but if it wasn't the Huns, it was something that kind of sounds similar because I'm super racist when it comes to Asian words, and to me, they all sound the same.
Fuck you.
No, you know what's really funny? We were talking about -1 the other day, and we were all like, dude, like that's totally what was it? Tuchibana? I think it's his name from -1, like the guy that
Yeah,
like goes and fixes the
yeah,
plane. And we just realized on that stream, oh, that's not the same guy.
yeah. Oh,
W-
you're
w-
referencing the extended cinema video.
yeah, yeah, we were looking at it and we were like, oh shit, that's not him, that was someone else. And then it turns out that his name, I think, was Psycho. That's like a completely
Yeah,
different character that goes and tells the
yeah.
guy,
That
hey,
was on. That was. I remember that popping up. I believe during the stream with OmniViewer and Monster Island Film Vault when they when they were covering the
Maybe
thing.
maybe it's just me, but even upon my first viewing of -1, I never really mistook that guy for thought
Yeah,
that that
no,
guy was
the
Tachibana. I
voice
always kind
was
of was like, I mean,
the
so when I
voice
hear
was
people
different.
say like Tachibana talking with Shikishima, over at the by the beachhead, I was just like,
Yeah,
is that really him? I don't think that
yeah, no.
was.
I'm very interested to see what Zim has to say about both of those videos because
Yeah, I
Extended
hope he
Cinema
lets
made
us
a
on.
made a connection.
It'll be a fun one.
I would love to. I would love to be on. Gives me an excuse to talk about -1 again. So hey, but
Minus
anyways,
one.
I am going to head out again. I'm going to be hosting a watch party stream in Zim server where we're watching The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms tonight. So
Yeah.
feel free to pop in.
Yeah, I think we'll probably be wrapping this stream up then, because unless there's anything else that can be said about Kong 05, the movie itself. Um,
It inspired a
5.
really cool
Oh,
video game.
yes.
oh God. Yeah, I
You're here.
remember last year there was when I was more active in the Gigabash Discord. I mean, I'm still semi-active in the Gigabash Discord, but a friend of mine was playing that game live in stream. Dude was having the time of his life. Holy shit. And I can see why.
Is that game
Yeah,
available on PS5?
No, I think the guy I watched it on had an emulator. So,
yeah,
Man,
Dr. Wolfula.
no, it was my
Dr.
friend.
Wolfula did do a stream on Kong 05. It was the 360 version. And I remember,
Yeah,
here's
no,
the thing. You know what's funny?
yeah,
At some point during that stream, I mean, he was kind of like reading like sort of like some of the comments coming up the chat every now and then. And I made a comment saying like, I remember the PS2 graphics definitely look better than this, or I said something to that effect. And he read out my comment. I was like, he's like, Sea Monster says so that blah blah, and I was like, he said he knows he said my name.
he knows my name.
He said my name.
God, what was the line? What was the line?
say my name.
I don't remember. I don't remember. Like, he knows. Oh, Cars. Shit. I remember. He knows my name. Fuck. I don't remember the racer's name, but oh god, my brothers would recognize it immediately.
Say my name.
But yeah, Congo 5 good. Also, I one more thing to add. I picked up a prequel thing tie-in book earlier over the summer at a thrift store. The thing was like
Nice.
$2, so I figured, why not?
$2, yeah. You know what's funny?
In this
$2
economy?
is like,
In this economy?
Yeah, it was at a thrift store. It was in really good condition too. It was like basically mint.
Huh. If only I
Yeah.
could find the Berserk Deluxe Edition for a similar price.
Real.
Why are they so expensive?
you know what? You know what's funny? $2 is pretty much what got me like a 3-month deal for using like Sirius XM in my car.
Damn.
But then it's gonna be $9.99 a month by the time we get to like mid to late February. So it's like it's almost like a devil's bargain front. But
enjoy it while
By
it
the way,
lasts.
like anything else to say about like King Kong 2005? Like that you guys can think of, or
it's
something like
great.
that?
Sim's full of shit. It's a great movie. Highly recommend it. Go watch it.
Yeah.
I hate the roar of the V-Rex.
Why?
There's just something it sounds like a burp for some reason.
They're meant to be
Or
hillbilly dinosaurs, so I think that fits pretty well.
Do
No,
what?
that
How
is
do you come to that conclusion?
That is literally what the art director said they were trying to go for. Inbred hillbilly
V-Rexes
dinosaurs.
V-Rexes are like the T-Rex's inbred Alabama cousins.
I'm not even
Yeah,
joking.
because the population is going down,
say,
right? So that's why you have
Yeah.
such
like
deformities in the teeth. For example.
No, but like if you wanted to say that you wanted to make a dinosaur sound like how it would normally sound like in real life, no, how it could potentially sound like in real life, you would take inspirations from things like alligators. At that point, okay, fine, but you're making up a brand new dinosaur that's
I
supposedly
know.
like an Alabama dinosaur. Like, how
A
does inbred
sandwich.
dinosaur translate to crocodile, inbred crocodile? How does that translate?
Because inbreeding. Because their population has hit a genetic bottleneck because of the size of the island. You can see this within the design itself.
No, I know that already, but like, how does they're inbred? But like, how does inbred equal to crocodile on crack?
Might have to
Well,
do more research
doesn't
in this, but
inbred
I think
normally equal to crocodile on crack?
No, not always. Like, do you have any idea? No, do you have any idea the different mutations and configurations that can happen to the son of an inbred child? Do you have any idea that they come in different shapes, colors, sizes, and configurations? Like, you will never find. Listen, inbred children are like snowflakes. You will never find two identical ones. There's always going to be something different about them. One can have an arm sticking out of its leg. Another one can have a leg sticking out of its tongue. Another one's gonna develop an eye where the sun don't shine.
Look, all I'm saying is, to me, that sounds like a puzzle. And if you're a surgeon, you can have a lot of fun. Okay? I think surgeons need their fun.
I mean, and to be fair, do we even know if anybody has tested the hypothesis of having a crocodile on crack?
I mean, I live in
true,
Florida.
too.
I'm pretty sure someone has tried it at one point.
I mean, yeah, fair.
Dude,
That is true.
Somebody's tried it.
We need to do
Somebody
that for
has tried that.
science. Yes.
Science. I don't need science. I don't need a justification from science.
Well, actually, in
I
Florida's
can do that
case, it would
for
be
fun.
alligators on crack. Because they're like
Same
a bit more
difference.
frequent.
Dude,
Same
in
difference.
Amsterdam, the eels are addicted to drugs, right? Because so many people dump drugs into the river, so the eels became addicted.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe. Just listen. Florida is Australia light. Okay, it's Australia light. The only thing that's keeping
no,
us
no,
at
no,
bay.
no, 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 no.
The only thing that's keeping us at bay
No, 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 no.
is
Rooney,
because
Rooney,
we're connected to the
Rooney.
rest of the states. That's why. What?
Rooney, have you been to South America?
South
Have
America
you
is its
been to
own little category. It's a completely separate category. Right? You got
I
Australia
would also
at
say
the
that.
top. Yeah, no, I would. You got Australia at the top, South America, and then Florida. Florida is
So
Australia light.
what you need to understand also is that you do have the Amazon.
And then Africa.
Okay, the
and then
Amazon is
Africa's
specific.
just the in between.
Yeah. No, Africa is like the
amount-
base because
The amount
here's the
of
thing, like
the amount of
Yeah.
Africa's the
bullshit.
baseline.
The amount of
Yeah.
bullshit
no.
that lives in Southern Africa already is amazing, and that just makes the three above it even worse.
No, I would say
Hey.
no, because like Africa is mostly like you got South Africa in some areas, like the southern areas of Africa, or like the wilder areas anyway. But Africa's like the baseline. He's like, think of okay, so in terms of weirdness, Africa is the promotional material. And if we're talking Warhammer terms, Africa are the ultramarines of wildlife, whereas Africa are either the Blood Ravens or the Black Templars. I can't decide which one, or the Grey Knights. And then Florida is not the Heretics. No, not the Heretics. They're more like not the Fists, not the Salamanders. The Salamanders are the nice ones. I would say. Actually, no. Australia, they're the Adeptus Custodes. South America.
Like you need to understand that South America also has the cocaine hippos in Colombia. I'm just saying. You have the cocaine hippos in Colombia. You have the anacondas in the Amazon, and you also have piranhas in the Amazon. You have dolphins, certain types of dolphins in the Amazon too, which that means rape. You have otters, that also means rape because otters actually rape a lot. That's something that people don't necessarily know. You have penguins actually that go to some parts of South America where it's actually hot. And penguins, if you didn't know this, they also rape the shit out of other penguins. They are actually sexual deviants, and people don't know that. So we have a bunch of rapists in South America.
So
I suddenly
And gay
Madagascar having the
rainbows.
penguins go to Madagascar was is almost
Are
kind
we
of
also
would
not?
almost be pretty apt.
Are we
I
also not going to
suddenly
acknowledge?
understand the
Are we
desire to.
also? Are we also not
Go
gonna
ahead.
gonna acknowledge the fact that South America was single-handedly responsible for the largest spider on the planet?
I
Oh yeah,
believe it.
that too.
I don't know about that, but I believe it 100%. I believe it.
Goliath bird eater.
Oh no, yeah, no, I have heard about that bird eater. Yeah, no, I remember now.
Metafossa blundi. That thing is half the reason I have arachnophobia.
Half.
Half.
The other
No,
half, no, the other half is everything that's going on in Australia, plus the brown recluse. Get that thing away
Oh
from
yeah.
me.
Wait, aren't the brown recluses like the ones that are like completely harmless, but they're huge? Like they hide
No,
in tight spaces.
they're tiny. No, they're tiny, but their venom is strong enough to. Their venom is incredibly dangerous. They are the most dangerous spider in North America.
Huh.
One of the most
Interesting.
venomous spiders on the planet. Like, if let's just say if you get bitten by one, there is a very 50-50 chance that you're gonna lose a limb.
I
God
believe
You're
it.
gonna have to chop that limb off.
Yeah.
More like 60-40, to be fair.
That
More
yeah.
like, or around 6-7.
I
Yeah,
will
and
send you to
And to be fair, we also have all those poisonous frogs. And not only the poisonous one, also we have the ones that can get you like really fucking high.
True.
Yeah.
No, see, this is just like the prototype of Skull Island if you think about it.
Pretty much,
God.
yeah. I mean, we don't even need Skull. I mean, Skull Island, sinking down into the ocean. It's like, well, no real loss because we got like plenty of analogs to choose from if you want.
Well, okay, maybe from a scientific perspective that would be a bit of a real loss, but like
Yeah.
Like, is it though? Like, I don't want to study that. I
in
don't
the
want to
world
study
of
what's
in the
Skull
world
Island.
of in the world of Kong, there is a spider that is 12 feet in length.
Why would I want to study that?
And it eats dinosaurs.
It eats dinosaurs. Why would I want to study that? Get that away from me. I don't want. I don't want to know. How am I supposed to sleep at night knowing that thing exists? I share a planet with that thing. How do you expect me to sleep at night?
Good question.
Well, you probably share the planet with something worse that's actually underwater. There's probably bigger spiders underwater.
A giant squid exists.
Jeez.
Yeah, but like that's
And they're
not
not even
necessarily feared by everyone because Japanese people exist. I think that the squids go underwater to hide from the Japanese.
Oh man.
Based.
Yeah.
Heck,
Based.
see, let's wrap this bullshit up.
Yeah, let's kind of wrap. Yeah, we'll kind of wrap this up. We'll obviously this concludes at least this particular discussion video on Congo 5 because the next stream I'll be hosting will be on a video on Congo 5. So stay tuned for that. But until then, why don't we start shilling and putting out recommendations? I mean, Minecraft. I think you did put out some recommendations, some shilling prior to the
I did
stream.
earlier, but
If you want to go ahead,
I did earlier, but since it's been a while, I could remind people. YouTube channel. My birthday's tomorrow, and I'm going to be celebrating with a live stream. So be there if you want, or just say hi. Instagram, I have artworks. Kara, I have artworks, though I need to update that. Blue Sky, I'm semi-active. And go watch King Kong, both the original and the 2005 film. Go watch The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms. I'm going to be hosting a discussion stream on that one next weekend, either staying on the 13th or moving to the 14th, depending on what day I fly home. So, yeah. And Bye.
Yeah. All right.
Well,
Who's next?
yeah, you can find me by the name Cascade on YouTube, Twitter, Insta, whatever. The latest video I made was on the Godzilla anime announcement. That was like a couple of days ago. Yeah, on that video I mainly just talk about the reasons why some people are like not really excited. It just so happens that I was recording the thing. I wasn't finished. I went to sleep. I woke up the next morning, and OmniViewer have posted his video, and we had a lot in common. So it was like kind of like, oh no, but it was different enough. So yeah, you can take a look at that if you want to, for recommendations and things like that. I mean, clearly, if you haven't watched King Kong 2005, I will give it a try. Um, Now that we're talking about the director, also, like, if you haven't watched Lord of the Rings, watch it. Um, and one thing I wanted to say that's just like a little fact that we have been talking about is um, the Uruk-hai are actually based not only on berserkers from northern like culture, also they are based on Mongolian tribes too. So I just wanted to clarify that because we were talking about that previously. So yeah.
Ah,
Oh, and watch the Rese movie, people. If you have watched Chainsaw Man, watch the Rese movie. It's going on digital in like 2 days or something like that. And if you haven't watched Chainsaw Man, watch all of it and then watch the movie. That's it.
that's awesome. Rooney, how about you?
Me. Uh, so 3 videos coming up. One on Warner Brothers, Netflix, and Zack Snyder again, my lord and savior. Another one on Godzilla Singular Point. It's a short one, but um, it's a shorty, but it's a goodie. It's a bit of a quickie. But quickies can
Yeah,
be pretty. Quickies can be nice, right? If you do it right.
yeah,
Yeah, have a nice
yeah.
little
Of
tease
course,
before the main course.
of course.
Next, up next we got the Fantastic Four video, uh, first steps, and
Mm.
just stay tuned for that. Next big project. Since I have abandoned the GVK project, I'm going to announce it here now, only on Sea Monster Live, TM, trademark, copyright, Sea Monster. I will be working on a breakdown of Moon Knight, the TV show,
Oh
because
Lord.
I hate that show with a passion. Because it completely misunderstands Moon Knight, and I just hate how he's been completely bastardized, and everybody's calling it a great
Mm.
show. I don't like that, so I'm gonna fix that. Because I have seen nobody talk about this show. So I am going to be the first person to tear it a new one. I'm going to make it a series where I will be going episode by episode, breaking it down. I will start by breaking down the comic that it's adapting, which is the Lunatic Arc by Jeff Lemire, which is an excellent comic that I think you should all read, which is also part of my recommendations. Read Jeff Lemire's Moon Knight. It's a great comic. And yeah, another recommendation of mine is Berserk. Read Berserk, or I will find you. And when I do, I will force you to read Berserk.
And will you,
Also,
will you accept Bone? It's basically Berserk for
Bone is
kids.
Berserk for kids. So
Will
I've
you
been told.
accept that?
Bone. Yeah, read Bone as a preparation for Berserk. That's all I'm gonna say. Um, Another recommendation of mine is Daredevil, the original series, because I'm on a Daredevil kick right now. Mainly because I finally
Yay.
got the Daredevil 2099 skin on Rivals. And last recommendation. This is a tough one. What recommendation could I possibly give you? Ultra Mega. Come on. Read Ultra Mega if you want kaiju stuff. The series recently ended. James Herron is a genius. Oh, also Absolute Batman. Another one. Read that one too. But that was
Huh.
it.
Alrighty, and all right, and I guess I'll go last in the showing the recommendations. Obviously, this has been your host, the Sea Monster, host of the live stream. Um, Pretty much a couple weeks from now, at least tentatively so. So that'll be the 20. Is it the 20th? Let me check. Let me check the calendar just so. I believe it's the 20th. Like, yeah, Saturday, December 20th. At least tentatively, I'll be posting a stream talking about a review on Kong 05 by Confused Matthew. So,
if we're going by his
yeah,
Lion King review, this one is going to be a bit of a doozy.
yeah, I mean, I'll pretty much do like I mean, with that stream, I intend to kind of like do a brief overview of the creator, at least as far as like my sort of research or or dissection, if you will, and then we would go over that video. But that will be 2 weeks from now. I have a video on Godzilla versus Destroyer in the works. It's pretty much about half. Process is halfway done. Maybe just slightly over, but make a good time with it. Hopefully, it'll be done. By the time before the holidays are over. Cross your fingers. And obviously, follow me on here. Follow me on Twitter. Sea Monster, KCI, blah blah blah. And just obviously recommend Peter Jackson's King Kong 2005. Highly recommend it. But I also do recommend the original King Kong from the 30s, so give that one a watch too. Just to at least be a little bit fair. Just to balance things out. But aside from them, go play Titanfall.
You're really clanking, by
It's
the way.
fucking awesome.
You're clanking a lot.
I replayed its campaign mode.
Oh my god, it's not me.
No, don't worry. You're still a clanker.
I will
No,
Once a
Yes.
clanker, always a
What?
clanker.
You're breaking up hard, see.
Yeah.
Me?
You're
Oh,
breaking up harder
jeez.
than you're breaking up harder
Okay.
than Zim and Braden.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
That's how bad it is.
Okay, give it a sec. How about now?
Now you're better.
So far, it's fine.
Okay.
No, there
Okay.
it is. It's going ringing.
Did you catch what I
Okay, no. Actually, you're
what my auto
clanking
recommendation is yet?
again.
No, you never stopped.
Titanfall-
I'm still planking.
Yeah, you're
Oh,
still clanking.
jeez.
Like you have a couple of words and then we think it's fine, but then you say like a sentence that's like long and you start clanking again.
Yeah.
Okay. Here, give me a sec.
The second has passed.
To be fair,
Multiple
now he
effects.
sounded fine, but like last time we did think that he sounded fine again, and suddenly he was clanking again.
It's YouTube.
You know-
It's YouTube is sending him its evil rays so that the audience can't hear the recommendations. And he just has
This
recommendation.
this is how we know that he uses ChatGPT. He's such a clanker that now he cannot even like stop it anymore.
Hey, I thought I was the clanker here.
No, I think it's your influence. Like he wasn't clanking until you showed up.
You're like a clanking
Oh, God.
virus.
Shit.
All right, how am I right
Yeah.
now?
Okay,
Now
much
it's
better.
fine.
Okay, good. All right. Where did I start clankering? Like, where did it?
After
All I heard was
1933,
Titanfall. All I heard was
and
Okay.
Titanfall, yeah.
Okay, all right. So sorry for the technical difficulties, people. Other recommendations that I have. So basically you didn't hear the other recommendation I gave aside from the Kong movies.
The last thing you said was Titanfall, but I was already, hearing you like clank a little bit before
Okay.
that. So some of the things you were saying.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, let me try it again. All right. So other recommendation would be Titanfall 2. I actually finished replaying through the campaign mode for that game. It's such a great game, such a real kick-ass game. I highly recommend it. BT's the GOAT. So, yeah, check that one out as well. But yeah, and that pretty much will do it for this stream before I start becoming more and more clanker, I suppose. Anyways, good night, folks. See y'all next time. Peace.
Bye.